All right, we're live. Sorry, YouTube. I was fixing something on my bot on Twitch chat there. But we are live. We're back. So, for anyone that didn't catch this, the first part of this is up on YouTube. It's there from yesterday. It's under the live tab. So, we are doing a charity purchased run. So, I won't go over in as much detail as I did yesterday. You can always check the beginning of that. But the short of it is every November there is a really big charity event from the RimWorld community, and there's some incentives per streamer, and some of mine are that you can purchase a RimWorld run by donating a certain amount to charity. So there's only 5 slots. They get sold out really quickly at the end of November, and for donating $1,000 straight to Doctors Without Borders, you can choose a RimWorld run. You can design one for me to play before the next charity event, right? And so we've been going through those finally to get caught up before November, and this is one that was purchased, and the purchaser wanted me to just see how the CAI 5000, so the combat AI, the better Raider AI, would work against like a min-max sort of thing, right? Like a standard playthrough. So if you have any real questions about why am I doing it this way or that way, the real answer is that's what the purchaser wanted, so that's what we're doing. Exclamation run in the live stream will tell you more about the run. Exclamation mods will tell you the couple mods. And if you are watching this later on, the description on YouTube will give you all that information as well. The short of it, though, is that Raiders are supposed to be more combat intelligent, especially later on in the game. And we have Fog of War. The Fog of War is buggy, though. We might eventually turn it off completely. We already did have to change the graphic of the Fog of War yesterday. But without further ado, let's go to part 2 of 500% difficulty, no pause, CAI 5000 RimWorld run. On YouTube. Yeah, sorry about being a little late. I was fixing that stuff on Twitch. Panic. Start a fire. Should be good now though. Hopefully there's no problems with the chat today. I would know if I recorded and saved the charity stream pigeon dating game. Yes, it might. So you can see if I did, if it's currently available, if you type exclamation played in the live stream chat, or you go to my website, adamvseverything.com, and click played on there. I have a list. It's a Google document of every piece of content that you can currently watch of mine on either YouTube main channel or my archive channel. You might not know about the archive channel. So if exclamation played, you can get to that Google document list, or just go to my website. But yeah, the Hatful Boyfriend, I believe it's up there. Would like some more ado? Welcome in, everyone. Who'd I miss here when I was minimized? I was going Blob, Minoc, morning. I was going Newton, Payday, Hype. Yeah, maybe, man. I don't know what kind of paydays he's getting, but holy crap. He's gone Waffle. Jerome, welcome back. Hang on a minute. You have an archive channel? I do, yeah. Was that an error from the mod? I didn't see that yesterday. I wonder if that's why it was acting weird. Oh man, I think that might be... No, okay, this is, yeah, okay. This ancient crap, that's, that is a, so I don't have all the DLCs on, and if you have a custom scenario that uses DLC, you'll get that. Okay, so that's all that was. All right, I was a little worried there for a second, but that looks like what that was. Because ancient this and that, yeah. I believe is part of biotech. Yeah, if you've seen that sometimes, that'll happen sometimes. So hopefully that's all it was. It looked like that's all it was. Only 9,700. That's right. Let's go, Henry. When you were big into StarCraft back in the day, do you remember the game Caster Total Biscuit? Yes, I do. All on YouTube years ago. Fell in love, watched the game. Never tried to play StarCraft 2? By the time be good. I'll tell you what, the StarCraft 2 campaign is very fun. The story ends up being kind of crappy. The campaign still holds up. I did a nostalgia playthrough of the StarCraft 2 campaign not long ago, late last year. So if you want to get into StarCraft 2, the campaign is still worth playing. But not just that, there's a mode called Co-op Commander that you can play on different difficulties. That is very fun. It's still very fun. So if you ever feel like you want to try out StarCraft 2, the campaign is worth it, and Co-op Commander is still really fun. You don't have to play ladder or PvP or something. You did watch my old Stardew Valley. I didn't even finish it because it was so underperforming on the stream. That's pretty cool. Civ 7 streams, I did really enjoy those. Hopefully you like those. The bot is flexing tier 3. Yeah, it's really sad about Total Biscuit. Yeah. I still sometimes think about In Control as well. I don't want to overstate it. I didn't know In Control, but I played against him and his team a lot in Clan Wars. There's a thing called WGT, World Gaming Tour. WGT's site had seasons, and it had its own like ladder that was aside from the Battle.net ladder. It also had team battles and Clan Wars, and he led a team, and I played on another team, and it seemed like our teams played against each other a lot. Played, yeah, some of the people in chat when I did the StarCraft 2 co-op commander. It's fun, yeah. It's really fun. Did I date anyone in Stardew? I don't remember. I played through Stardew several times. I don't remember who I married that time on stream. I used to play WGT, yep. And I also, funny story, those of you that remember that were really deep in Brood War back in the day, there was something that released called PGT. It was its own separate server and pro gaming tour, PGT. And it was made by a guy named Pat, this Canadian guy named Pat. Funny thing about that is Pat was the leader of my BGH clan on US East. So I played everything back then. I didn't never really like fastest map, but I would play BGH and Hunters when I didn't feel like playing ladder and stuff way back then. And I was in a clan for that, a separate one called Killer Pros. Oh boy, Killer Pros. And the leader of that was a guy named Pat. That's all I knew him by. And he was a coder, and he ended up coding PGT, which ended up being another side ladder, kind of like the Fish server, if you guys, Fish Eye or whatever, if you guys remember all this, man, this is ancient history. Killer Pros, no, not that kind of pros. Killer Pros, I made $50 off StarCraft back in the day, and I was a pro, yeah. Professional. But anyway, yeah, man, I used to play a crap load, yeah. I'll use thermal now. What RimWorld content makers do you see? What do you mean? Cut it up on ladder time, waste on BGH. Hey, that, but you get it now. Yeah, it was just whatever's fun. I used to do it just as like a, all right, I am so stressed out from ladder, I'm just gonna run some BGH. Strategies out multiplayer. Yeah, that's why. That's one of the reasons why I think, honestly, for one of the reasons why newer RTS isn't always very successful. Part of it, I believe, in my opinion, is that one of the reasons why some of those ended up being great is because the player base. There was a big player base because the campaign and the single player and the versus AI and stuff like that were actually still good and fun. A lot of RTS games that are made today, like the big ones, are like, we're gonna make an esports RTS game, and then it ends up being crap or failing or whatever. I really think like that was the magic back in the day. They weren't when like StarCraft was being made, or Age of Empires or Warcraft. It wasn't like being made to be an esport. It didn't exist really yet, right? It was being made to be a cool game, a good game that a lot of people want to play, and that was really the core of keeping those alive, right? Yeah, so I think that's one of the problems, yeah. But who knows? Stardew Valley stream ended. You were like, no, yeah, it was, the viewer count was really low on Stardew Valley. I might come back to it as a side thing someday, do a new one. I really like Stardew Valley, but all right, sorry about the spiels at the beginning here. I mean, it's just chatting stream. Let me go over what's going on here. So we are still very low in wealth. We're at like 30k wealth. We just got our assault rifles made at the end of last stream. We're up to 5 colonists. So we have Fog of War. All this out here, you cannot see the animals because they're in the Fog of War. The Fog of War is no longer as dark because it was bugging the game. So we had to turn the settings. We have gotten geothermal power, and the trap tunnel has still been working, although we're going to start using a outer wall here very soon, because now that we have 5 people and 5 guns and about 30k wealth, raids are going to start getting quite a bit bigger, especially if Randy rolls high. And so we're going to need to rely on more than just a few traps. How is it bugging the game? It was doing a lot of weird things. So basically, sometimes my characters would move into Fog of War too fast, and the game, they would stop working and their name would disappear and I couldn't select them or control them. Sometimes a random wall would get fogged again and I couldn't build, repair, deconstruct the wall. Lots of things like that were happening where I would have to go in and there's an option in the mod where I'd have to reset the fog of war. And so I probably did that 30 times before I was like, all right, screw it. Let's just do that. But we do still have the fog of war. It just doesn't look as fog of war. So there's like Neeb, a couple other pro gamers, hundreds of games. Really like 3 versus 95. That's still pretty good, yeah. StarCraft 2, yeah. Neeb was really big in like it was like early Legacy of the Void, I think, if I remember right. How's it going, L180? Lakirin, Invincible, Super Poly, Opal, Aaron, welcome in. What's your favorite RTS? It was Civ Command and Conquer. Yeah, I know Empire Earth. I never played it though, but I know it. So yeah, I think I'm gonna start working on these walls. Hopefully I don't regret it. So let's go ahead and do that. That's gonna also up our raid points a little bit, but it's just something we need to do. Let me decide where I'm gonna put the doors first. So we're gonna put a door. Do one here, and I'm gonna be a little bit more specific with this. We're gonna measure this out a little bit. Okay, we have finished gun turrets. So apparently gun turrets give you vision in the fog of war. So we'll be trying that out sometime. Suppose we'll just knock out some other things here. What's that gonna be? Even if I don't know. We'll figure it out, I guess. But yeah, I don't know how all that's gonna react. So the next door we'll put about right here. A little bit in is fine, I think. Okay. I'll just measure between those. I'll keep doing that, about that amount. So that's about 29. That would make sense, right? 29. Hang on a second. Was that the sight range instead? Yeah. No, hang on. Okay, that's still fine. Kind of weird, but still fun. Did you get more raids yesterday? Yeah, we actually got like 7 or 8 human raids in a row. Only one of them acted in a different way than I was used to. We had one where some of them split off with grenades and they hit around the corner. I don't know if that was intentional or what, but then I didn't know they were there because of the fog of war. And then I ran out and then they tried to throw grenades at us. There was like 3 guys throwing grenades around the corner. So maybe that was part of it, or maybe it was just like a weird combination of things that happened. We also got these parrots and cages down. They only work during the day, but they give us line of sight as long as we keep them fed. They give us vision. So I got a few of those up. Let's see how that does. We got some more to make up here apparently. Let me let's see here. So I think I need more wood to make more of them. Okay, let's go ahead and queue up, cut down the trees along this wall line. That way the construction, well, the construction person is also the planter, so it'd be fine. That's digital, yeah, it's pretty cool. Just time if you're listening in while doing some gardening. Stay cool. You got one of those big hats. I remember when I was young and dumber, I would see like old men wearing like those big brimmed hats or something while they're out walking or gardening or something. I was like, idiots. Look how dumb that looks. Well, I was just like a little kid. And now I'm like, I really get it. I need to get me one of those. So. All right. Get some more of these down here. Put that one there, and then we'll spread out about 29-ish again. Dumb old man in his stupid hat. I mean, I'm the dumb old man in the stupid hat. I don't have one of those hats yet, but I would get one. No embarrassment from that. You still say that, even though you're wearing dumb old lady hats? So one thing I noticed, I still remember it to this day for some reason, but I've only been to Florida a few times. The last time I was pretty young, but I remember even just like when we were riding through and whatnot, like the place that we were at, every single house had like a pool in the backyard with like the cage, like the netting around it, like every house. I'm guessing it's still that way, or maybe more so that way, but that's the main thing I remember from outside of like theme park Florida. Getting sunburn on your bald dome sucks. Baseball cap, also a bit cloudy. Excellent. Fanny packs. Thinking Florida, yeah, that's what I remember for some reason. I mean, it makes sense, right? But when I was a kid, the time I went through, I was like, whoa, everyone here is filthy rich. They all have indoor or in-ground pools. They're absolutely disgustingly rich. I think it's just, you know, just how it is. Florida thing. Just to keep the gator out, probably keeps the birds. Yeah, birds and bugs out, yeah. Blast door's in the wrong place. That's kind of funny. There's an extra door out there. Fine, alright. Alright. First, you don't have to carry the fanny pack. The only problem with the fanny pack really is trying to run around in that thing or whatever. Flopping around. Is your fanny pack flopping? You don't run. I think you gecko. Extra cages and webbing around pools. They're legally required. Are they legally required in Florida? An under crotch strap attachment for your fanny pack. Please try not to say fanny and flopping in the same sentence. Why not? How's the pair in the cage doing? We haven't had a raider come in since we built them, so I don't know yet. Why are the ponds glittering? That's their line of sight. There's fog of war. That's how far they can see. See how I can't see animals out here? For Alpha Thrumbos worth more raid points than they can like defend. I haven't had one as a pet, but I imagine so depending on your difficulty. We get alerted raids. We get alerted raids. We just don't know where they are, how many, what they have, what they're doing. Way to go, Pepsin. Way to go. Yeah, I know. It's weird that fanny in the United States means butt, and fanny in the UK means. Let's just go with the other side. Makes it feel like the game wasn't designed for fog war. Oh yeah, it definitely wasn't. Fun event. The front butt. The butt or the front butt, depending on which side of the pond you're on. That's because everything in the UK is backwards. Hercules. Get them out of here sometime. What other charity runs are left after this? I think we have 3 more left. The next charity purchase, the person has sent me what they want. They want a RimWorld run based around Grab Ship Expanded, and they sent me a mod list and like the details of what the playthrough they want is. So that I haven't really looked at it, but I do have the list that they sent, so that'll be the one after this. Speaking American. That being Twitch, only checked out the 2 channels on YouTube. Oh yeah, thank you for checking that out. South Brazil, hey, welcome in. You know what? I still think most people, or a lot of people maybe I should say, underestimate how large Brazil really is. Like if you get, maybe it's because it's, you know, way down south, but also it's probably because of like the Mercator projection maps. I was playing with one of those years ago, and I was like just dragging things around, and I drug Brazil up to the United States. I was like, oh man, it's crazy. Brazil's huge. Yeah, Brazil is huge. Should you buy a Grab Ship Extended run at some point? Really? Well, you don't have to. You get it for free. Yeah, it's almost as big as the continental US. Yeah. That's what I was remembering too. It's 48% of South America. I didn't know that that number. That's pretty crazy too. Australia is very large too. I think everyone knows. Well, I say everyone. I think more people know Australia is friggin' big compared to like how big Brazil is. Maybe, but that's what I meant. Continental land. 5th largest country. Yeah. Love the grab ship so much. Pursuing mechanoid scenario, being forced to leave your map. I don't know why they changed that scenario. That's really annoying. 48% actually seems low. Almost size. Yep. What was changed? So for anyone that doesn't know, this was patched for some reason. So when Odyssey first came out and you chose the grab ship start, you get the mech chase, right? So the mechs pursue you. And what it was is the mechs, if you stayed somewhere, they would just keep attacking you eventually until you left that map or until you went and beat the mech hive. But they changed it for some reason so that now if you do only the mech, the ship starts, grab ship starts, that the mechs will only attack a map twice and then they'll stop. So if you want to stay put forever with that start without defeating the mechs, you only have to defeat 2 raids of mechs and then they'll just stop pursuing you until you move maps again, which is a little silly because all the other scenarios also allow you to have a grab ship early. You get the quest to have a grab ship early. And so that was like one of the main unique things about the grab ship starts, that the mechs would chase you forever. Is there a way to change it without mods? There might be a custom scenario option to change it back the way it was, but I was disappointed in that change. It seemed kind of weird. The devs changed it because people were crying. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't know. Those people should have been told, oh, you can just do crash landed and have a grab ship within the first couple days anyway, just by accepting the quest, I guess. But yeah, that was the change. I think it's kind of silly. It doesn't really make sense. I mean, a lot of things in RimWorld don't make sense, but it really doesn't make sense. The mechs are like, we're gonna pursue these guys in the grab ship endlessly, but only 2 times per tile. How's it a pursuit? Yeah, exactly. You might be able to change it back to the old style from the custom scenario. I haven't tried it, but there's a lot of things you can change in there, so. Better the story? Right, yeah, I think so too. So you don't have the RTS elements. Time you're imagining the mech chase raids would be massive compared to expected raids. Yeah, they're just normal size too. When a political landscape is so random and chaotic, it looks like Randy's RimWorld. If the mechs attack you a 3rd time, you're legally allowed to sue them. Hunting into the fog of war is now screwing up. It's because he was trying to... Oh... The weapon can shoot further than the line of sight. I might get rid of that in there. Let's see. Let's go ahead and knock out some other stuff that we might need during this. Don't think we're going to do this stuff. I can do double strand. Have a good tile. You want it now? Call AG Adamsworth. 8777 versus now. Endlessly-ish. That grades too, just fly away, yep. Yeah, we were hunting with shotguns. That worked out pretty well. $8777 versus now. I'll put that in my head. Too late. It's already there. Pretty big outer wall for only 5 pawns, to be honest. Ah! My crops! It's already raining. Not the cotton, Randy. Or how Randy's gonna be today. Yesterday, in the beginning of the stream, he didn't do very much other than send animals. And then later on, he sent a bunch of raids in a row, but they weren't too crazy or anything. So, we only have 1 constructor. 1 builder. And no one likes building, so I think I'm gonna put, let's see. They are industrious. All right. So Epic Rider, I'm gonna have him work on some construction if he doesn't have any of these other things to do. Katie, welcome back. Yeah, the shotgun hunting actually worked pretty. See, I'm gonna have to turn this off. Now, when they try to hunt at night, they can't see far enough to shoot it, and they're just like, I know there's something over there. I just know it's there. I can somehow see the mark in the darkness, but I can't see the enemy. Like a horror movie or something. Yeah, so this is the Fog of War mod. And they can't see very far, so like I know it's there though. Trust me. Ozil, thank you for the 4 months. Let's go on this run. Extra run will tell you all the details, but yeah, launching a ship, yeah. Just the standard ship launch. I can smell prey. I'm gonna go ahead and turn off hunting for now. It's with these longer range weapons, it's screwing up anyway. So I can smell you. All right, Hercules. You know what? Tough brawler. It's crazy. We'll build it. Yeah, that's the plan at the moment anyway. Yeah, we have assault rifles, so I can just probably manually do it at this stage. Manually-ish. Let's get some drug production going. Hey. Alright, structure. So we're going to build a sandstone outer wall. Our options here are sandstone or marble. The sandstone is faster to build and repair. Has 420 HP. The marble is... It's down here. The marble gives beauty, though. And we don't care about that on the outer wall anyway. So chunks, we're going to put this to sandstone chunk. Set that as critical. And I'm just going to have all those set to bring in. Yeah. Going to Annie 2 in a row. Annie, I was just kidding yesterday. I'm sure you know. He came back and I was like... Fired, no. Hopefully everything's in well, though, for sure. For real. Welcome back. You know, okay. Deetril took one of the team. Oh, took one for the team and said yes to Minoc. Like, I'm going to have this guy stop asking. Hang it in there. So after the outer wall, I'm gonna where? All right, good. How's Glenn doing? Glenn survived their flu. They're doing all right. Anything interesting happened the last 40 minutes? We got hunted by a cougar. Not the positive hunting by a cougar, as some usually say when I say something like that. But we managed to kite away in time, so that's good. And it missed its first attack, so... Not Tricia, yeah. Not Tricia, but like the animal, yeah. Okay, well that still doesn't clarify. Not Tricia, just in general. Is that another wild person? Yeah, that's Hercules. Hercules. Cougars in your area. Ting, 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 ting. Favorite parts of FC is the panthers now usually die when hunting a turtle. Oh, yeah. Sometimes happens anyway. Or what will happen a lot of times is like a cougar will kill the tortoise, but it'll have bleeds on it and then it'll end up dying anyway. I mean, that happens in nature as well. Maybe not in that extent, right? You probably don't have a like grizzly bear eventually dying because it had a bleed on its neck from a rabbit. But in general, yeah, animals sustaining some wounds sometimes gets them too, yeah. Feeding them some lead. Wait, tell me about the other hunted by a cougar. Ask your mother. No, probably not. Google it. Be careful, though. You got safe search on? You got safe search on? Heard they're in your area. They're already near you. Boy, it's going to take a long time to build this stuff with only one construction person. And they're not even a construction person, really. They're just fast learners, so they're an everything person. You heard that there's one in your house? Oh my god, that's terrifying. Why do you keep your doors wood? So wood doors open more quickly. So... right now, steel is precious, and steel also burns. It would give us a little bit more HP. But it's just that it opens quickly. Putting stone there would mean they have higher HP and they don't burn. But they would be very slow. Yeah, the stone doors open and close very slowly. But my preference usually in the, like... when you start getting into the later game is usually uranium. I mean, if you have infinite plasteel, sure. I usually end up using your uranium eventually. You have ad block, so it turns out there are no cougars near you. Crazy. Ad block makes those move away. Advanced raid AI in this mod. No, we've had like probably close to 10 human raids now, but they were all small, so it's still really hard to tell. We did see the part of the AI that tries to kite you though. Why is there light appearing everywhere there's pawns? That's not light, that's vision. There's fog of war. So that's how far the pawns can see. You see how we can't see that animal out there? It's because it's in the fog of war. Isn't uranium slow? No, uranium opens quickly. It's considered a metal. Yeah, uranium. Uranium even has the similar stats to metal for like rest recovery in beds and stuff too. So, uranium beds actually pretty good or decent. Yeah, we do have the parrots in cage now, but they only work during the daytime. You can do that about uranium. Yeah, so especially before Odyssey, uranium wasn't used for a ton of things, especially in the late game. Like, you know, yeah, uranium maces are good, right? But you only need so many of those. It can be used in some, like, power armors and stuff, right? Like, you're going to need some for cataphract. But honestly, you were able to get a lot of uranium pretty easily, and there wasn't as many things that you wanted it for, unlike plasteel. And so I would oftentimes use uranium for the doors, for auto doors and things like that, because it's not quite as high HP as plasteel, but it's pretty good. It's higher than any, you know, base game other material other than plasteel. So that's what I would use it a lot for, is uranium auto doors, uranium doors, stuff like that. They open really quickly in high HP. When's the next? There was already a long edit not very long ago. So they take time, right? Actually, I was having Masari edit the current one while I was playing it, so it will be out sooner than usual. But I don't have an exact date yet. Uranium in this game has no ill effect like that. Yeah, there's no, like, uranium, you know, irradiation or anything like that. No, you're safe. You can sleep on uranium beds, no problem. You wear uranium plate armor all day long while you sleep in your uranium bed, going in and out of your uranium house. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Aruka, thank you for the 24 months. 24 months. You made it. Maybe it's all depleted, yeah. No radiation. Problem that Room Atomics resolves. Toxic buildup kind of works, yeah, but there's no toxic buildup from those, luckily. Yeah, there are cameras we can unlock in this. Put into a modded nuclear reactor, becomes very deadly. Obsidian HP is very low. Yeah, Obsidian has very low HP. It's just, it has a high sharp damage multiplier. CAI. Videos, you watch almost all of them. You learn a lot. Favorite creators? Yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah, so I'm guessing you're talking about the long edits, right? The, like, movies, because this is what I consider long form. Is the long VODs, the stream, because they're like 10 hours long. But I assume you mean those, because yeah, it takes a lot of editing time. So an example is the solo only run was like 140, 150 hours, something like that. And Masari edited that down to like 6 hours. That is a lot of work. So I had someone, and I know it's from a positive place, so I'm not meaning it as a negative. But I had someone in maybe Friday that was like, hey man, you really should think about putting out long form videos more often. You should put one of those out every week. And I'm like, oh man, why didn't I think about that? It's like, yeah, you don't say. Hey, Masari, can you edit 150 hours in a week instead, please? I appreciate that. Maintaining current quality as well. Like, it's just not possible, you know. So I tell Masari, take as much time or as little time as you need. Make the video as long as it needs to be. I'm not telling you to make it an hour or 4 hours or 6 hours. Whatever. Whatever is not good in the video or doesn't make sense, cut it. Leave in what's good. And just finish when you... She's salaried anyway. I just pay her by month. And I trust her not to, like, waste time on it. So she and I have been working together for like 2.5 years now. So it's they will come out when they are ready. But they are not being like held back or like, you know, not worked on yet. Clear the current hardest content, Final Fantasy 14. Try some streaming. Have you tried uploading to YouTube before? Question: at what point of creating content should you think about getting an editor? So if I were going to start today, it's going to depend on what other income and stuff you have coming in. But the honest answer is, as soon as you can afford it, it's probably worth it. But until then, I would probably reserve half your time for editing. Yeah, learn to edit, reserve half time for editing, and then as soon as you can, afford an editor that this is not true of me and Masari now, but I'll tell you early on, especially, or earlier in, you are not going to find an editor that cares about your stuff as much as you, unless you're extremely lucky, especially early on. And so you are going to have to give a little bit of that control away, so to say, most likely. Not always, most likely, you're going to have to give some of that away early. You're going to have to give some of the perfectionist attitude towards your own edits, if you're that way, away. And usually it can be worth it. And sometimes those editors, like, you know, they're going to grow with you. You're going to tell them what, you have to be very, like, direct. Tell them what you like, what you don't like. Give them, you know, tell them what you want it to look like and things like that. But as far as, like, timing goes, yeah, I wish I would have gotten an editor sooner, or I'd done even more editing on my own sooner. But I can't complain because it's turned out really good for me, but different for everyone. I hire a 500-man team of editors. Yeah. Try Power World? No, not yet. My family's been playing, but I haven't. I don't want to learn your style. Yeah, and there's another thing that I'll say too. I care about, like, YouTube and the YouTube videos and stuff like that, but if YouTube ceased to be, I would still be okay. All our bills will still be paid. Like, the majority of my income comes from Twitch. And so I'm fortunate in the sense that, don't get me wrong, I still want to, you know, be in the algorithm and stuff like that. But I'm fortunate that I can have the videos made in a way that I like them, that I want them, without 100% chasing, like, trends or clickbait or, you know, whatever. Like, if there's a style of video that I don't like, even though it would make me more money, I don't have to do it because I'm okay not doing it, right? So you might want to go that route as well, or you might be fine doing the more YouTuber side of the equation, so to say. Make a... As you go along in the research, kind of wait for cataphracts. Oh, armor. It's going to depend on the playthrough a little bit. I'll tell you that I usually do make marine armor. However, if you have the shuttle, you can very easily wait, because you can force yourself to get or you can find cataphract if you really want to, right? If you have the shuttle, you can just wait. I usually do end up getting marine, but I usually start with marine helmet while I'm looking for cataphract. That way, if I do find cataphract, then I can start with the armor first and just have the cataphract the marine helmet. So that's usually what I do. But I'll tell you, most of the time that I'm playing that I want cataphract, right around the time I'm almost done making all my marine armor, then I find all the cataphract stuff. The tech prints is like, oh Christ. Flak is huge. Flak got nerfed a little bit, so now flak vest is no longer marine armor for the chest. It's not as good as marine armor. So oddly enough, flak vest before 1.6 was the equivalent of marine armor for the chest, right? But now it's a little bit worse. It's still worth getting, yeah. Definitely go straight to flak vest. Flak jacket is better than it used to be now, comparatively speaking. But it's a pretty linear progression now of worth. So depending on quality, let's say same quality, flak to marine to cataphract is a pretty linear thing. I would still skip recon unless you just happen to get it. I wouldn't make recon. Fiddle Dan, they were the 95 bits. Fiddle Dan, welcome back. Gunjinjira, Kimchi, Rufus, welcome in. I never upload VODs. Yeah, I get people tell me that, actually. Recon for snipers? No, I would not. Why would you use recon over flak vest for them? I don't know. No reason. I mean, I guess I would use recon in place of vac suits, but that's about it. Yeah, the defense on recon is not very good, especially for the cost and the penalty. I really wish they would. It looks nicer. So, I mean, that's, you know what? It's a funny comment, but it's legitimate because you might be playing on different difficulties, or you might be playing in a different way, or whatever. You might have different things that are important to you. Like, if you're playing on easier difficulties and, or whatever, and you're just like... Uh-oh. And you're just like... I want things that look cool. That's okay. I'd be fine for your difficulty. If you had the research, you go straight for cataphract over marine. Yeah, cataphract isn't crazy good. There's layered flak and such, depending on material and quality, is still relatively on par with marine. You'll notice sometimes I'll wear it over it because of how layering works, but there's nothing that gets close to high quality cataphract. On the upside, yeah, it's not worth it, right? Do I include Locust when I say it's bad? Defensively, it's bad, yeah. I mean, the utility of things like Locust is kind of cool, right? And it opens up a belt slot so you could have another thing. But I'd probably rather have Marine Armor and a jump pack than Locust and, I don't know, Hopper or something. Plus maybe your melee. But even then, you want higher defense. Cataphract looks cool, you think, too. Some of this is going to be like personal preference, of course, but overall, that's what I would say about all this stuff. You've been sleeping on this RimWorld strategy for your entire life. That's right. They spent 100 days in a volcano in RimWorld. This is what happened. Yeah, screw that. Do you like those videos or whatever? I don't care. I don't like them. I'm not going to make them. So I'm Brew Beef. Welcome in. What is the point of vac suits with their movement penalty? The point is for a cheap way to survive the vacuum of space. The point of vac suits is vac resistance, yeah. So power armor does give you the vac resist also, but vac suits are a very cheap and quick way to be able to survive in space with Odyssey. In addition to that, they are very cold resistant. So if you're on like an extremely cold map, getting some vac suits early would be survival instead of death. Although it does have a huge movement penalty, yeah. We have a different fog of war, yep. What's good to wear during tribal? Playing a mod list that massively drags out the tech tree and you're going tribal. So I will say for the tribal thing that they buffed plate armor in 1.6. So plate armor now scales even more with material. So for your melee blockers, it's going to slow them down. But for melee blockers with tribal, if you find some uranium on your map or some plasteel, uranium or plasteel plate armor is very high defense, actually. So that can be a really good one for your melee blockers and things like that. But outside of that, if you're on like true tribal tech for a really long time, maybe the modded thing adds some things for you. But honestly, tribal wear is okay. Tribal wear is okay. It's not gonna be very defensive. You know, you can get as much quality as you want. Maybe get some fur from a mega sloth, or you know, some elephant leather, or devil strand or something. Obviously, if you can wait that long. But you don't have a lot of options on unmodded tribal. Plate armor slows you down a lot, but is very strong. Aside from that, yeah, you're just gonna have to wear. I actually do like the war mask a little bit, right? And it depends on what DLCs you have as well. But the war masks do give some pain shock threshold, so your people stay up and fight longer. Gives a little bit of facial protection. Yeah, see if your mod that extends tribal has any of that extra stuff that would help. But other than that, I would say plate armor if you're melee blockers. Best material, tribal wear until you can unlock more clothing. And whatever the best helmet you can get that blocks the face as well, not just the like top of the head. Yeah. Uranium codpiece. All the kids are coming out as X-Men. Got bubblegum. Sarcasm in. Chestnut white. Brew beach. Welcome in. Welcome in. Close to getting into medieval stuff too. Yeah, I mean, again, so if, one of the things when I'm playing as tribal is I unlock complex clothing pretty early. That way I can get into the layers, you know, like duster, button-down pants, button-down shirt, pants, duster. I try to get into that very quickly as tribal also, yeah. There are no COD pieces in RimWorld. I mean, unless you have them modded. In Medieval Overhaul, there were COD pieces. Crystal helmets, so you can get Marine, vac suit helmets now. Yeah, vac suit helmets are decent defense as well, yeah. Someone asked what the point of vac armor was. And that was the answer. Alright, everyone has flak vest. So, we got our kind of decent loadout here. We really got to get this done. It's really unfortunate that Arch is like the only person that's working on the wall. Hang on. Oh, yeah, okay, that would also be a problem. Button-down pants. That's right. If you guys have breakaway pants, we had warm-up breakaway pants in high school basketball. So, you know, you would go out and you'd warm up for the game with those on. And then you'd go over to the bench, and if you were a starter, you'd rip them off right then. Or if they called you in, you'd rip them off before you got in. Zipper was a game changer. Pull off the base game because there's no reason to not use the best one. Yeah. That's true. Access win. Yeah, 2 donkeys. I sold one, yeah. Most jeans just button-down pants, if you think about it. A little bit. Arch having a sad wonder. That's really not good. You gotta find someone that likes construction. Observe rotting corpse. Oh, yeah. No mods, by the way. Or, no, the DLC. No DLC that helps with that, by the way. Biofuel refining. I got rip-away pants for Christmas, and we spent the whole day just ripping each other's pants off. As mod bin, we've only really noticed raiders being smarter like one time. They tried to kite away with frag grenades, but most of our raids so far have been 10 or fewer enemies, so it's hard to tell so far. Center ending. This will be a ship launch, hopefully. There's well, simple helmet. Yeah, face mask is yeah, good one. Root calls, big eyes, gold dragon. Sparkles, welcome back. Salter, welcome back. Alright, Arch, done with their breakdown, so they're gonna have catharsis for a bit. That should be enough mood to finish off this wall, hopefully. Oh no, the stream is ending yet. Speaking of new edits, though, Masari projects that she'll be done editing the Xenotype run sometime this week. I have a new system set up for people supporting edited content. So, jokes aside, I use the YouTube stuff and the, like, signups and things like that. That's what I use to, like, pay for editing and pay for creating more stuff. So if you're in a position that you want to specifically like support that stuff on the side, you can sign up on the website. That's where the most, like the highest percent goes to that stuff. adamvseverything.com. There's member stuff on there. You'll get in the credits and things like that. But just watching those videos, liking and commenting on them, you know, downloading them with YouTube Premium helps out a lot. So anything to bump up the reach, views, or revenue of those edited videos helps out, and not just the RimWorld ones either. Mod a reasonable challenge, try experience casual play. I don't know yet. Yeah, I can't really. Holy crap. So this isn't, the outer wall isn't too big to not be considered a room. This is a barn, so now we just have full vision of all this. Oh man, I know how to cheese this, but I don't want to do it. So basically, we could cheese this entire run by making big square rooms with held open doors and throwing a pin marker with no animals set to be in there. So the map would be covered in barns, and we could just have vision everywhere for free. I'm not gonna do it because that circumnavigates the whole point of this Fog of War playthrough, this modded challenge playthrough for charity. But you definitely could. Right, well, I'm gonna get rid of the no, they're gonna break the walls. You're at 3. All right, well. Quit job, play RimWorld. Tired of playing RimWorld. Find job, miss RimWorld. Quit job, play RimWorld. I think you can probably do both of those things at the same time. Barnes and Noble. With royalty, that's right. Barnes and Noble. That one's gonna be weird, but oh well. I think I'm gonna start burning those, so I'll leave them there. I'll squish this down a little bit. No, I'm not gonna leave that there. I'm gonna span it over away from the doors. I'm gonna have to get a Molotov. Break, yeah, as soon as a raider breaks the wall, yeah. That's why I said, like, in the outer sections, you could have barns with held open doors. RNG is boring. Yeah. 12 hours, found the cheese. Is it best in water? Do you see water inside the walls? But yeah, moving water would be best, but we don't have any. So shot from last night with all the gift subs. I know, man. What the crap? Got over 5,000 gift subs last night. Oh, what a crazy and wonderful day. Oh, man, it's crazy, yeah. Yeah. I don't mean this in any way. It's crazy to me that it's crazy for you guys also, you know? Like, it's, not a negative bizarre, but it is bizarre to think, like, some of you left the stream and were telling others, like, holy crap. You believe what happened to the stream last night? It's like, I'm with you there, though. There is a limit to how many tiles a building can be. So, yeah, we can't make the whole map a building, no. Yesterday was crazy, yeah. Looking forward to your long... Yeah, you want a set, yeah. They're comfy. You got the fleece hoodie, too, yeah. What color did you end up getting? Did you say you got the green also? Razor, I think, for the 11 months. Almost full calendar year, Razor. Awareness of the... I have it written down, the reverse butt. Yeah, the higher hype train than has ever been on the channel on just a random Saturday. Like, what? Crazy. 5,000 paid gift subs last night, yeah. Children stars? No, yeah. No, I won't use that, no. Either way, but... Hey, maybe we'll try out some IDs in this. Green long sleeve, green hoodie, yeah, okay. Good combo. I have both of those, I like those. 5,000, yeah. Over 5,000 gifted subscriptions last night. Yeah, 80% was, and 90% were from the same person, yeah. But still. Oh my god, the bot. I'm sorry, Jimmy's not here. Yeah, the forest green is my favorite of the fleece hoodie still. I have like I have 3 of the fleece hoodie colors. My wife has 2 and my daughter has 1 of the fleece ones. And I like all the colors, but I think still the forest green is definitely the one I wear the most. She's the one I pick. Kind from friendly streamers when I got them. Glad you think so. We still have Fog of War, believe it or not. It's a different looking Fog of War, but it's still Fog of War. I can't see anything out here. I can't see people, things, animals, enemies. Yeah, I got a gift sub after you had to sign off today. 5,000, yeah. Forest green, yeah, the fleece hoodies are very soft. It's a slightly less foggy Fog of War, but still Fog of War for how Fog of War works, yeah. The like overhead mountain color Fog of War was too buggy, yeah. That one was too buggy. Oh, we should just leave him like that then. Because it's like that because Glenn is out here. Fog-ish war. 1,000 hours this game. Thought you knew everything. Shorts are still CG stuff. Man, I have almost 10,000 hours. I don't know everything, so... I think the more hours you get in RimWorld, the more you realize that you don't know. So. I mean, I know a lot about the game, but I still don't know everything. Concrete floors, you have to improve the bitrate. I will do that eventually, most likely. I usually do in this, actually. Do we want to go ahead and get the double wall? I think I will. I will. Yes. Other things you probably don't have enough experience in the game to even notice. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff like that. That's why I tell people, like, you don't need to know all that kind of stuff to have fun in the game. You don't even need to know all that stuff to beat 500%, right? I was beating 500% when it first came out. 1.2 released 500%. And I looking at some of that stuff, it's like if I go back and watch the Back to Vanilla 500% against Cassandra run where I'm using all SMGs and how I was building and how things, like what I'm doing in that, and like how dangerous it was, how close I was to losing because of the ways I was playing. Like, oh my god, this guy didn't know anything. But you know what? It beat 500% that run. We launched a ship. Did I end up that was back when center drop mechs were still a thing. Did I end up almost dying to 12 center drop centipedes in the middle of the base while I was hunkered down behind some stuff with SMGs? Yeah. Would that happen these days? No, for multiple reasons, but you don't need to know. My point is, you don't need to know that stuff in almost all situations, but if you want to, I mean, it can definitely make things easier or better to help out, you know, but you don't need it, typically speaking. That run actually still gets a bit of views for some reason. I guess because that one probably is very searchable. So I think it's like Vanilla, Cassandra, Crash Landed, 500% losing is fun, no mods. That run's like, what, 4.5 years old or something? Something like that. When you use the explosive shells, a line to kill a mech drop. Oh yeah, that was fun. I actually did that again on... I did that during the Xenotype only run, I think, too. The Dominoes. The Dwarf run. A lot of people say that, yeah, about the Dwarf run. That was my first real biotech run. Like a first test of biotech. First run dealing with genes and children. Yeah. What was the outside plan? Oh, that was just to measure out the range on my weapons to make sure I put doors often enough that I could shoot down to the other door. Gold barn. Yeah, maybe I will get. It's not urgent, but yeah, maybe I will. Oh, yeah, old. Yeah, my bad. That one I will get rid of, yeah. We started playing RimWorld for the first time in her inspiration. What is some advice to help her feel less overwhelmed, especially considering how much content the DLC adds? So my biggest piece of advice with anyone that starts RimWorld is just know that there's no wrong way to play. Do whatever's fun for you. There are dozens of difficulty levers, buttons, options, even before you get to mods, to adjust the game to how you want the game to be. Do you want the game to be a completely peaceful colony builder where you just like build a civilization? You only have to worry about like some animals and hunger and weather and moods, right? Or do you want it like balls to the wall, 5% no pause, challengey stuff, or anywhere in between? Don't be afraid to just make the game how you want it to be. And that includes with mods, right? And no matter what someone on a stream tells you otherwise, or on Reddit or a YouTube comment, just play the game however you want to play it. So that's the first off. That might be a very obvious thing. Might be like, yeah, of course. But it's myself as well. It's often lost that concept of do whatever's fun for you in the single player sandbox game. So that would be my first one. Is just that overall point. My second thing would be that all those little dials and knobs and stuff, you can adjust these during your playthrough. So if you go to options, you go to gameplay, and you go to Storyteller settings. What the crap has happened? Okay, if you don't have a mod that screwing this up, it wasn't like this yesterday. What the crap? Normally you can change your... Randy is dead. Usually you can change your Storyteller settings. But this mod might be screwing that up. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, that's the other thing is you can you can increase or lower the difficulty and stuff during your gameplay. What is going on? I'm afraid to click any of this. While we're on the Storyteller. I'm a little bit worried about that. What? Randy woke up late in the stream yesterday. What is going on? Commit mode. You can change the commit mode. You can't change the options. The rest of you can. Yeah. Huh. I don't know what to think about that. What if that screws this up? Did we reload the game yesterday? We did. I don't know what to think about that. Hang on. Let me make sure raids can still happen. I have this backup from before, yeah. There's something going on with a pre-patcher? I don't know what's going on. Let me make sure raids can still spawn. Okay. My suggestion is don't use this mod. Don't use this mod. What the crap? Did that happen when we reloaded yesterday? can sometimes change the UI like that. What the crap? I don't know what to do about that. Yeah, I don't even know. When did that start? Hang on. Does anyone remember when we reloaded last night? Oh, see that? Yeah, that's a good point. What happened? Randy's like gone. So what if we switch to Cassandra? Traffic commitment mode. What the crap? What? No pause is gone also. Wait, that's always gone. Try switching. Oh my god. Mods. So, should we just play and see if Cassandra attacks? If I remove the mod, well, I have to redo the settings. I could try that though. Try summoning a Cassandra raid. Yeah, good point. And this is really bizarre. Is that why Randy was so quiet yesterday? Is it like doing something weird? Randy is dead. Because we reloaded to fix the fog of war toward the end of the stream, or late in the stream. Randy might have been gone since that reload. Oh, I bet that's what happened. I bet that's why we haven't seen a raid in a long time. Okay, well maybe we just switch to Cassandra. I don't know. Huh. You save and reload. Let's see. Try a game reload. Well, we did see a mod error when we loaded the game today. Yeah. For those of you that were here at the beginning of the stream, yeah, we saw it. And I thought it was a scenario error, but it was a mod error. Like sometimes you have a custom scenario that's from a different DLC that you're not using or from a mod, and you load the game and it'll give you an error for it. So I thought that's what it was, but I guess it was a mod error. That's really weird. I've never seen that. A pre-patcher error. Fixing fog of war might have broke something in the pre-patcher. Yeah, I don't know. That's really bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. Pre-patch. This is Blink too. Something to function in some way. Yeah, like I said, I might just play as Cassandra. We were joking about yesterday still, but yeah, I will do that. I don't understand, like, what? Huh? Weird. Try to resub to the mods himself. See if that helps. Yeah, do that too. Promise you music. Repair. Have I ever had a run this broken? No. I'm okay just using Cassandra for a little bit if it'll work. That'll actually allow us to test the mod more. Like we'll get more raids. So I mean, I'm okay with it. Did it break? Yeah, Randy has gone. We can't even force him to do raids. I bet that's what happened in the list. Because let me show you. Oh, yeah, I don't have that installed. Might want to try to drop it all the fog war entirely. Yeah, I don't know that it would fix this, right? Like free patcher. What is that? Is that the clip of the original? What is that? So anyway, yeah, Randy's gone. And if we look at the that's when it happened last night on the reload. I guarantee you, because we look at this. Yeah. I don't know why it's messing with the Storyteller. Who knows? Well, that sucks. That means we haven't had a raid because of that error in like over 20 days. World first Randy defeat. Witness live on Twitch. I don't want to spend too much more time on the stream just working on mod crap. If Cassandra will work... What's the clip? Hang on, I'll see. It's when Randy's missing. Cassandra will work. We'll just play against Cassandra, and then we'll try toward the end of the stream. I'll take some time once you know, things have died down to try to troubleshoot, send save files, that kind of crap. But we're not running very many mods. If you go to Expedition Mods, the only thing I'm running that's not normal for me is CAI 5000, which also requires pre-patcher. So let me make a copy of this save before I forget, though. I will do that. Because sending you a save from... Whoops. Sending you a save from... 7 hours from now. So here's the pre-patcher error. I'm guessing, again. And we can see something with... What is all this? Combat AI comps thing comp. Maybe it's just a straight up combat AI thing. Patched verbs? Those ones aren't the errors. Yeah, I don't know. Let me get the save file because I have no idea. I don't know anything about any of this stuff. I don't use mods really, so. Yeah, there was pre-patcher story something higher up, yeah. Those are normal pre-patcher, okay. Randy error. Okay. So I like light mods. Yeah, so this one is a forked mod from a previous version that says it might not work well, and inside the mod option says it's in beta. So I gotta tell you, if Cassandra also breaks or something like that, mods did it better than any DLC, and then scenarios like this happen. If it breaks Cassandra also, we might just like, I might literally contact the person that bought this charity run and be like, hey man, we tried it. Does this fulfill it, or do you have a different idea? Because this is I don't know what's going on here. All right, let's see if Cassandra will attack. She did in dev mode, but I mean, that's all we can really do. Really bizarre. So is it still 500%? Okay, that's still fine. Everything's still normal down here. All right. Welcome back, Cassandra, I guess. Huh? Well, let's get some of this crap out of here. Are there other RimWorld AI mods? That's a good question. Does anyone know of another combat enemy AI mod that tries to make it do a better thing? What day is it? It is day 154. Yeah, let's see if she just disappears also. So bizarre. Who are we sending off again? Was it Minok? Minok, okay. Not combat extended, yeah. Something that just only makes the enemies smarter. Usually like 300 mods. This is odd for you also. Yeah, I've never seen that. I mean, I have used mods before, but I usually don't use like forked beta mods or whatever. So I don't know. Oh yeah, I used to only play against Cassandra back in the day, believe it or not. So I've played against and beat Cassandra many times. It's been a while though. Been a bit. So we're gonna go dump some stuff to hopefully make these guys friendly. We should probably keep the bolt action because I need to pull a siege. Yeah, that's what I'm using, yeah. It's not breaking anything for you. It might be the combination because of stuff. Because, did you have the thing where certain walls would not be able to be repaired or deconstructed or rebuilt? Did you have the thing where randomly, like, the name of your pawn would disappear for a while and they become uncontrollable? We had a bunch of stuff like that happen yesterday. We also had a lot of weird pathing stuff. Sometimes my pawn would go... Oh, you're not using the Fog of War. I got you. Sometimes, yeah, maybe that's the root of it then. Sometimes I'd have a pawn go to mine and they would just go walk back and forth in a little section until I told them to stop. So, I'm starting to believe it's probably the Fog of War part. That's the beta part. So, it's unfortunate, but, yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, that's all in the same mod, though, yeah. We're here for yesterday's stream. Some mods best to use reload anytime. Yeah, I know. I usually, yeah, I even mentioned it, honestly. Or Katie mentioned it, it's like, maybe you should do reload anytime. Yeah, I guess I should have. Have I tried disabling Fog War entirely? I haven't, but maybe I should. Called it. We'll see what it does switching over to Cassandra. When should she hit us by if she's going to work? It was day 154 when I changed over. If nothing happens by 165, it's broken for Cassandra also. Okay. 165. Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know. But I didn't change anything. I mean, so obviously it's something. I got off of this late last night. I ate dinner, walked to Mod Wife, got up this morning, did my normal stuff, got back on, didn't load the game again until the stream, and then got that error. Looking at the mod page, seems like everyone is having issues with it. It's surreal. Yeah, 5,000. Yeah, that's crazy. That's what I'm gonna do too. Yeah, if it works with Cassandra, I'm gonna probably do it anyway. Yeah, I'll do it. You know that it works fine in patch 1.5. I could revert to patch 1.5 and replay. It's an interesting idea. What war was the reason? What war is nice to have? I know, that's like the part of the mod I was looking forward to. But I don't understand the Randy part of it. Is there anything in either thing that changes storyteller behavior? Oh, yeah, maybe I'll do that one. Yeah, maybe I'll contact the charity purchase person after today. Let them know what's going on and say, hey, do you want me to just do Fog of War silent raids instead? It's not going to make the AI better though. Is there another AI mod that makes the AI supposedly better other than this and Combat Extended? We already did that one. Don't understand how the Storyteller thing broke. Expected lots of other things to break. Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I don't know anything about modding though, so I don't use a lot of mods, and typically when I use them, we set them up on stream, and it's just like subscribe and go. I've had a couple mods do like some of those error code breaks, but I don't know what causes what. You found another one, maybe. Smarter Raider AI. Yeah, I might send that to them and see what they say. Maybe they'll just be okay with us going with that. Hey, I don't know if that changes AI either. Is there a mod that makes raiders dumber? Yeah, I think it is. I mean, again, I don't have a lot of mods, but yeah, we could try something like that too. We're right now we're gonna wait and see if Cassandra hits. If Cassandra hits, we'll just play it out with Cassandra. And I'll contact the the charity purchaser, and then we'll go from there. Sometimes raids go wrong. I did play with that years ago. It was pretty funny. Is there a mod to fix mods? I don't know. I think there's mod manager mods, actually. I'm still wondering if raiders will attack the parrots. Any global changes this last stream? We're having a weird mod error. So, remember yesterday when we changed the Fog of War stuff? And then it seemed like Randy went to sleep? Somehow, we deleted Randy from the game, and we don't understand how that's possible. Like, I really don't understand. He's just gone. He just doesn't exist. So anyway, let this be a cautionary tale about using mods, especially mods where like most of the comments are, this is broken, this doesn't work. This worked in 1.5, it only works 1.6. It says 1.6, but it doesn't work 1.6. Let this be a cautionary tale. Yeah, Randy is playtesting 1.7. We're hoping Cassandra will just work normally though. Cassandra will work normally. We'll at least play out today's stream and go from there. Smarter, yeah, someone linked that one, yeah. If he never comes back. I'd have to reinstall the game. That'd be kind of insane. That would suck. I guess we'll start working on the double wall. Something improper. Make love to me, Randy. Man, it's weird. When's the last time we played against Cassandra? Hang on. Hot Potato, and then before that was Melee God Save the World. Wow. Okay. I didn't realize it had been that long. August 7th? Randy was exhausted. Oh, I minimized YouTube chat. Have a good rest, Randy. Let's go to Whirl Pond. What happens when Cassandra doesn't do anything either? I don't know. Then I guess we'll go into maintenance mode or whatever. I haven't seen the charity purchaser of the run in a while. I don't know. Files. Yeah, we can try reinstalling the mods too. I didn't want to spend too much time working on it right here in the middle of the stream. But I mean, that'll be our only option if Cassandra doesn't work either. Raider's so smart they turned off Randy. Yeah, replaced him. We'll fall off that bridge when we get to it. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. A little bummed already by all the problems with this mod though. Because it's not even just this. Like, we had a bunch of problems yesterday. This is definitely the biggest one, but... Raiders are so smart. They're like, let's put it on peaceful. You can't defend against us if we never show up. The devs silently removed Randy as early as possible. Have any predictions for the next DLC? Not really. I hope I have lots of hopes. Relationships and factions are a big one. A lot of people also mention. Is there a non-beta version? No. In fact, the person that made this mod no longer makes mods or updates this one. It was forked and like fan updated or something. Yeah. Is the Barracks' hospital trick fixed? Yes. Yeah. Yep, they patched that one. If that fork left a few holes, yeah. I guess this should be a lesson that next time someone buys a charity one that is like a mod specific run, I should probably move that to the front of the queue, because this one was purchased when 1.5 was still the primary patch, and this mod was for 1.5. But I just did them in the order that they were purchased at that time. So I'll keep that in mind this year. Should not have vibe coded fork. Yeah, you're right. You can roll back. Yeah, we talked about that. So I mean, that might be an option. Just had to disable Odyssey. It's not a big deal. Like, we wouldn't get some of the performance increases at 1.6K, but otherwise it would be okay. Kind of weird though. Yeah, it would run slower. Yeah. Seems to be a big rise in vibe-coded mods for RimWorld. Maybe this is one of the victims. Yeah, maybe. No unique weapons. Yeah, that would be true. What about the shuttle? Yeah. I guess I'll tell Masari not to start on the edit on this too, just in case we can't finish this. Yeah, it wasn't an unstable mod when the person purchased it through the charity thing. Yeah, so probably should have just done that. Yeah, so it didn't for me either most of the stream, right? Like, literally, we played with this mod all yesterday, and we reloaded once. I don't know what happened when we did the reload. Like, how would that have done anything? I have no idea. No raids. We won't know until day 165. We got 6 days to know if it's completely broken or not. Six days, and we'll know if it's completely broken. What if Cassandra killed the raid and Randy instead of you? Killed Randy instead of me? Yeah, maybe. Okay, we only have a few days left. I need to go my daughter up. I forgot. I was running late this morning, as some of you know, trying to fix. Well, I mean, I was live on Twitch doing it, trying to fix the bot. I forgot to get my daughter up. She started to start getting up earlier because school starts in like 2 weeks. Maybe I wait for Randy first. Maybe I go do that. Or I mean, Cassandra first. Maybe I go do that first. Let me change the wall thing. I'll do that. Let's see. Let me go ahead and make a wall zone. And then I'm going to clear the wall zone from these doors. School, yeah, school here starts early August, yeah. First week of August. It's different all over the country. It varies by about 3 to 4 weeks throughout the country. Picking the mod, I picked whatever it's called, the hardest one. Death Wish. So what's still September for you? Your school, year's already started. Wow. Is that like one of those magnet schools? Or just like normal school, but you guys just get out way earlier, go in earlier? August 12 for you, dreading it. How am I finding the playstyle? Right now I'm a little bit bummed because we've had like lots of problems with this mod. Normal, but it's modified year round. 2 months for summer, but longer break for fall, holiday, spring. Gotcha. What state? I know it's different per district. You don't have to answer. We'll still go to school? Arch, they've been 27 months. And Astrophilia, they were the 45 months. There is a Glenn all around the world. Astrophilia, sorry, I heard that coming in, but I was trying to figure this out. Is Fog War removed? No, we still got fog out there. Still got fog out there. When you're in school, you moved and went from having your birthday and summer break to the last day of school. Thank you again, Arch, to Astrophilia. I might as well wait at this stage, so I'm gonna wait, see what Cassandra does, and then after she either attacks or we don't get attacked by 165, I'll go make sure my daughter's up. No, we still need to kill Hercules. This is the same mod, yeah. It's just a different graphic for Fog of War. We still can't see like any animals, enemies, etc. The reason I can see in here is because it's considered a room. You can see inside rooms that you own, and this is a barn. So you get raid notifications? Yep. Still get raid notifications. If you would take a look at the new Dark Zone DLC, I probably will at some point this year. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be as soon as it comes out, but it's pretty jarring when people lights get on. Yeah, on and off as people enter and leave rooms constantly at 4x. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty bummed that because the main thing I'm bummed about with this mod not working correctly is not just the charity aspect, that's a big part of it, but it's that I don't know how much of like yesterday's was like a waste, you know, like how much of it was kind of sullied by the mod maybe not working correctly, so to say. Turrets do give vision, yeah. Was you gonna raffle like a year ago? Amazing you finally made it into a game. Yeah, and as the starting pawn too. Hopefully it's not for nothing. Are you a good pawn? You're a good pawn. You were the starting pawn. Yeah, I'll show you. Naked brutality pawn. A waste. I'm not talking about the stream. I'm talking about the playthrough. Obviously. Yeah, yesterday was a waste of a stream. I only got 5,000 gifted subs and hundreds of merch purchases. Obviously, I'm talking about RimWorlds. Watchtower Town building. It does have some things like that, yeah. It has like cameras and stuff that you can get. Such a waste. I'm gonna refund all those. No refunds. Working. Well, we are running into some crazy bugs, man. Look at this. Randy has ceased to exist. He's just not there. Like, what the crap? If Cassandra doesn't hit us, I will we'll take some time to see what we can do. I will do mod uninstall, reinstall. We'll check that. I'll do repair game files. We'll check that. If that doesn't work, we'll look through the save file. Actually, if that doesn't work, we'll probably just call it and work on a new set of mods to try to get what the charity purchaser wanted done. Something's definitely broken. Oh yeah, yeah. You think repairing files will fix it? Yeah, I'll try it. Do you think whatever it is, it could also be, it could impact Cassandra? Yeah, I'll try it. Play satisfactory. Yeah, I'm not sure what could have done it. Like, what else did we do on stream? Yeah. You have no idea if it might impact Cassandra. It said something like pre-patcher, and then after pre-patcher, it said something about Storyteller XML or something like that. And that was in red. So if that was in red, is that likely to impact all the storytellers? Storyteller XML. Is there well, we used dev mode to spawn a raid and it worked, so there's a chance. Expand the areas, we check it out. Okay. No need to do it now. Yeah, let's see what happens first. One thing at a time. We have a list to go through, right? If we need to, yeah. Okay, Cassandra. Well, let's see what the raid size is. Is this a 500% raid? Try people attacking immediately. Okay, so let's say 20 tribal. Okay. So It's still set to 500%. Is 500% working? We've got, excuse me, we've got 44k wealth and 5 people. And there was like low 20s. When I double clicked, the most they ever showed was 20, but there might have been already a death. Is that shift click? Yeah. Aries. You guys hear Aries? He also wants me to get my daughter up. Sadly, no. Chris Child. He does this during the summer. Oh my god, he's gonna be so annoying when my daughter goes back to school. RimWorld Tortured Artist. Instruction 55. Was that the only one? Put my daughter up? Yeah, I'm going to. I was just waiting to see if we got attacked. Aries. What strategies will he invent this year? Yeah. Yeah, the visitors, we can see those, but you couldn't see it of that. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh my god, Aries. Oh crap. What is going on today, man? It's not my day. I just somehow pulled off the friggin' thing for my earbud, and it's in my friggin' ear. Oh my god, now Aries is jumping on my... Aries! I'll be right back. Wait, why are there F's in the chat? Are wood floors faster than stone? Crafted floors? No. Oh, those two are the same. I think I'm good now. Man, I don't know why this isn't enough. It lagged for a bit. Dropped some frames. Did you guys get drop frames on YouTube also? The stream lagged for you also? Drop frames 0.2%. What the crap? Stream is glitching on YouTube also. What is today is cursed? Just fine for you. Wait. The stream. I was talking to my daughter. Is the stream down? Is it up? I can see chat. Can you guys hear me? Something fried. Those NVIDIA ads. We're back. Okay. We're back. Okay. One sec. So what I was saying when I went down is my daughter needs help with something. Okay, I'm back. Okay, good. Stuttering, dropping frames. YouTube's good again now. Okay, I'll be right back. Either way. Seeing here. Okay. All right. Hopefully it stays up. I'll be right back. My daughter needs help. That makes me want. I'll mention when I get back. That makes me wondering if the chat thing yesterday was internet related. I'll be right back. Hopefully. Please don't let me die. Okay. No, it wasn't Aries. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, nothing changed. It's not Aries. But we were having chat problems all yesterday, but it might have been stream problems. I'll be right back. Okay, I think we're back, kinda. I think I know what was going on yesterday. I don't think it was a Twitch thing. All the chat crap. I think I kind of know what was going on. I'm not gonna ping yet on Discord that I'm back because I'm not sure. Yeah, chat's back. Hey, welcome back. So in a weird way, Aries has kind of let me know what was going on with the chat thing yesterday. Is it back on YouTube? Wow. Unable to connect to YouTube. Video looks fine. that back on your neighborhood? No, I think I know what's going on. Never left. Yeah, I think you guys. Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what's going on in a second. Calculator? No, not exactly. Unable to connect to YouTube chat. See if I can get back on there. The video seems to be working on YouTube, but I can't connect to the chat. Try to reload that. It's cursed, yeah. Connect your encoder to go live. I think I am live. Yeah, okay. I think the chat's back. Okay, yeah. Back on YouTube. Two things. We'll get back into the game hopefully in a minute. But two things. Some of you remember when we had no internet, when the modem completely died, we could not get it working. We had to get a new one weeks ago. So the replacement thing that we got is a lot better, but it's a mesh system. So you have good internet? Yeah, me too. So the reason the modem just completely died, right? And so the when they replaced it, we got a mesh system, and I think I understand what's going on. So one of the mesh nodes is literally on my desk, and it's wired. So the mesh node on my desk is the main one, and it is wired to it's wired internet, and it's wired to both of the computers. It's wired to the gaming computer and the stream computer, right? However, it's also where the Wi-Fi comes out. And I noticed when it was kind of crapping out when I got back from checking on my daughter that it was doing the chat thing right as it was going out. Aries had moved the node. My computer, for some reason, was trying to go between wired and wireless. Like over and over. So, I think I need to go into my computer and turn off my computer's ability to do wireless. So my computer was just trying to go between wired and wireless, and it was like connecting the stream, disconnecting, dumping chat, putting chat. Yeah, that's what I know how to do it. I just forgot. So it was Aries, kinda. Hey Jorma, can you just shut up for a little bit? Jesus Christ, what are you? 5 years old? You know what? Here, let me fix that for good. Just screw off. Trying to explain what I found out that's going on. He's calling me a noob and saying, Adam, please, please. Hey, Adam, please, please respond. Screw off. What are you, 13? Sorry, you're not allowed on Twitch if you're under 13. No, clearly you are. Maybe go to one of those streams that's more your speed. Anyway. So I'm going to end up having to disable that if it's happening again. So I think I got it fixed. But yeah, I think that was the core of it. And I think that means the problem yesterday was that happening. Should have seen them chatting while you're offline. Yeah, I don't care. They're some idiot. If you could, Jorma, if you could go type in the YouTube chat too, I'd appreciate it. It's Adam versus everything on YouTube as well. Can you go type in that chat? Friggin' idiot. Anyway. First one, very important. I know that you're trying to get your stream back up and going correctly after an annoying day already. Here, let me poke at you. Think that person does anything like that in real life? Of course not. You don't have to ask my permission to ban someone. If you're a moderator here, I trust you to ban someone if you think they need banned. I don't care. Yeah, so I will ping people in Discord to come. Well, let's go ahead and, might as well do it now. John. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Screw off. So first thing we wanted to do was mod stuff. Okay. Do I need to disable it first, or is it fine? I don't know. I don't usually do this. Described items. Someone had a fix for me. Wait, what was the fix? Verify files. Okay. I should fix it. If not, deleting the settings folder for the mod should do it. Settings folder. I'm in here. Let me go ahead and unsubscribe, resubscribe. How do you go to settings folder for a mod? I don't know how to do these things. I know how to do the verify. Yeah, I'll do that. Would you like to leave a review? Yeah. Was that the only person being a real turd while I was offline? Pre-patcher CAI. Do I need to load the game without them and then come back? Double streak day. I don't know how that works. Do I'm telling you, I don't use a lot of mods, so step one, disable the mods. I had to restart Steam to do it. Where do I go to the setting folder that someone said that might fix it? Where's settings folder for a mod? Is it this? Local files? The game files? Local files. Mods. Place mods here. That can't be it. They're next to the save game. Okay. What are we trying to fix? We had a weird bug with this mod that we're trying to fix. Save game. Oh, that's the local low, etc. Okay. I know where that is. I guess I could have just opened the game and clicked save files. Want to move them rather than deleting for now. Okay, so let's see. App data, local low, Ludian. This is kind of ridiculous. RimWorld by Ludian. And what is it? Modless? Is that the one, or is it something else? Always move. Okay. Ludian Studios. Can't believe Phoebe killed Randy. Config folder. Config key preferences. Okay, I see. Mod combat AI mod. Does pre-patcher also have one? It's easier for me to look on the other screen. So combat AI mod. I don't see pre-patcher. Okay. Copy. Burn the PC is the only way. Just buy a new one. Pre-patcher probably won't have one. Okay. Okay, so now I've moved it. Let's delete it from that folder. Okay, so that's done. All right. Okay. Where is that? Okay. And so now just get the mods again. Fix log war issues from yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. Is this can this fix that also? I have no idea. Who is that? Glenn, a different Glenn. Glenn, they were the brand new Twitch Prime sub. Fallen Lotus, they were the 12 months. They Fallen Lotus. Did you do that while I was offline? Good luck with the mod troubles. Yeah, thank you. So I deleted that file. I deleted the mods, so re-get the mods for step one, right? Okay, so CAI 5,000 or whatever. And then the 1.6. Man, this has been an annoying thing, huh? 6. Try rim sort. That takes a moment to set up. So it's this one. This is the forked one. Continued. Okay. Subscribe to pre-patcher. Okay. So, and then does this mean we mod problems? Yeah. Does this mean we're gonna have to just set up the is it just like the settings or whatever? It means we'll have to reset up mod settings. Okay, that's not that big of a deal, I guess, right? Shouldn't be that big of a deal. Whoops. Okay. So launch. Donor pay. Well, I guess this is a current one. This is just deleting all the mod settings. Okay. So. I guess that's all we need. That's all we need. Hang on. Is YouTube disconnected again? One sec. Hang on, I gotta refresh YouTube. One sec. Okay, YouTube is refreshed. Okay, now I see you. YouTube is working. Okay, thank you. All right. Oh, I love my videos. Probably not gonna love this one. All right. So launch. No. Verify files. Okay. 4,000 gift subs for yesterday. Yeah, almost 5,000 from everyone combined. Yeah. What happened? So basically today we loaded the mod, and I didn't know it, but someone asked like about changing settings during a playthrough, and I opened to show how to change from Randy, and Randy was missing. So that might be a big reason why Randy what is it? Properties. Might be a big reason why Randy wasn't attacking us a lot yesterday. Installed files, verify integrity. Okay. What the crap? I was on a vacation. Okay. So that was probably an issue. What? I don't even know if I want to required Randy. Yeah, something weird has gone on. I'm a little worried, actually. Does that mean what happened? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well, let's see if that fixed it. Check local files. That's what we just did, yeah. That's literally what that was. Okay, well, I remember this. Okay, Death Wish. What other settings do we have? Should I just not do the Fog of War? Like, imagine having 100 plus mods. Yeah, I don't know. Fog of War makes the mod kind of cool, but if that had... People were saying the ones that had it working, they didn't use the Fog of War. You wouldn't after all that? Yeah, I know. I never really use mods. The first time I get one that changes much of the game, it breaks everything. I think I should, yeah, use the other Fog of War and do that as a separate playthrough. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do this again. I don't want it to break again, so. I think you would test without Fog of War. You agree on that one also? Yeah. Yeah. You doubt the fog was part mess with. What were the other settings? Let's see. But everything. Hopefully, we'll just get to see the combat AI doing cool stuff. Yeah. Hopefully so. So there's no other options for us to do then, right? I don't think we changed any of that. Yeah, we didn't change any of that. Okay. What commitment mode are you on? Okay, I don't know. Speculate fog war. No, they didn't speculate it. They just said the CAI 5000 thing. Lillian Dogheart. Give me the 40 months. Hey, you won a hoodie yesterday also, huh? All right. You Lillian Dogheart. You got the Discord link on Twitch is broken. Someone else said that yesterday and it worked for me. That one or is it the one like which one? Because that one works. Let me know. I'll write it down. Do you have a 12-hour run going? In the info panel, okay. Info panel Discord link. The bot command one works, so you can use that one for now, but all right. So let me ping Discord, let everyone know that we are back. Now that we have that fixed. Okay. Yeah. All right. I have to reconnect Discord. Hang on. It got disconnected during internet thing. Sorry. Stream's not usually this way, I swear. AJ Miles, even 7 months. Take some of Bezos' money as a distraction. Thank you, I will. Yeah, thanks. All right. Discord. Come on, Discord. What the crap? What's happening? Dot, even the 5 months you Dot. Let me exit from in here. There's just days like this, I guess. There are just days like this, I suppose. All right, there we go. I can count the relief sub to someone at everyone. Death by Glass. They were the 5 gift subs to Death by Glass. Stream is back up after internet problems. Mod fix. Okay. All right. Think we're good? If it's gonna send. There we go. Okay. Ugh. It's like rain. No. I think he did Death by Glass, King Cow, Dodo probably, AJ, Lillian Darkheart, Glenn. Thank you guys again. I minimize YouTube chat. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, I got it done. So. All right, you know what? So we had a pretty good idea. I'm about to switch over to Satisfactory. Oh, God. Not really, okay. Okay. Let's try this one first. Sorry, my deal. Yeah, I know. It's just one of those days. Only 314 hours ago on that anyway. All right, let's test this. So this is the test save file. If the save file is corrupted, I am done with this for today. Like, seriously. Not even joking. Alright. What am I doing? Oh. Okay. Randy is in the list again. Alright. That's a good sign. Now, don't get ahead of ourselves. Will it actually send a raid? Oh my God. And look at that, various amounts. We got 3, 2, 6, 3. Okay. Now the final test. Is the main save file corrupted somehow? Are they smart raids? Hey, but sorry, when you reach this part of the edit to edit this, if we edit this one, I'm sorry. Feel free to not include as much as the troubleshooting and internet problems and having to help my daughter with something with a malfunction I'm not going to talk about, and Aries and internet again and chat reloading and game crashing and VOD watchers, go back in time, skip the last hour at least. Okay. Also, it reset my viewer count because the internet thing. I still have to fix that. Hang on. I can't do it right now, but if it happens again. If I go offline again, I will do this. But yeah, I think that's what happened with the internet thing. I bet that's what was happening with the chat yesterday. Troubleshooting stream, yeah, apparently. Summary is enough. Yeah, all right. What do you miss? Nothing at all. You know what? I should have loaded the game again after the mod reinstall to see if that actually fixed it first. Because now we don't know if that was the mod reinstall or the file integrity. It doesn't matter, I guess, at the end of the day, but... So... Are we in consensus that we just won't be using the fog of war on this one anymore because it has caused some kind of crazy problems. Not like a gameplay, like strategy problem, but just like friggin', I don't know, like cursed game settings. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'm with you. Alright. Alright, that sucks. Is Randy alive? Randy's there. We'll see if he attacks. Yeah, unfortunate. There is another Fog of War mod people were talking about yesterday that's current and working. We'll do a separate playthrough that's about Fog of War and silent raids. So this, the charity purchaser was really wondering about the CAI, like doing weird things like trying to kite. So at the end of the day, it still is like what they wanted. I was looking forward to the Fog of War myself, but we'll just plan to do an actual Fog of War run using better and more current Fog of War mods. So that was terrifying. Yeah, we'll do that one on its own sometime. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we'll do that sometime. I'm not gonna worry about this. It doesn't really impact the CAA part anyway. Yeah, that's what I think too. Let me make sure this is set. Okay. I did. Yeah, he's there. Yep. So I don't know if the person's here that originally asked the question that started all this earlier. Yes, you can change. I'm glad they asked. Because if they hadn't, I don't think I would have gone in this menu. Why would I have? Randy was hiding in the Fog of War. But yeah, the person was asking, like, oh, my girlfriend or someone is starting, what's something to kind of ease them into it and whatnot. And I was going to show them that you could change custom settings during a playthrough. And I opened this and was like, someone clipped it. It was like, where's Randy? And the next donkey after them. I guess I'll just remove these then. Yeah, I agree too. I've talked about Fog of War plus Silent Raid mod pack, about doing that for years. I think we'll just do that as its own thing, yeah. So a little bit unfortunate. Do I still have Fog of War in the title? A lovely base for drop pods. Well, that was unfortunate waste of time. Okay. Fog War is removed from the Twitch title. All right. There we go. Just started back in RimWorld. Is assault rifle kiting still the meta? There's a lot of ways to kill things. I will tell you that 1.6 made it so the charge lance now outranges the assault rifle. So you can no longer kite lancers with the assault rifle. You can still kite everything else that you're able to kite. Are these guys bugged? They might be bugged because of the Fog War stuff. Anyway, so you can still do that, but you just can't kite lancers anymore. Charge rifles also got buffed. A lot of times now it is more worth than it used to be to go to charge rifles from assault rifles. Make a clip of every time someone asks why you don't play with more mods. Yeah, maybe that's true. So why is every donkey named Glenn? It is a homage to the child only run. If you've never watched a child only run, I highly recommend watching the edited child only run that I have on the channel. Spooky mods go with it. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We're lucky that it didn't corrupt the save file, I guess, because yeah, I am on commitment mode. What's crazy is we did medieval overhaul, and I had like 30 medieval overhaul related mods. We had one error with that one, and it was an error with like a loom, and that was it. No other problems. And then I've played this one for only 2 days, and we had a bunch of problems with it yesterday, and then a huge weird problem with it today. You seem to have an unusual knack for getting asked to play buggy mods. Yeah, more time to perfect the mods. Yeah, again, like this one is like a fan of this one forked it off from an old version, a 1.5 version, and tried to make it work for 1.6. And it is even listed as the Fog of War stuff being a beta portion of it, right? So, you got issues with Media Overhaul? Using more of them? I'm kind of bummed about the Fog of War thing, but we'll do a different one with Fog of War. So we'll put the donkey back in here because of that. That mods be sometime. Monkey be lazy, he'll spend the rest of his life debugging. Well, now this has become a standard run just with hopefully smarter AI. So we're gonna keep that in case we need to try to pull a raid. Maybe I should have kept some of the shotguns actually. Yeah, 400 mods are pretty. It only takes one though. Why let the wild man live in your living room? There's no reason. Just I haven't. I was building the walls. I didn't really want to take time to go kill them. These guys are bugged. I don't know if that's from it or not, but all right, Hercules, it's finally time. The issue is one value in a config file getting corrupted. So I'm not someone that knows any of this stuff. So when we did the verify integrity of files, how would have any of the pre-patcher or the Fog of War beta portion? So I'm guessing the mod just like, so what happens? The game reads mod files first, or what? How does it work? Shouldn't it not change those? I have no idea. I don't know what I'm talking about. So I don't know anything about coding or anything like that when it comes to any of that stuff, so I have no idea. Hey, look, a raid. Yeah, I don't know anything. I mean, I used to do like website stuff, right? Like, oh, there's two. I used to do like HTML and then like a little bit of like CSS stuff for certain things, but I never did like real coding, so I don't know how it works. A mod might have appended something to a file. It feels like they shouldn't do that. So it can do that, right? But it feels like, doesn't it feel like, I don't know, again. In my head, how I feel like it should work is the game reads the mod instead of the normal file. But it sounds like you guys are saying it's possible that mod somehow edited the file rather than made a different file to read instead of it. Am I understanding right? It changes the file before the game reads it, from what you understand. So it could have been corrupt. That's why Verify could have fixed it. It could have injected a bad value, something to do with like a Fog of War setting. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Any coding in university, more of a 3D artist. Oh man, there's 3 groups. That's actually pretty large. It's a bigger Randy roll than we've had. Well, we haven't had a raid in a long time, so this is probably. Okay, that's different. They have sprint, yeah. And also, they all decided to start attacking as soon as I went to attack them. So I couldn't just stand to the side and shoot them, yeah. So actually seeing this, we can actually, without Fog of War, we can actually see what the changes in that they're doing. So yeah, maybe overall for multiple reasons, it was just better to get rid of it, even despite the bug. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, they didn't just stand around there preparing while I was at max range hitting them, yeah. So that's pretty cool. All right. So hey, maybe getting those bugs is a blessing in disguise. Verifying runs. Yeah, I have done the verify files on some other games when they had bugs, but I wasn't sure how it would help with a mod. Like, I understand kinda, I think, how like the game files are checked. See if something's wrong with the game files, but so wait, does verify integrity of game files also check the mods files themselves? So is it possible like the mod file somehow got screwed up and that all, well, I mean, we reinstalled the mod, so I guess that doesn't, we don't know. It doesn't check them, okay. Wait, is that why we were getting the single raider then? Like the single councilman? Close Twitch, reopen it back in. Yeah, I don't know why it does that for some people. Oh, hang on. That's weird. So wait a second. So the error was that yeah, I don't know either. Randy's values got changed to like a version number rather than his normal numbers. What? Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand either. Call dark magic. NAN, I don't know what that means either. What is NAN? You blame the parrots? So hang on. So the number added, someone vibe coded too hard. Yeah, that's really weird. That is odd. Yeah, I don't know how that stuff happens. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's working now, so I guess it doesn't matter, but I kind of would like to understand how it's possible. This kind of reinforces why I don't really use many mods, though. These guys are still bugged. I'm not sure why they're bugged. But they were out here before we redid the mod, so how would that change this? I don't know if they do, yeah. I'm not sure what all I can change. How NAN works is different between languages. I don't know I don't even know what these words mean. So these guys are also bugged. So how that has nothing to do with a storyteller. NAN is not a number. But because it was a version number, it considered it a number. Just a bugged value. Someone got lost in their own spaghetti vibe coding. You've seen odder things in like modded Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I'm not sure why these guys are still here. So these have nothing to do with Storyteller though. Why do people blame? So I think people are saying that because a whole lot of, especially there was actually a PSA about it from the RimWorld community manager, that a lot of mods that are older mods are being updated to current version from with people trying to use AI to do it, and it can cause problems, even worse problems than this. So to be careful on getting new mods that are forked or taken up by other people. I saw that PSA from the RimWorld community manager. So get rid of the dev mode. Yeah, maybe I should. Yeah, we'll do that. These guys are yeah, these guys are bugged. They're not from this. So what's the best way to get rid of these with dev mode other than just destroy? Can we make them leave? I don't think so. Is there a make them flee? How do I do that one? It's called CAI 5000 plus Fog of War continued Raider AI 1.6 something. Yeah, it's got a lot of name. We can clear them. Yeah, I don't want to hit our whatchamacallit. or relationships. There we go. All right, well, that was a much easier bug to fix, so we got that going for us. Ah, they're gone. Fortunately, that works. Yeah, I know. That's how it goes. Yeah. Jim. Yeah, I did want to like take advantage of it bugging out. Okay, anyway, we'll just play it from where it lies, I guess. Hopefully the people that will reconnect to the stream as well after the disconnect. Hopefully I don't have the computer switch over to Wi-Fi again. No fog of war. No fog of war anymore. Absolutely not. We spent like 2 hours or an hour and a half or something. Well, that wasn't all that. We spent like 45 minutes fixing a problem that we think the mod somehow did. So we are still using the CAI. That's what happened to the internet. Yeah, and I think that's what was happening with all the Twitch yesterday, Twitch chat. So for those of you that were here yesterday, you might remember I was having chat problems the whole time. And it was because my computer was quickly switching between wired and wireless on the new mesh system we have, I think. And it wasn't enough to disrupt the stream, but it was enough for my chat programs to like reconnect, right? No, it wasn't because of that, no. And then I only had that realization because Aries got up there and moved the like mesh node, and then I saw the thing, the connection thing. So Aries kind of solved that problem for me. So at least that's good. Maybe that's that won't happen again. Never trust. Yeah, right. Just down. I don't want to take advantage of them being bugged out there. Aries MVP. Hang on. So I have another question. Is there I don't know how to see. I guess I can go back on the clip. So is that possible? Possibly the reason why we haven't had very much join stuff. Someone in Discord said that same XML or whatever, the same XML file is for population intent. So is that also why we've only had like, we haven't had a join event in like nearly 2 years? It is, okay. Wow, that really sucks. Everything working? Yeah, maybe. The XML file has a lot of stuff in it. It's like the whole game. Okay. Wow, that really sucks. I'm not going to, but I'm almost tempted to start this run over on Saturday. The Storyteller thing has like stuff for every event of every kind. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Dress cursed to the core. Let's see how the rest of today goes, and I'll take it from there. I'm tempted to just like blitz through it. What all happened? Okay, so yesterday we were running into several bugs, okay? With the fog of war portion of the game. We had things happening like pawns would become uncontrollable, their names would disappear, their weapon would disappear under them. I couldn't click them. They would just go in, unresponsive within the fog of war themselves. They would, while trying to path to mining something, they would just stop and walk back and forth into like one tile. We would suddenly not be able to repair, replace, or destroy a wall. It would start fogging over random corners. We had lots and lots and lots of problems like that. And so we edited how the fog of war was displayed and worked in the mod settings. And then after that, not long after that, we had a problem where we got no raids at all for a really long time. And I just chalked it up to being Randy. But then today, someone asked about settings. And so I went in here and Randy was missing. We literally were playing with no Storyteller. So we were on more than peaceful. Like there was literally no Storyteller. And so we weren't getting raids. We haven't been getting join events. Like literally nothing was happening for maybe what? Yeah, like 45 days or something. You can remove the Storyteller? I don't know. We joked that he was hiding in a fog of war. Maybe a year? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. You looked at the error also? Seemed like fog of war was hiding social stuff for some reason also and giving bad data from that. Go to the graph tab, bring up the debug graph. No, it's not in here. Would that be in the save file that I saved that you want me to send you? Oh, wait, in here? I don't know what anything is. Yeah, so you're gonna have to tell me. It's like graph. When is a debug? So what does that mean? I don't know any of this stuff. Yeah. Have I played Video Story? No. Wait a minute. Does that mean where it so was that broken in the beginning too? So that's why we were just getting the single raider for like and there's the break. Okay. So what does that tell you though? I don't know what that means. That just reconfirms that it was broken or what? What does that let us know? It was naked brutality. We were really low raid points, yeah, so that might have been it. They're called fun points, yeah. Just that it broke relatively recently. So it probably broke on the game reload then. So for a while in the middle, it was working. So probably when I loaded, yeah. So when I loaded the game after yesterday's stream, like this morning, right? So okay, maybe it's not completely gone then. Maybe it's worth, if that's the case, it maybe have only been happening for like 20 days instead of a year, yeah. It's possible. I'm not gonna turn those back on. I don't know if that's what it was, but that's the only thing we changed. Literally, that's the only thing we've changed. So we changed it a couple times. I clicked this button in here a bunch of times. I'm not even gonna click it, but there's a button in the beta thing that we clicked like a bunch. Normal Sleepy Randy followed by the game break. Yeah, I don't know. So we will do a run that's Fog of War based, but we're gonna use the new mod that is only Fog of War stuff. People yesterday said they were using that one and that one was good. We'll set that up as a different run. What is to watch RimWorld stream? Are we able to do is watch Test Factory? What do you mean? Just join. What's good? Not much today. Yeah, we'll do one that's themed around Fog of War at some point, yeah. Well, yeah, I've played with mods before, and I've never had an issue that big, yeah. We did an overhaul mod with a bunch of medieval overhaul stuff. But again, This is a mod that has been picked up, forked from an old version to try to make to work in a new version, where part of the mod is even listed as beta, use at your own risk. So it's a little bit different than like, yeah. Got you videos. Oh, I got you. Well, you can always watch them after the fact. The VODs are up on YouTube under the live tab. So. All right, we'll just play it where it lies for today, and then we'll go from that. Okay. So, I guess it doesn't matter. So, am I thinking correctly that that number that you saw in the debugger, what was it? Like 0.1.1.5 or whatever that was? So what was that? Was that Richard? No, no, it's something bigger than that. Yeah, it's something bigger than that. It literally deleted Randy. So it was like it replaced values, someone said, with like version numbers or something, which is bizarre. The variable said broke was the Randy factor, but it caused a lot more issues than just that. Yeah. Were you here yesterday? Well, you were here for a little bit, but did you see the weird pathing thing with it too? There was some really odd stuff. So not only were pawns pathing in bizarre ways, it was showing 0.1.1. Weird. Anyway, pawns were pathing in really weird ways. We had someone that was supposed to mine here, and they would walk up to right here, and they would just walk back and forth unless I manually moved them. And it wasn't a zoning issue. So, like I said, we had a lot of problems yesterday, and more today. Well, it's not what I had in mind for today's stream, to have the first, like, 3 or 4 hours be, internet issues and, mod debugging, but... You've never seen CAI pathing issues on colonists? Yeah, we had a lot of them yesterday. So... it can cause that with like raiders. It makes them do things. Gotcha. So wait, are you trying to say that maybe what it was supposed to do with raiders in Fog of War was happening with my colonists? Because when I would be on 4X, my colonists would move too fast and they would go into the Fog of War before it registered. Maybe that was part of it too. One of the pawns is chopping a tree early, walking inside through one door, immediately out another door, and back to another tree to chop it too. I didn't even notice that. Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna sell all the wood. Might as well get some stuff out of it. That's one good thing about being allied with those tribal. And we still want some wood for ourselves, but... Time for another Mega God stream. Next DLC. Imagine if the raiders start having the pathing issues. Yeah, like I said, if we run into another big bug, I think I'm just gonna be done with this, and I'll just message the person that that bought it. So. Randy factor gets multiplied into a lot of things. Randy factor gets multiplied into a lot of things, so putting a version number in there could have broke way more. Well, hopefully that means we'll get more pawns again. How's we can't play with the Fog War anymore. You never saw it affect your colonists. Were you also using 4X? We had it happen a lot yesterday. Weird stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. You played in 1.5 though, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. So you played like the real version. Mod mistake? Yeah, big time. 1.6 changed a lot of pathing and AI stuff. Okay. Unfortunate. Is what it is, though, I guess. I'm gonna go ahead and make a crafting room to speed up the process on some of those. Now that we have the outer wall. The amount of stories so far this run has had a great story to tell. Ugh, frustrating. The devs rewrote a ton of code for multi-threading stuff. Oh, okay, on that end. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah. So basically, them updating some of the stuff in the mod to 1.6, if they didn't take into consideration the new pathing stuff the devs done, could cause a bunch of weird issues. Yeah, that makes sense. I am kind of bummed by it still, though. It is what it is. I'm actually a little bit more bummed that it took up so much of the stream time. Thank you guys for sticking around or coming back. It was annoying. Annoying for me, at least. When do I think the next DLC will come out, if there is one? I think 3 to 5 months from now. Yeah, anyone that's, if anyone want to give away yesterday and you haven't done that yet, there's the link. It was entertaining to watch. I think so. At least now I know where, how to fully reset a mod, so that's maybe helpful for the future. I didn't know about the other mod folder. How Fog War works? It doesn't work apparently, so we don't have it anymore. Now we just have the AI changes, and hopefully that will work. It seemed to work on the last raid, so yeah, it doesn't work. Yeah, apparently. As it turns out. So sure to see your jaw drop and you get the amount of subs you deserve. Oh, with that, yeah, that was good. 18 months, exact calculated dates based on past to be October 10th to December 31st. Exactly, coincidentally. Yeah. 3 to 5 months. Well, I guess that doesn't matter anymore. So this research is for the Fog of War stuff, and we had to turn it off because it was like literally breaking my game in weird ways. So my advice honestly would be like, don't use this mod at all. And my second point of advice is like, if you really have to or want to use it, do not use the Fog of War beta update thing. It even warns you like this can do weird things. It's not done. Probably don't use it. There's a different Fog of War mod that apparently works. Just yeah, that might happen again in October. Yeah, hopefully not, but we'll see. We shall see. Blink twice to enter an NDA. I am not. I don't have time to be under NDA right now. We'll be able to tell you, obviously, but I'm not. Forever NDA. Let's see. Quest available supplies. 5 flak vests. Are you a good pawn? Teetotaler kind of sucks. We do need a construction person. Optimist is good. Abrasive is a little unfortunate. But I might take them anyway while we can get them. We really need another doctor. Construction mining is a good one. We do need a builder. Teetotaler means they won't take drugs. No, they don't. There are some overriding things. So there's like genes, and ideology and stuff like that, how they work. But no, if they have genes, yeah, they don't get mad to stay alive, yeah. They're forever NDA, your job. But, Teetotaler, so we're playing, mostly vanilla, so we don't have a lot of ways to make people happy in this. So drugs are one of those big ones, but they do have Optimus, so might do it. Goes out for the milk section of the edit will be hilarious. Sleepy hours. Your stream was pretty good. Your fun stream. Excellent. Yeah, but they have Optimus, so I think I'll wait. Maybe I can get the Neuroformer though. We have 2 natural. Nah, I'm not gonna worry about this one. I do think I might do the Ancient Danger soon. We need to get a mortar. Kind of important. Right now, we'd have full bolt action. We need an EMP grenade. Cargo pod, let's see what that is. Okay, I was hoping for components. We have a big component meteorite. Let's see. I should have killed the Thrumbo probably. Went and gifted to the other trader or other people so we could trade there. I might start getting a bunch of leather to go trade. At least now we know where to mortar, yeah. That's true. So right now I'm trying to determine when I want to do Ancient Danger stuff. We're likely to get a couple prisoners depending on what's in there. The item, just like on average, is probably not going to help us a lot. I mean, an animal pulser would help us a lot. But if it's centipedes, I mean, I can kite centipedes actually. It's tough to kite in more vanilla scenarios without drugs though, because people have real problems with their mood, right? They're gonna see bodies and stuff. You wish they had released some new DLC? It's only been 1 year since the last DLC. I'm sure you'll get your wish eventually, but it's only been 1 year. Oh, they are there when bombs start dropping in the living room. Let's see. I think we go ahead and make an EMP grenade first, and then we'll work on mortars. So, let's do that. Because, like I said, if there are centipedes in there, or, well, I mean, actually, lancers. Centipedes we can kite, even with the mood issues. But really, a lancer could kill right now. I mean, they can always kill, but, you know, we have normal flak and normal steel helmets, simple helmets, so. We don't have anomaly, so it can't be flesh beasts. It could be bugs, obviously. So insects probably the best thing for it to be. Okay, EMP grenade is getting done. We do have some steel. How's our component situation? Pretty okay. So let's get some more components that are nearish the edge while we're relatively low in raid points still. Changing dangers, unintentionally, mechs and exchanges are always the hostile. They're never patrol type. Does that apply to flesh beast as well, or only mechs? Hey, look, they're pathing normally now. I don't know if that's because the fog of war is off or because we fixed stuff by fixing the mod. Or that quest hive spawn weirdly. Oh, quest. Yeah, so insect quest hives don't have to have overhead mountains. So that's what's weird about them. Like, you can have a flat map or any map with no overhead mountain anywhere exposed, and you can still accept insect hive quests, and they will still spawn. So, and they can be very massive. I had a run on a flat map where we had like 150 hives or something, like a 3-star one, and they all spawn just like out in a field. So did I give up using Fog of War mod? We're still using the mod, but we can't use Fog of War. We were getting too many bugs with it, so we are still using the CAI. It's the same mod, but we spent like an hour fixing them. Yeah, it was really buggy. It did some weird stuff. Only max unless you're angry, but they won't break into your walls. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, for those that weren't here, we had something really odd happen. So it's I don't understand it myself, but from what people were saying, it looked like it was somehow writing values in places in the XML thing that it shouldn't have been, or something. The short of it is it literally disabled Randy entirely. And then it also probably made it so we weren't getting any well, I guess like any part of that would have been gone, right? But anyway, population intent was also, that's probably why we've been on low pawn count for a while. So we had to we uninstalled the mods, we deleted the mod setting folder, we verified integrity of game files, and then we reinstalled everything without turning on the Fog of War portion of it, and so far it seems to be working. Randy got lost in the Fog of War, yeah. So again, my advice is, if you use this, my first piece of advice is don't use this mod at all, the CAI 5001, the updated version, unless you're on 1.5. My second piece of advice with it is, if you want to use it, I would not click on Fog of War. If you want Fog of War, get the other new mod for Fog of War. Don't use this one, because like I said, it warns you in here. It's like, this is a beta, blah blah blah, it could screw things up, use at your own risk or something like that. And boy, we ran into a lot of crap with it. So Learn to Fear of Fog, Silent Hill, Persona 4, and now RimWorlds. It's humps. Yeah, I think I'll do a playthrough of that's actually built for Fog of War at some point. Yeah, I'm gonna get through the charity purchases first, and the CAI portion of this was what they wanted. So I will I'll get through this one and then the other ones, but I'll have that on my list to eventually do. Yeah, because I think it's a cool idea. I like it, but it was just, with this mod, it was just way too screwed up, unfortunately. Turn off your monitor. Well, if your pawns are blind. They couldn't see Randy. Makes sense. The auto aim love. Word of love. Huh. Oddly enough, I might take the word of love. Cupid's gun, yeah. I think I will. It actually would trade for more, but also I might do the animatry. 37 manhunting swans. Yeah, but we can hide inside. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Unique pistol there, Magnum. What's a mod? It makes raiders smarter. They have more combat tactics, so they can like flank, kite, sprint, etc. What range weapons do I recommend you use when bored with the usual chain shotgun, bolt action, assault rifle, and charge rifle? SMGs are still very good. SMGs have a lot of DPS. The problem with SMGs, of course, is that you're close to a target, so you're going to get return fire. But SMGs are good. LMGs have been buffed in 1.6, so LMG now is like a decent one to use. It's not one of the best guns, but you can use that. You can use spray and pray LMG and miniguns. Miniguns are great. Miniguns do a lot of damage. They got a lot of problems, but they are fun. We did a run based around miniguns, and it was pretty fun. Those are always an option. Yeah, you kind of mentioned all the core ones there, aside from like SMG, honestly. Cheer walls up, yeah. Boy, that was the case. Is LMG just a worse minigun? Kinda. Not exactly, but kinda. The minigun run, that's the dirt mole run. Yeah, the dirt mole run, they were all using miniguns, like masterwork miniguns late game. And we were in a mountain base. And so we were lined up and enemies would come in. And we had so much firepower that we were chewing through the mountain and dropping the roof. And that became a problem because then they could go around the dropped mountain. Charge lances. Oh yeah, that's true. Charge lances got buffed. Pretty good against like centipede raids and stuff, but not great against mass tribals and stuff. Yeah. Some balance passes for weapons. Dwarves. The dirt mole minigun kill box is fun to watch. Yeah, it wasn't very fun to keep rebuilding, and it had problems, but it was fun to see it rip through things. Yeah. Wait, when did it say these were coming? 22 hours. Okay. No gold on the map. Last deal, so I guess we'll just research. Guess we'll do some research. I could grow some drugs with the intent to go trade it. Stealth swans. Most weapons should have a niche where they are excellent, so you could make a build run. I agree to an extent, but I also understand the point that some weapons in the game are supposed to mainly be not just roleplay, but like crappy weapons for the enemy. You know, I kind of understand that a little bit. They don't want the enemies coming in with like all great weapons. Probably. I'm guessing that's some of it, right? Yeah. Club tier 0. If I had to guess. But I mean, I'd be down for it either way. Things that like shift things around in the game are nice. I mean, you know, patches that do it. Games supposed to just be crappy to me is a not good colonist. Kinda, yeah. What's the worst bow that does damage to the brain? Impressive. There's so many that are viable and different. Yeah, and I'll tell you, when I do playthroughs where we're like themed around certain weapons, sometimes I get a bigger appreciation for the weapon than normal. Like we did a run that was bows only, and we went with masterwork and legendary great bows. And I mean, maybe it's not surprising, but like 30 people with legendary great bows, it's pretty good. Like it rips. Obviously, it's not going to be as good as, you know, assault rifles, but I was pretty surprised that we were able to do so well with the bows. Wanna go? Oh yeah. Bows only finale was a sight. That was a tough run altogether. Thank goodness for flame bows and burn boxes, but use all revolvers. I did a run where it was bolt action and revolvers, but it ended up being just bolt actions, honestly. How much wealth do I have right now? I think I have right at 40k now. We actually ballooned up to 46. I see them add a future DLC. I'll tell you the first thing that comes to mind when people ask about weapon changes for RimWorld. The minigun is already like it's okay, but it's what I would really love is for when the minigun gets ramped up, for it to be able to change targets if their target dies or runs out. Because right now it's weird. The minigun will ramp up, it'll kill a single tribal, and then it'll go on cooldown, and they have to wait on the cooldown, warm up, ramp back up. If the minigun was able to like switch targets once it's killed or can't shoot its current target, that would be crazy. They would have to rebalance the gun a little bit, but that would be really awesome. They could even make it so the minigun is an implantable thing. That would be cool, and they could have that combination. So, and again, I know there are mods for these things. We're talking about not modded, right? We're just talking about changes in the normal game. That would be cool. If you want to see how that works in a in the game, there are mods for it. But yeah, that would be cool for the minigun to be updated. Needs like an area like the incinerator. Yeah. Outside of that, what weapons? I still want, maybe it would be too strong. I still want a plasma shotgun. So I want normal shotgun, chain shotgun, plasma shotgun, like charge shotgun, right? Because we have the like long range charge weapon, we have the middle range charge weapon. Let's get a close range charge weapon. That would be cool. That would kind of be on the wish list. There are like a plasma sword, right? But other plasma things. Imagine sticky grenades from Halo. That would be awful. That'd be awful against you. Holy crap. Imagine a raider coming around the corner and sticking someone with a sticky grenade from Halo. Screw that. It'd be really fun to use. Maybe they have to make it so raiders don't have those equipped. Better beam weapons and stuff for the player would be cool. Yeah, I agree with that. Can legendary shotguns roll pulse charge munitions? Oh, you mean unique shotguns? I think the unique shotguns can have the EMP rounds. I'm not sure what else they can have, though. I don't remember. Some attack drones. Some Nobelisk. Cluster explosives. Javelin launcher. Pretty crazy. Mech that exclusively uses sticky grenades. How about a mech that shoots a smaller mech? We kind of have that, yeah. The Queen. There's a mod for Halo weapons, but last time we checked it was 1.4. Hey, don't worry. Just update it with AI so that it can ruin your game and cause extensive bugs that you don't understand how is possible. And then you'll eventually uninstall it and have to redo all your settings. You should try that out, Worst Winter. Highly don't recommend. Highly don't recommend. Weapon attachments. Yeah, weapon attachments would be really cool. The other thing I've been talking about a bit with something like that, we now have persona weapons. It'd be cool if persona weapons were no longer linked to a single person, but we have persona weapons. So we have melee weapons that have different attributes. We have unique weapons. So quite a bit of ranged weapons have unique attributes. I would love to see unique armors now. And even if I would think it'd be cool if the armors didn't even have the unique part of it, wasn't even like super combat related. Again, in the next DLC or whatever, where I know there are mods, but in the next DLC, I would like to see something like that. That would be cool. And those like persona armors could maybe have higher HP so they deteriorate more slowly. Or maybe the persona armors, you don't get tattered if it goes under 55% or whatever the number is, you know, under 50%. That would be really cool. So another thing I think that mods do really well. No, I was gonna go. Another thing I think mods do really well about something that's RimWorld is missing is a lot more utility items. Most of the utility items in base RimWorld and DLCs are just like, you know, combat items, right? But there's a lot of things that would be really cool that would make me decide between these items. So like a rucksack would be really awesome. Imagine a rucksack that gives your pawn more carry capability, right? That would be really cool. And again, I know there are mods for it, but I think in base RimWorld, not modded, it is missing some stuff like that, right? We have like hand scythes, but what if they have like a hand sickle, not attachment, but it's in their, you know, extra slot, and so they harvest faster or whatever. I mean, you added Marwin though through mods, backpack, yeah. range piece. There's a lot of things they could do with that would be really cool. And honestly, it would give more reason to use one thing or the other. There are hand drill. There's drill replacement for their hands, but yeah, I know what you mean. Well, hopefully Highway Tiger doesn't try to go out there and eat, or else he might be dead. Is there any mod that fixes fire? There's stop, drop, and roll. That one you might be interested in. Powered exoskeleton. A medic bag mod. Yeah, like already with assignments, you can carry some medicine, but maybe the medical bag gives them an extra 10 quality or something, or faster tending, or a stabilizer in it. How many 1K donations have we had today? None today. Defense X, Y. Yeah. I think sometimes trade-off can also just be a choice, a meaningful choice between the two. I don't necessarily think a trade-off always has to be a debuff or detriment in that way. The trade-off is there's a limited number of slots to do. The trade-off, one of the trade-off in and of itself is just taking up the slot, right? So like a rucksack doesn't necessarily have to have an inherent debuff to like speed, although it could. I would be okay with it. But its downside could be that you don't get like a shield belt, or you don't get a low shield, or you don't get a mini turret or whatever, right? In my opinion, anyway. Okay, we do have a plague, and it's not on our one doctor again, so that's good at least. Highway Tiger also has it, which is unfortunate. Hopefully they're almost over their breakdown. Oh, they're okay. We don't have ideology on in this playthrough. There's a shoulder slot where the backpacks. You can't wear armor there. Yeah, I like that idea. And there are a couple things like that, right? There's like the bandolier. The bandolier isn't good enough to risk or be closer to dying to wear, I find, but Lunar exoskeleton as a main torso slot would be cool too. A lot of cool stuff. A mod that has an option to treat bruises not with glitter worlds. Assign. Wait. Health. Allow medicine. Change defaults. But you mean to set it per... Yeah, I got you. Not quite the same, yeah. There's a mod called Pharmacist that does some of that stuff. Pharmacist. Norma's Problem. 2-star. I think so. Quarry worker. Good at mining. Ravenously hungry. Go eat. Alright, let's take a look at this. Plague. They're beating it. Plague, they're beating it. Oh, they're dominating it. Way to go, Minoc. Way to go. Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense. Storage. Components. Storage, steel. Just doing the research. Well, we were like pinned in by these, so. Rubs heal root jelly on the bruise. Hand goes numb. Maybe down 10% for 4 hours. So. First man on Earth. Help translate over to your abilities in RimWorld. Yeah, I got many years of experience. Yeah, being the first human. Alright, let's go just kill the other. Hang on. Who has this? Those two, okay. Alright, so we got our Word of Love. I might just donate it. It's gonna be a long time before we could even use it. Show me your ways. How can you see the animals? There's fog war. There's not fog war. We had to turn it off. Harvester needs food is set to auto. We have it on auto. And RimWorld by default, yeah. As long as they're able to go get the zone for the area, they'll just get it. Yeah. When they're ready. For now, we're waiting to get through the plague. All right, good hospital bed. Health door mod and death door mod. This is smarter enemies run. It was always supposed to be the smarter enemies run. The fog war was like an extra, and it was breaking the game. Like, actually, I'm not meaning that as like hyperbole. It was breaking my game, and I don't know why. People that are smarter at coding and mod stuff than me were telling me what the errors meant earlier. But the short of it is, it was just breaking the game. And they're already through the plague. That's crazy. Give me food poisoning, eating the mod config. Yeah, I'm not sure how that stuff happens. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Did they actually fix the mod? Remember having enemies breaking out of ancient dangers to kill everyone as soon as you started? That didn't happen, but there's other broken things. The bug was a net positive. It temporarily deleted Randy from his existence. I don't find that as a net positive, but... maybe. Perhaps. So far as we can tell, it's working normally now. I'm not going to touch any settings from now on, and hopefully we won't have it screw up again. Because it looks like either, yeah, I don't know, something that we did last night when we were changing settings after the reload made things bad. Where would you use a sentience catalyst? So the sentient catalysts are used on animals, and it increases their intelligence by 1, or their advancement by 1. So there are certain animals that actually get a benefit out of that. There are animals that get an extra bonus from that. The biggest one for me, the best one for the sentient catalyst, it also does reduce wildness, so keep that in mind. You might want it for that reason. There are some animals like the Mega Vole from Odyssey, where the Mega Vole can actually mine, but it can't haul. If you give it a sentient catalyst, it can mine and haul what it mines back home. So that's a pretty big deal, right? That's probably worth a sentient catalyst. But just keep in mind that a sentient catalyst going into a ranch animal turns it into a zonable and combat animal and suddenly gives you more raid points. So that's something to keep in mind. So I probably wouldn't use it in ranch animals, but using it in something like a Mega Vole for that, or a panda for the extra like cuddle and stuff, you know, or just to reduce the wildness on something that you're already keeping. That way you don't have to keep have it upkept as much. Let's say you're using like a cougar or a grizzly bear for things. Putting catalyst in there is not very expensive, and it is going to reduce wildness, so you don't have to maintain their tameness as much. Lad, welcome back. Sorry, I was about to call you King Cow, but it hadn't scrolled yet. They've been 16 months. Recently got back into full-time employment. But it is playing the whole time. You have to put it on low volume due to not safe for work topics sometimes. I'm sorry. Lad, thank you. Yeah. But yeah, thank you. Hey, and congrats and condolences. Not really the issue at all. Adults are very important historical staple adjustments. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, my big thing is you do not have to play with kill boxes to beat the hardest thing in the game. 500% no pause stuff. You don't have to use them, but it's completely fine to use them. At the end of the day, it's a single player game. If you like use them, use them. If you don't. Do playthroughs of each, whatever. I do both. Sometimes I'll get comments on YouTube where it's like, I was gonna watch this, but I don't respect anyone that uses kill boxes. I'm blocking the channel. It's like, okay. Sure. Give me a screenshot of your base there, pal. Am I researching any combat AI stuff? Nope, because it's all anti-Fog of War, and we don't have Fog of War anymore. Tour with Death Door mod. Is this Belantro? Yeah. Yeah, earlier we rolled the destroy your game file Joker. It's pretty rough. It's weird how people get so... yeah, I don't know. I'm big on do whatever's fun for you. Both will work, yeah. You can absolutely play either way. Also, there's a comment I've gotten for years that I really don't understand, and not even just with RimWorld. So people will see you beating a high difficulty in a certain way that is a game mechanic, and they will say, why don't you just put it on easy mode? I don't under... The whole point is to use the mechanics of the game to overcome the harder difficulty. That's the whole point. That's what it means. Like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, if you're going to play on 500% and you're going to use kill boxes for it, why don't you just put it on peaceful and not use kill boxes? Cause you use the mechanics of the game to overcome the harder difficulty. Like, obviously, maybe. We're not using a kill box in this run, as you can see, and it's 500%, but you get what I mean. Like, I run into that all the time. Like, watch channel 5%, no walls, no traps. Yeah. Why don't you just cheat some money, bro? Why don't you just delete the storytelling? See a catalyst, it was used on wild people. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that was really good, but it got removed. I get that comment even on other things aside from kill boxes quite a bit. So, yeah. At the end of the day, whatever, screw off. Which playthrough do you think has been the most difficult for me? The real answer is the original melee only run. I was worse at the game back then, and there were different mechanics and less DLC and stuff like that, but the original melee only, not melee gods, but the original melee only ended up being the hardest thing I've done. Outside of that, the ending to the high mate run, high mate only ending, the rest of it was pretty easy. No walls, ended up being easier than I thought, but still. And my very first no kill box run, those are what I would say overall. If you're talking about with modded stuff, probably Winston Waves and Igor Invader in that list as well. Art Singer, thank you for the 8 months. Get your master's degree in psychology. Hey, awesome. That's free time. Awesome. I did not go to master's, but psychology is also what I studied in college. Yeah, that's cool. That's Heartseeker. Was that pre-Odyssey, the original Melee? Oh, the animal only? Animal and unique weapon only was after Odyssey as a... I need something that I'm not going to have edited that I need to be long and painful while Masari finishes an edit. Yeah, that was right after Odyssey. Well, I did. I think it was very interesting, but I was on my way to do things like... I don't know why, but like criminal profiler and children cases, and I was like... Yeah, I don't want to do this. So, I never ended up using it. I mean, as far as like a job that required it. Required knowledge in that field. Oh my god, it's their wife. Oh crap. This is the husband. Crap. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. It's even worse. We don't have like ideology for a moral guide. How's the overhaul been treating me? I don't recommend it, not from a not because of what the mod tries to do, but it's been incredibly buggy, and it's just been problem after problem. Hopefully we fix the majority of those buggy problems now. But as you can see, I ended up having to turn off Fog of War. We spent like an hour earlier fixing the mod. We had to uninstall the mod, delete the mod settings folders, verify integrity of game files, then get the mod back just to fix it. So I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, unfortunately. We're going to try to keep going with it. But yeah, look cool in Criminal Minds. Yeah, put me in there. Study psychology university, focus on behavioral psychology. I don't know why. I was like, so I was interested in too many things, and I didn't want, originally I was going to be like, oh, I'm going to wait a year to do any college stuff. And my mom was like, no, you will not be doing that because then you won't go. And also, scholarship things to start immediately. So I ended up getting a scholarship. And I had too many interests. I had no idea what I wanted to go to college for. And I went back and forth on it. And then I was like, maybe I was influenced by TV or something. I was like, oh, criminal profiler. That sounds like it'd be pretty cool. That looks like a pretty cool profession. I'll go toward that. And so got in there and had like, you know, psychology 101, etc. And then when I got into the more specialized class of like that discipline, I forget what it was called. The professor, she came in and she was like, right off the bat, she was like, I want to let you know that this field that we're studying this semester or whatever has one of the highest suicide rates. It's like, and she was like brutal. She's like, some of you in this room, if you go into this, you're probably going to kill yourself. And I was like, what the crap? One of those kind of deals, like you almost hear in a movie. But I was like kind of shocked by what she said. I hadn't really thought of that in that way at the time. And it's awful. And then I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Trying to be dramatic out of a movie. And then the very first thing we got into was like, it was child cases. It's awful but true. Yeah, we immediately, like, the first thing was going into like, you know, child abuse and stuff like that. The very first thing was about a little girl that got tortured. And I was like, holy crap. Okay, she is probably correct. I don't want to do this. So I'm glad people do it, but I don't want to do it. So it was a good filter. Yeah, that's true. Quite hard, especially with childhood. Yeah, I think they were very accurate with it, and saying it right off the bat was probably what she should have done. But at the time, I was like, holy crap, what? It was a very fast drive that point home thing. Yeah. The worst people in the world. Yeah, right. We now people. Yeah. They have the money to go to college. I was very fortunate that I had scholarship, a partial scholarship, and then a grant. You had a similar experience when you thought you wanted to do social work. I can probably understand that. You had that conversation or conversation like that going through EMT. Yeah, I bet. I couldn't do that either. I'm so glad people do it, but yeah. Neuropsychology. Semester in graphic design your first year. But yeah, you're probably going to be poor and have trouble finding a job. Switch the following semester. Your criminal defense attorney. You have to review the child abuse cases. You want to just quit? Man, yeah, it's got to be rough. I'm glad there are, I'm glad people do those things. I'm not saying those people aren't sympathetic or empathetic, but I felt to me like I was too empathetic of it for it not to like overly impact me. So moved out of psychology into tech. I almost changed over to history. So I ended up not doing anything with psychology, but I was like, you know what? I really like history. I'm a big fan. I've always liked history. Maybe I'll study history. And then I was looking into it and I was like, huh, if I major in history, I'll have a lot of fun, but most likely it'll mean that I end up teaching history in some regard. I don't want to be a professor. So I know there are more options than that, but that was like the main thing when it was when I was looking into it. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Originally studying law, scholarship, or went bankrupt. Well, yeah, that sucks. Went with psychology. Up, you working in a museum and a library. Yeah, that's cool. I ended up being a RimWorld professor anyway. Yeah, I don't know. There was all kinds of stuff. I had my high school science teacher trying to really urge me to go to medical school. And I thought about it. Center drop. I don't have a turret set up for center drop. Uh-oh. I'll melee center drop. Come on. I need to make it not hot in there. Let's shoot a wall. Oh, the missed shot killed the other one. We have to get a center drop turret set up to help with that. I'll explain that once I do it. But yeah, I blew open the wall there so the heat wouldn't get too hot. We have a lot of rebuilding to do, but that was a center drop pirate raid, like a normal raid point one too, maybe a little high. But I'll explain how center drops work and how to prevent that in the future, or well, not really prevent it, but make it easier. Okay, Arch. I need you guys not to sleep in there right now. Arch, I need you to work on that wall. That can wait. Okay, Arch. Make the wooden double bed for Minoc. And who are you married to again? Actual. Set owner, Minoc, Ditrol, okay. Work on a bed. Missing you or something like that, just copy paste the bills. Yeah, I know. I know there are mods for it, yeah. Minoc, clean the barracks. Okay, we'll get this done next. All goods. Okay, that's good. So they'll be here to help defend a little bit. If you don't like Randy, there's apparently a mod to remove him. That's true. Apparently. Alright, let's go ahead and plug that. Oh, I'm out of wood, okay. Are you saying a center drop? Yep. Center drop. I think what does the game actually call it? Like if you bring up dev mode, was it drop on head or something like that? But I've always called them center drop. What happened? We had a center drop. Higher center drop rate. Yes, I understand, yeah. I'm aware of quality of life mods, yeah. I used to use more of them, but there's reasons that I don't. I don't think something like Mince Menu is comparable in that sort of way of how I'm talking with P Music, yeah. But obviously it's good, yeah. I'm aware. We're against CAI. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out. We will see, I guess. We have someone else that can cook now. So let's put Highway Tiger on cooking, put you down so we can get the stuff remade or redone. We can... No, I want to do that too. Tantrum, random furniture. Okay, that's fine-ish. That ended up getting destroyed, unfortunately. Bulk goods tribal. They can stay there for now. Start the fire academy and EMT in a couple months. You're gonna get stuff like that too? Yeah, I'm sure. You're gonna have to see it, yeah. It's like the people that work in the emergency room. Like, man, I'm glad that you guys do that. I'm really happy people are able to do that, but I don't think I'd be able to do it. Walls are furniture? Wait. First thing you did is get out of a customer-facing job. Is there a reason the research room is dark? There sure is. There was a center drop that destroyed the light. And on the priority of rebuilding stuff, the light in the research room isn't a huge priority, yeah. We just had, 10 pirates bust through our roof and destroy most of the stuff, yeah. I know people are coming in and out all the time. You probably got here right after it, but... What's priority? Right now, the beds were first, right? The next one is I'm going to get the traps back up. And yeah, I need to get a turret... and see if that works the same way against center drops as it does without the mod, yeah. Is this mod set to maximum difficulty? Yes. I love RimWorld. Alpaca's back. Oh, this is the next priority. Yeah, okay, good. Arch remembered. Thanks, Arch. That's good you remembered. Solar flare. Dark research, the new meta. Of course. We still only have one construction person. I did put them on construction. Let's put that up to a 3. They're not good at it, but they're, better than not having another person on it. You're at a level 2 trauma center. Or is it level 1s? Manifest another raid before we repair things. Walls are an illusion. Okay, all that's repaired. That stuff back. More raids today. Yeah, we just had a center drop raid, yeah. Well, there was no raids at the beginning of the stream because Randy was deleted from existence, literally. So yeah, no more Fog of War. Apparently that beta part of the mod was causing some incredibly bizarre issues. You actually have to pee because you have the feeling all the time. Ooh, I've heard of that. Have a name. Yeah, that sounds awful. Sorry about that. Don't people that there's the other side of it that I've heard of, like people that don't feel don't have the thing where they feel pain at all. A lot of them I think have that where they don't feel the need to pee, so they have to like go do it like on a schedule just in case. You gotta stop drinking water. They put something in there that makes you have to pee. Is there one to help prevent low-level construction from building fortification things? Only want your 20 construction pawn to build a royal bed. I'm not sure. Does anyone know? Does anyone know if there's a construction mod that works the same way you can set bills to be built? Quality Builder also has that option. I knew it had the option of like rebuild this until X quality. Does it also have only Bob build these? The dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, but does it have where you can... Okay, so Quality Builder has that now too. Back when I used it in like 1.1, it was only for quality. But apparently you can use that to set who can do it too. Not only did it send Randy to the Shadow Realm, it also caused Icky Machine to wake up and choose company credit card, ultra-violence. Oh, okay. So it's not... You can't set it for a specific person, but you can set it for best builder or like a level of builders. So maybe that still is close enough for you from what Twitch chat is saying. Yeah, you can use zones. Yeah, that's true. There's always that. Zones plus the mod. If you have settings, you can go to the settings in game, and there is overrides for specific pawns now too. Okay. So quality builder is the short answer. Quality builder, and look at all of its options. Any fire in the base? So once we get this stuff rebuilt, we're going to make a turret, and I'll explain that. I don't know if it'll work against these guys, but I'll explain how it works normally. Wonder where it'd be if Randy wasn't broken this morning. My internet didn't crap out. Let's go ahead. Salord. Got a question. Neural supercharged and transfuse beams. Some of your pawns don't really prioritize getting them for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. It's always been like that. So unfortunately, what I would like them to do, I guess this doesn't help you, but I'd like them to set it as a need, and it's not at the moment. So that's the quirk with neural superchargers. The pawn will not go to the neural supercharger until they are completely out of the supercharge. So they're going to get the mood hit during that. And sometimes they just don't go to it for a while. I did find that having one more supercharger than the number of pawns that need them sometimes seems to help a little bit. But unfortunately, that's just a quirk of the supercharger still, and they've never updated it. I really wish they would just have transhumanist pawns have it as a need, so they could go replenish it before it's at 0. I don't know if there's a mod for that. There might be a supercharger mod if anyone knows, or like an update ideology mod or something. But unfortunately, that's just how superchargers are. Yeah. Stronger roofs than sheet metal. Yeah, that would be nice. Glacial roof, Raiders bounce off. Like cat boxes. Soundbringer earbuds? No, I forget what these are called, but it's not that one. It's on my website, exclamation equipment, or just go on my website. I think they're something Nova. Why closed Fog of War? It was breaking the game. It was bugging the game out so much that we couldn't play this morning. So sloped roofs, yeah, just slide off. All right, so let me explain this center drop thing. So for those of you that don't know, it might not work with this modded AI. We're doing a modded AI playthrough, but normally this is how the center drop works and how to make them be more easily defeatable. I have a little guide on this on YouTube. It's like 4 minutes long, so you can check that out for more details. But the short of it is, if you get a center drop into your base and they do not take damage, and then there is an uninterruptible path, so an open door somewhere out to a turret, they will prioritize going to try to kill the turret in normal RimWorld. So if you are fast enough and you grab your pawns, you run them outside, the center drop raiders are going to take a path. You don't even have to use a trap tunnel. You can use whatever. But again, just an open door will work. And they will start going outside to get to the turret. And then you can be out there behind like cover or whatever to shoot them and kill them as they come out. But that is the way you normally lead center drops out of your base. They won't even light things on fire before they go out. They'll just, as long as they don't take damage, they will prioritize a pathable turret to destroy it. Then you can fight on your own terms. Twitch chat working today? Yeah, Jesse, I think I found out why it wasn't working. I don't think it was a Twitch problem. So, today's been a crazy thing. I've had internet problems. I've had Aries problems. I've had daughter problems. Not her fault. That's more of a medical thing. And then I had mod problems. Well, the short of it is, apparently, I don't know if you were around when this happened, but a few weeks ago we had to replace our modem, router, etc. It was dead, and we got set up with like this new mesh system. And so the mesh system is like individual routers basically in different parts of the house, and they can connect through either wireless or through wire. So I have all my stuff in here, the main node wired, but the main node can also do wireless. So I didn't think about that. I've never used wireless on these PCs, but the wireless is on default on these computers. And so if something like interferes, like let's say Ares bumps into a wire or whatever the case is, the computers was trying to go from the wired connection to the node to wireless. And what I think is that it was only like a split second. So it was just like bumping between the two. So it wasn't enough to like interrupt the stream, maybe get like a couple of drop frames. But I think the chat programs, because they're connected, that, you know, internet obviously, were getting disconnected and reconnected. And so then it was just dumping the chat, and then it was just with no chat while it was switching. That's my theory, I think, because yeah, I ran into something like that today. Thanks to Ares, kind of. Ares pointed it out, sort of. My cat. Valley, the 14 months. Good day to you. Thank you, Val. Maybe more information than you wanted, but you tried superchargers once. Had to use locks mod, assign doors to the pawn's room. Supercharger in each individual room. Barracks wouldn't work. Even with that, again, they won't go to the supercharger until they have ran out of their previous charge completely, which is kind of unfortunate, because they'll get a mood hit no matter what eventually. But yeah, I mean, I guess that can help somewhat with it either way. Yeah. All right, guys, set this stuff back up. We need more components again. It's unfortunate. Tweeting something about losing their chat from like 30 minutes a couple days ago. Yeah, I don't think mine was related to that, because I saw it happen today. I literally saw the pop-up. So Ares bumped into the node thing, and then my stream went down, and then I saw the pop-up network thing saying that it was connecting back and forth. So going Thel. I'm gonna go with Thel. Long time enjoying the videos. Hey, thank you. Hours of entertainment, more on the way as always. Yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, today's been really frustrating, yeah, but thank you, I appreciate it. Hopefully you guys are having a good day. I don't mean to bring things down. Yeah. Death resting, but death resting is probably its own thing in the code. Yeah, death resting would be a good one for it to emulate. Yeah. I'm gonna go kill this. Oh yeah, he has a go frenzy. I was like, man, you're running pretty fast. That's still really weird with the mod bug earlier. But hopefully, well, I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess. I was gonna say hopefully someone can discern more when I send the save file, but I have no idea. You get the extra speed. The extra speed I'm using is no pause. If you want to use extra speed in your game without using no pause, there's another mod called Smart Speed. If you end up using the Smart Speed mod, make sure you check all the settings, and there's additional settings by right-clicking on the speed buttons. Smart Speed. Today had to contrast yesterday's with the insane hype. Yeah, maybe. Balance. Perfectly balanced. Alright, so... make some helmet. Do until you have X. X is 155. Normal. 6. Check nearby. Make flak vest. Do until we have X. X is 1. 55. Normal. 6 or better. Check nearby. Okay, let's Good enough for those. We have the EMP now. Let's get the stonecutter back up. Shaman merchant. Yeah, we're gonna have enough to give them, but you know what? We'll see what we can get from. See what we have for them actually. Let's see. Could always get more pemmican. We're not high on that right now. I did pick up 2 Psych IT. We'll sell them the smoke leaf joints, and you know what? We'll go ahead and get rid of the word of love I was talking about. That would allow us to get a shock lance or an insanity lance. Insanity lance would make us relatively safe against sieges. So I might get that one. Insanity lance has a really long range and it has 2 charges. So we can berserk 2 of the siege enemies. And then, you know, that might pull the raid. So that kind of makes it so we don't have to go straight to mortars right this second. I think I'm going to do that. We'll put that on. You know what? We'll put it on Minoc because he's also going on caravan sometimes. That'll help him there too. You know, you put a price on love. Is there gonna be people carrying Doomsday as your favorite? Yeah, that's good too. Maybe your method is changed by the addition of the smarter raiders. So far, not. So far, it hasn't mattered too much, but we'll see. $339 seems a little low for love. For selling love. The visitor? And a lot of visitors all of a sudden. Alright, so we got this one back up. Let's go ahead and make sandstone block. Do until we have X. X is like 150 right now. It's fine. Okay. And we're gonna just look nearby. Okay. Then with marble, we don't need as much. Make marble. Do until we have X. X is 50. Check nearby. And destroy the art bench, of course. One more of those. Get the Taylor bench back up. That's set. Actually, I'm gonna close that in case another drop pod raid happens. It's not likely that another one. They're relatively rare these days. Although we don't have as many DLCs on, so not having as many DLCs on makes drop pod raids a little bit more common because we don't have any of the DLC threats to like muddy the water. Whoops. Look how few garments there are to make without all the DLCs on. Alright. Do until we have X. X1, 55, normal. Only certain ingredients. Check nearby. Turn off human. Alright. Until we have X, 1, 55, normal, loud ingredients, level 6 skill, no human leather, check nearby. Okay. X again, same thing here. 55, normal, this stuff, craft skill 6, off human leather, check nearby. Alright. Chat poses mods, manage bills, and it says, I know they're mods. Maybe. Apparently, because you have spawned it. You never caught a stream before. Well, now you have. Welcome in, Vamp. Thank you for being here. Yep. One duster. Eventually, I sometimes do set to everything, but I didn't mean to that time. Yeah. Like we have a lot of pawns. Okay, we'll get the second one done. So I need to go get 50 plasteel and 20 gold sometime. Do I not have a spike helmet? No, that's the insanity lance on his back. He's just happy to see you. Bench that would let a pawn use any bench to fulfill them. I don't know if there's one like that. Like an actual bills menu to use any bench of a specific. Just built a frenzy inducer to boost work speed. Your affected pawns have the dead calm gene. Assume this will prevent them from going violent anyway. I don't know if it still works like this, but I tried that combo when Anomaly first came out and it didn't work. They still tried to kill each other. So I don't know. I don't remember there being a patch note about it, but just be prepared that it might still be that they'll try to kill each other regardless. Frenzy might overwrite. It did when Anomaly first came out. Why, hello there. Fugly again. It's ambrosia sprouts. So, I'm going to show you guys how to auto harvest the ambrosia. So, normally they won't auto harvest ambrosia. However, if you have it wildly spawned, you don't have to remember. You can get a grow zone. Go to that grow zone and turn off sowing. And then expand that grow zone to cover where the ambrosia is. This works for berries as well. And if you do this, when it's ready to be harvested, they'll just queue it up and go harvest it without planting anything else. So nice little trick. Like I said, it works for berries also. I mainly use it for ambrosia, especially when it's close to the base, so I just don't have to think about it. Move the yeah, I had to remove the fog of war. Yep, unfortunately, but yeah, had to do it. All right, let's get still, I'm not ready to put that in its own room. I don't think. I think it's fine not to. Not like, yeah, it's not mattering a whole lot right now. We'll just put a butcher table here. I'll move it a little bit. Right there. Okay, we need a little bit of wood to make that. That's how we know Randy's back. All the ambrosia sprouts. What forced me to remove it? We had such a like game-breaking bug earlier. If you go back in the stream, you'll probably see. But it took us like an hour to figure it out. So, basically, somehow, some setting that we screwed with at the late in the stream made it so it overwrote some of the files. Apparently, the values in files with like a version number or something. But at the end of the day, what it did is it deleted Randy from existence because the game was like, these numbers don't make sense. And so Randy didn't exist. It literally removed his entire thing in here. All of it. I don't know how like coding and mods and stuff work, but we went through the error message on the stream, and people were looking into it, and we're saying, yeah, that's basically what happened. Like it didn't know what was going on, so it just didn't load Randy. So to fix it, I had to uninstall the mods, go to a mod folder and delete the information from the mod from that folder. We had to then verify integrity of game files to fix the XML thing. And then I had to reinstall the mods. And then I have not touched Fog of War settings since then. I'm not going to turn it back on. Mod cost Steam file verification from RimWorld on load to fail, which is suspicious also. I don't know what that... Yeah, I don't know. So we still have the Raider AI change, which is the point of this run. But, yeah. Raider's put to sleep permanently. Yeah. I don't know. It was really, really, really weird. I mean, I've used mods before. We did an overhaul mod just a couple playthroughs ago with way more mods than this. But for those of you that didn't see, basically this mod, the creator abandoned it in 1.5, and it was working fine in 1.5. And then recently, someone that isn't the creator made like a fork of it to update it to 1.6. And inside the Fog of War portion of it, it says caution, use at your own risk, beta, blah blah blah. Yeah, my advice: don't use the Fog of War. Get a mod that's specifically for Fog of War that is not beta. At least I know how long left on Rice now too. Yeah, that's true. Why don't you get attacked? I just had a center drop raid. I had 10 pirates fall through my roof and destroy most of my base. So I don't know. And before that, we had a triple prong tribal. It's like 2 days before that. I might not even research those, so I don't have them in that list. Come to think of it. You know, the storyteller just doesn't attack you every day. So there is a storyteller that does that. Igor Invader. Is it possible to get faster speed without mods? Yes, you can turn on dev mode. Dev mode gives you the 4 key, not a graphic, but you can press 4 with dev mode. So you can technically turn on dev mode and not use any of the features and hit 4 for the fast speed. The walls runs are amazing. Let's see, it didn't happen. Oh, Igor or Winston. Yeah, Igor Invader will attack you every day, but it's a modded. Came in. Yeah, no worries. I don't think we're gonna be doing any of that. I don't think I'm gonna do that either. We need to go get 20 golds. I don't think we have enough. Well, we should do the Ancient Danger. There's probably gold in there. Alright, we'll do that. So, what are we afraid of that could be in there? Multiple centipede. I think actually multiple centipede we kite. We have the EMP grenade now. I think we're okay. Somebody can't read. Can type but can't read. That sounds familiar. Blue might be in there. There's gold in them there dangers. Go on, Marco. Welcome in. Rocks that emote, you were tricked. The high chance losing there. Yeah, I'm gonna go open that on the new day. I think I'm gonna be making Psych IT soon as well. Can sell the excess. Later, you can build a bunch of turrets in the middle of the base to distract cinder drops. Thanks, this is my first time. Yeah, there's pros and cons to it, yeah. The unfortunate thing about having pathable turrets is that it screws with collision. So it undoes collision, which can be really bad. You can lose the game because of collision manipulation or not manipulating collision, depending on the way you look at it. But yeah, I usually, depending on the playstyle, like if you're using any kind of kill box or tunnel or setup like that, I highly recommend not doing that. Yeah. But again, it's going to really depend what difficulty you're playing with mods. Usually turrets in RimWorld at this difficulty for most of the game are only about raider manipulation. They're not very good otherwise, unfortunately. But yeah, at other difficulties they can be really useful. Later in the game also, like when raiders can't get more numerous, it can be a little bit more okay. Because it's basically, it's like a level 10 shooter with an awful short bow or something that is stationary, eats electricity instead of food, and can't have breakdowns. So that's, you know, maybe sometimes that matters, right? Usually not, but it could. But again, you have to keep in mind that if you do have any of those turrets, raiders will not have collision. And that can be really deadly. Remember your first time playing? Right now, oh man, yeah. We almost lost the single phase run to for having a powered pathable turret, yeah. I was gonna go open that, but it's raining, so I don't want her to do that. They explode when they die sometimes, yeah, most of the time. Alright, looks like wait until tomorrow on that instead. Make CAI times 4, do forever. Drop on the floor, check nearby. Make CAI, do forever. Drop on the floor. It's not to kill, it serves as distraction. I know. I have a guide on how the mini turret works for center drops. Why do you use turret backs? I'm sorry I went off into the rest of the topic because it's not just you watching to explain the pros and cons of turrets in general. My bad. I didn't know this was a one-on-one RimWorld lesson. No one listen to the stream? I'm saying you have to be careful using them multiple for the raid distraction. The reason for the one is to lure them out of the base. If you use the other ones for distraction, it can cause problems with collision. So you just need to keep that in mind in case that is a detriment to you or not. But it very much depends on how you're playing and other factors. I'm not sure how you could take like that in a negative way, but okay. Dock base, 70 sparrows. Are they still worth using after 1.6? Turret packs are not as good as prior to 1.6 because of AI changes with the enemies, but they're still good, yeah. They're just no longer throw down to beat raids. Have a nice day. Thanks. It's been a rough day already, but thanks, I appreciate it. Everyone has rough days. There's the golds. Okay, we'll do that. So let me explain the turret pack thing a little bit more of what got changed, because usually that comes up next. If that's okay with you, Jao. So what got changed with the turret packs? So 1.6 changed Raider AI in a couple ways. One is now when a Raider gets shot at, when they take damage, they can retarget. Used to they wouldn't retarget. Now they can retarget. So what does that mean exactly? So prior to 1.6, if you were to put down a mini turret in front of you and it shot at enemies, the enemies would shoot at that and ignore you while you shot at them. So in 1.6, due to the retargeting, now if you go up there to shoot, it's likely that a lot of those enemies are going to retarget and target your people anyway, which is a good change. You know, it makes sense. It's a sensible change. That's one of the main reasons that changed the mini turret. So now they no longer have like infinite aggro. They can put in some additional damage. They can be thrown down to take like the first wave of an attack. You can fall back away from them. But because of the change where raiders can retarget where they used to not be able to before 1.6, now you probably noticed it's no more like throw down the deployable mini turret, the turret pack, and just beat the raid, like stand behind it and shoot. which makes a lot of sense. So that was the change. They didn't actually change the mini turret or the turret pack. They changed Raider AI. Makes a lot of sense. We're probably not going to use this, but a lot of sparrows, yeah. I'm using too many turrets and the pawn's not scaling, shooting fast enough. I don't know what that means exactly. You might, I don't understand the question. You might have to re-explain it. We noticed the difference, but it wasn't sure why. Yeah, so that's the main difference. Yeah, it wasn't you. Combo flare mini turret, stun them, throw down turret, and fall back. Yeah, yeah. I think it's a sensible change. Yeah, because before you could have 20 centipedes and you could throw down like 2 turret packs, and they're low profile as well. And then you could stand like a few tiles back and just unload on the centipedes. And then if they manage to destroy one of them, you just throw down another one. What I use on YouTube, I still use them. They're just not as good. Yeah. Used to, it was get to deployable mini turrets and you can beat the game. Get to turret packs, you win the game. It's just not that anymore. They're still useful. Yeah. Turrets are doing part of the work. Your pawns fire less. Oh, leveling shooting? No, I've never worried about that. With how many raiders and fighting, how much fighting you do in RimWorld, especially later in the game, I've never worried too much about shooting skill not leveling fast enough. Like, I will train it up some occasionally, and then like trainers and stuff. But I don't think having like the turret packs to throw down is a consideration, a negative consideration in that sense, that you won't get as much shooting skill. I mean, it's a technically true thing, but yeah. Can sparrows fly over the walls? Nope, they can't anymore. For a very, very, very short time, when Odyssey came out, birds would fly. Manhunter birds would fly when they entered the map. Oh my god, they were so fast. But yeah, they patched that. Shooting is easy. Yeah, shooting is usually not a problem to level up. You wish they kept that? It was terrifying. You could not get back into the base in time. Like, if the manhunters were birds and if someone was outside the walls or outside like an unroofed area, they were pretty much done. Spread rates were a lot. Yeah, scary. You lost pawns because of that to manhunting flamingos. Today, have the enemies been harder? Today's been, hey, Wrinkle. Today's just one of those days where it seems like everything goes wrong. Not just with the game, but just in general. So, we had another really big problem. I had an internet problem earlier, and then we had, during a big, like, mod problem, we had to, like, work on fixing the mod for like an hour on the stream to get it to work right-ish again. Now we don't have Fog of War, but it's good enough. It's just been one of those days, you know. But yeah, the enemies are working though, so that's good. Yeah, plenty of those. Yeah, I mean, it could be a lot worse, obviously. There's nothing like, it's not real problems, so to say, you know what I mean. Just one of those frustrating days. I guess we'll just do this anyway, just in case we go roll down it, though. Yeah, Wrinkle, there was a mod problem where it deleted Randy from my game. He didn't have a portrait. You couldn't choose him. It was not even playing on peaceful. It was playing without a storyteller. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about coding and stuff. I showed the error on the stream, and other people looked into it, and we got it fixed, but I'm not going to mess with any of the Fog of War settings again, because I don't know what else could have done it, so. Open Ancient Danger for golds. Yeah, I will. But there's currently 70 manhunters outside the wall, so I believe I'll wait just a little bit longer. Yeah, maybe you didn't see, but there's 70 manhunters outside the wall. So this way. Crowdsource troubleshooting is pretty cool, though. Yeah, it is nice that, because I didn't know what was going on. So it is nice to have people to be like, oh yeah, this is probably why that's happening. Where's your sense of adventure? We're going to try another fog. I'll do the Fog of War as a separate playthrough. The charity purchaser wanted to see the AI changes with CAI. They didn't care about Fog of War. They specifically mentioned I could use it or not. They didn't mind. So we'll do that as its own thing with a different, better working Fog of War. Have they done something smart yet? They can sprint. We had some tribals sprint at us earlier. They can kite. We saw them kite some traders. So flanking, kiting, sprinting, they're more likely to find or get to cover. They sprint to cover, and they're more likely to sap or breach if they can't get in. Yeah, we'll do a run design around Fog of War after I'm done with the charity stuff, yeah. Because I liked the idea of it quite a bit. Do the Raiders also have to deal with Fog of War in that other mod? I don't know. I haven't looked into it yet. They can kite. Yeah, the kiting behavior is actually added to the game in Odyssey anyway. No, Odyssey, sorry, Anomaly. The Gore Hulks can kite. They're frustratingly good at it. Alright. So the Ancient Danger can have plasteel as well. So we will check that in the daytime. Not sure how hard it'd be to... Yeah, I don't know. How do you kite a kiter? You have to have longer range than them. Yeah, alright, let's check inside. Come on, bugs. No flame centipedes, please. Hey, bugs. What? This was in here the whole time? Oh my god. Man, I would have got this like in the first friggin' season. Cruelty Dark. This weapon bears an artwork and a abstracted rendering of defeat. Image contrasts murder with blood. 8 muggers appear in the distance. A legendary assault rifle, one of the best things in the game, was just sitting in the Ancient Danger on our map for 3 years. Alright, well, we're gonna go get that. What's the tech print? Oh, I was hoping for Cataphragm. What's my opinion on miniguns? We actually talked about this earlier. Miniguns are fun. They're not the greatest weapon, but they are very high DPS, and if you're using a kill box kind of setup, 1 or 2 of those can be very good. I did an entire run built around miniguns. That was fun. If you want to see that, it's dirt mole only. The late game, we were all using legendary miniguns, and it was good. It was fun, but it had its problems. Who gets it? I'm not sure yet. I'll probably put it on Arch because they're tough. Let's go ahead and go back for now. Okay. Healing factors. Russian geothermal and the crash landing star. That's what I usually do. Yeah. As you can kind of see here, I skipped all other electricity. Well, I did a wood generator just to be able to make a shotgun. After that, yeah. The door front was so much fun. You did your own. Yeah, a lot of people like that one. I've actually thought about downloading the individual episodes of the door front because that's when we were doing 30-minute episodes per day, and just like meshing it all together in one of those movie type things. That way, it's easier to just have on or whatever. Think about it. Is the door front edit? The door front was the first edit. Yeah, first edit on the channel. Potential recruits. Yep. So the reason why I opened it actually is the main. Well, yeah, that golden plasteel. How do you remove the corner wall without the enemies attacking you? It depends on what enemy is inside. At the moment, mechs will always attack out. Apparently, it's bugged. Insects and will eventually break through the walls. It's just that they're AI. And then the anomaly stuff can either roll patrol nearby or attack. So typically speaking, how it works with Ancient Danger interior is that the stuff inside it has two options that it can roll between. Attack immediately or patrol nearby. If patrol nearby, they'll just patrol in here. And then even if a wall gets broken, they'll just patrol around outside of it. The other one, as you notice, will destroy neutral walls and just come after you. At the moment, mechs always destroy the neutral wall and come after you. The others don't. Or others don't always. 6 tough, quick shooters. Yeah, I don't think so. Definitely not Hussar because there's no biotech, but I guess you couldn't have Hussar anyway. I have an issue with mechs breaking out of Ancient Dangers without provoking. I haven't had that, but some other people talked about it. Study run edited? No. Masari will not have time to edit that, and I don't have another editor, and the amount it would cost to have that edited, it would make like nothing. So unfortunately, that's just going to be a long form thing. That should it only happens on Undisable, not on live. Man, that's really close to the edge of the map, unfortunately. We have 2 people that can arrest. Alright, no brutality and random speed. Kool-Aid Man breaking out to kill you. Do I have enough wood for that? No. Normal, okay. And put that in there. Using prisoners with jobs. No plans at the moment. I'm guessing it's a mod, huh? I don't have any plans to at the moment. We put pawns in cryostasis. Like Fry in Futurama. These are the remains of crashed ships. Like every time you launch a ship or anyone launches a ship, it fails. It falls back into the planet. The ship's caskets are there, and then some superstitious tribals walls it in. 'Cause, 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 Oh, you mean using slaves? Yeah, no ideology. Why don't you allow pawns to roam freely across the map? Danger and mood. Zones are incredibly important. If you have a pawn that's just allowed to go up here and do whatever the crap they want, not only are they going to get way less done, they're going to be unhappy. They're going to eat without a table out there, most likely. They're going to be a long time to get home. If you have someone doing crap out here and a raid spawns near them, they're just dead or kidnapped. Manhunter spawns over on anywhere out there, they're probably going to get caught and killed. So, yeah, it is very unsafe to be unrestricted in this game. If I have someone unrestricted, I'm babysitting them. Yeah, those 70 sparrows from a moment ago, yeah. Someone would just be dead. Do zones prevent children from nature running? No. Not inherently. I mean, if you have them zoned indoors, sure, but you can have a zone outside as well. Thought they did what? No. You can have enough zoned area for a kid to nature run in a zoned area. I'm getting mauled to death by sparrows. Oh! Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want those woken up without my consent. That could have been bad. Child mostly respects zones and nature running. Yeah, so a child can... Oh, if that's what you mean? Yeah, they can actually run past the zone border still, yeah. Yeah. Which can be annoying, yep. Let's see. So these two can arrest. Alright, so what we're gonna do... 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, so the reason I have this is some of these might be neutral ancients. They might be blue names. And we're at the edge of the map, so we need to arrest them really quickly. We don't have time to bring them all the way home. So we're going to pop these. We're going to hope that there's some just easy, scoopable up ancients in there. And if not, we will run out and then fight them on our own terms. Randy's still napping today? No, we fixed it, I think. Some people took it. Yeah, right. So there's two different questions there. Does it prevent nature running entirely? No, unless the area is too small for them to. Will they ignore the zone and run outside of it while nature running? Yes. Full brain implants. All right, let's go. Hold that door open. Okay, we're gonna peek, and then as the door is shutting, we're gonna shoot. Oh my god, this ancient danger. I should have opened this ages ago. Well, maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but... Two ancients, rest are dead. Oh yeah, the rifle alone would have been so good. The other ones too. Alright, what do we get? Too smart, body modder, misandrous, is incapable of almost everything. Excuse me. Another doctor. We do need another doctor, but man, incapable of skilled and dumb labor and art and social. I think we're gonna wait on a different doctor. It's unfortunate. Benzamana, welcome in. Kind hard worker. Construction, yay. Need some armor and Luciferium. There was Luciferium in here, yeah. No armor really though. Oops. Okay, nice overall. First one, yeah, no, yeah. Hold a gun, yeah. A little bit picky for that right now. Doing genes, we don't have biotech DLC for this run, so no genes. No genes this time. Off-map problem causer pirates. Psychic drone, ugh. We do have the Insanity Lance, though. Change of diving, still the... Wait for the new pawns, fast the games, the update to make them less common. Insanity maps. Depends on if you're using DLC or not. If you're playing vanilla, like no DLC, then yeah, it's still the best way. That's 12. Time for a Glen attack. Yeah, I think so. Minus 12. Plus more injuries plus running gun. No plans for that at the moment. We don't have that at the moment. So I'm gonna send Minoc. Man, I'm thinking about sending 3 people, which is kind of dangerous, but let me look at the time on it. Maybe 2. Oof. Okay. One Pommy left. That was early yesterday, though, huh? Gamer Girl, Toxic, welcome back. We'll probably have to defeat 2 of them, yeah. Okay, a little dangerous. Why is 3 people? So the more people we send on Caravan, if we get ambushed, the bigger the ambush will be. So 2 people where one has a really good gun and the other one has Insanity Lance can probably handle both an ambush on the way and the quest itself. No more fog? Nope. Broke the game. Mod was breaking the game in ways that are insane, don't make sense, that you wouldn't even imagine. Something to do with one of the fog of war settings basically deleted Randy from the game. I mean, literally, like, you couldn't play. He was gone. His portrait was gone. You couldn't even start a new game and select Randy. Like, what the crap? I didn't even know a mod could bug out that badly. So I'm just not touching that part of the mod again. Oh, come on, man. We do have glitter worlds. What? Screw it. Doctor just left. It's a text file from what you remember. Story generators. Yeah, so we opened that error on stream and it was something about Storyteller XML, and then someone found that the what's it called? The number of variables or whatever had been replaced with like a version number from the mod or something. I don't know. But it was like instead of it being like the example they found, the threat, not just that, but like there was more than that. But anyway, the threats where it's 0.5 to 1.5 was, instead of that range, it was like that entire part was replaced where there was numbers. It was like 0.1.1.1 or something. It's like, how does that happen? What the crap does that even... I don't know. But anyway, it was incredibly broken. What is CAI 5000? It's a combat... it's an AI combat... It stands for Combat AI. It's supposed to make raiders more intelligent and more difficult. It gains sentience. Yeah, I don't know. Really friggin' weird. So abstract, welcome in. It was broken for you. You had to turn that part of it off as well. Made one as burn box with a lot of doors open and the raiders refuse to enter. They will go to hit random walls. So you have to have an uninterruptible path from where the raiders spawn outside of your base all the way through the entire burn box into a pawn to guarantee that they're going to walk through it. And then they have to not be sapper or breacher. And then it'll just work. XML uses tag value tag format. So probably a bad scanner. I don't know what that means still. Sorry. I don't know anything about coding stuff. But either way, yeah, we looked through it. We got it not fixed, but resolved, we'll call it. You thought I was using a mod and PvPing someone? No. Basically, it searches text for a tag and edits the value. So you're saying it somehow... How would it, like... I don't know. I don't even know if that's a version number. I have no idea. I don't know where the 0.1.1.1 came from. I have no idea. I couldn't find the network. Apparently I'm researching those anyway. Alright. We'll use the Insanity Lance if we have to. Lynx is melee, okay. All melee. And a river. What you think of the Raiders so far? The couple times they've used alternate strategies has been kind of cool to see. Trying to save the Insanity Lance. The river wins again. Kind of break. How are you doing? The glitter world is saving them. Okay. I still want them going down here with a drone or... Those. I was tempted to look at how good those pawns were that we killed, but... concerning on pirates using mechanoid machines like that. You literally just did something similar at work with a bad search pattern. Oh, yeah. A masterwork revolver with hollow point rounds and quick reload. And then another one, the aim assist, pulse charge, and EMP rounds. Whoops. Wow, nice. Thank you, Pirates, for setting this up. I'm gonna use one of those revolvers, probably. Not both of them, but I think I'll use the EMP round one. That's really nice. What were the names of them? I didn't even check the name. Fury's revolver. Electric Iron was the one I saw. Nice. I'm your Huckleberry. Is this an apology? EMP rounds. They changed EMP rounds recently, so EMP rounds now break shields. Shield belt, high shield, or shield belt and low shields and mech low shields, all broken by EMP rounds. There's another assault rifle in there. EMP minigun. You know what might actually be good would be like an auto pistol with EMP rounds. Dual wield the small guns would be cool, yeah. Might make them more useful too. Yeah, that'd be cool. Maybe like an aim penalty for dual wielding. Dual wield doomsday rocket launchers. That is true. They do adapt quickly. It's more so getting rid of the shields is why I was interested in it. They're smart. They wouldn't waste time raiding you with like 3 melee Neanderthals. Handheld shield instead of dual wielding. That'd be cool. Offhand stuff in general would be pretty cool. There's a unique mod in vanilla expanded weapons called Kimbo Dual Wield. That's pretty cool too. Is there a lot of things it can roll on? On back. Trying to shield mod. I played a couple of playthroughs with shields, yeah. There were shields in the medieval overhaul, for instance. Legendary set of auto pistols early in a run recently. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Get a dude with a shield and line up pawns behind him. Whoa. It's like the ancient strategy still works. Yeah, they are strong. Set the phalanx. And put assault rifles behind it. That Sparta wishes they had assault rifles. Those are working right now for some reason. So we're gonna go with the unique weapons here. Modern slings. The assault rifle. All right. The thing is, we don't actually want to use it usually. We want to use it if there are shields. And I think this one will, Fury's revolver, we can actually. An engraving on this weapon represents a cliff. The lower part of the image is dominated by a gaggle of locusts. A gaggle of locusts. So you're allergic to working? Yeah, I'm thinking about selling that one. Only keeping the EMP one. me look at something. Okay. Gaggle makes you giggle. Yeah, it's that's what I thought I remembered. It's a few tiles shorter than the assault rifle. Starting to think this working thing is a scam. Might be right. I want to stab that guy, but he's way over there. What should I do? Launch a tiny knife at him. Anything else we want there? Aries lose their job as internet technician. You heard about that? No, I think Aries actually, in a weird way, pointed out what was wrong on my Twitch chat all yesterday. So, at least that's my guess. It makes sense to me. Technician Aries. So earlier today, I had an internet problem because Aries was wanted my daughter to get up, and he went over there and he bumped into the new modem router thing from, you know, remember when I missed that weekend, had to replace that, and I happened to see it because I was minimized or something, that a pop-up that it was like it was connecting to a network or something. I was like, what is going on? Then I had the realization, so we ended up getting this new mesh system, and the main node is in here for the best internet, right? Because when I stream stuff, and it's all wired to it, but they're also can be wireless, right? So we have 3 of them set up through the house, and this is wired one, and then the other ones are, one of the other ones was wired, but other than that, they're wireless, right? And so what it seemed like is that my computer, if there was any slight moment of interference with the speed or something, that it was switching from wired to wireless. And I've never had these ran as wireless, the computers in here, so I didn't even think to disable the wireless network from these desktops. But it was, I noticed the pop-up on Windows, so it was basically trying to go between wired and wireless. And I'm guessing, I don't know, but I'm guessing yesterday that's what was going on. And it was like such a quick going between that it wasn't enough to kick me off the stream. But it was enough so that my chat program was constantly reconnecting. That's my theory, and it makes sense. Deco X75? No, it's not that. Makes sense to you too? Yeah, I think that's what was going on. So, in a weird way, Aries might have helped me realize what the problem was. Smockmail with all DLCs? I think so, as far as I'm aware. I gotta be honest with you. After the trouble I've been through this mod and so far, I'm thinking that if you want to use this mod, first off, maybe don't. Maybe look for a similar mod, or roll back to 1.5. And if you do, if you just really want to play this for some reason, do not turn on the beta Fog of War option. A lot of people have said it's buggy. There was someone on YouTube said that it broke their game just as badly as mine. Mine got really broken. Like, I just would not touch that part. If you really want to play with the other part of it, that's fine though, I think, so far. Go stats, big hit to accuracy, but double rate of fire and double number of shots. Yeah, that's crazy. Double. Actually, we'll just leave this. 6-shot, 300 rounds per minute pistol. All right, fabrication. From another remote run. Rip to your productivity. We're gonna go in and set up my drug policy. I haven't done that yet. So let's go into drug policy. It's just gonna be the default. So beer, we're gonna turn off for addiction on everything aside from Luciferium. Beer, keep an inventory 1. And you can take it every day if your mood is below 75. Next one that I'm okay with every day would be ambrosia. You can take that every day if beer wasn't enough and we have ambrosia, you can take it if your mood is below 69. If your mood is no longer nice, you can take that. Next would be psychite tea. Psychite tea, we can take that every 2 days technically. I'm going to stretch it out a little bit because we are making this one right now. That one, if your mood is below 65%, drink some tea. Okay. And then after that, I'll probably micromanage the other. But I really don't like setting up Smoke Leaf because it does reduce consciousness. That means pawns are closer to death. However, if they are about to have a major breakdown, I would rather them take Smoke Leaf instead. So we'll put that as like a 45. And right now in the run, we'll micromanage Yayo, Flake, etc. This should be good for now. Penoxycillin, we'll also go ahead and, if we have it, keep on inventory, take every 5 days. That's fine. Oh. There we go. Is there a mechanic reason for 69%, or is it just for the meme? Just for the meme. Just for the meme. Colony and the pawns crawl a lot. Fun face. Cole, welcome in. Cola. So I need at least one advanced component right now. Wait, and to start scanning with that, but we can wait a little bit, I guess. I hate sliders. I was saying this on Friday when we were talking about Costco meat, but you were pulled away. Kirkland pastrami is pretty good too. I gotta tell you that that beef and lamb hero meat is probably the best meat I've had from Costco or from like a store like that in general. Man, I don't know what it is. That stuff is good. Is there anything you should know before starting your first RimWorld run? So the main thing I would say, Poello, is that just know, play whatever way's fun for you. There's lots of ways to play. You can play it as a peaceful base builder, or you can play with like crazy challenges or anywhere in between. The big thing to note is you don't have to start over to experiment and change things. So if you go into your options while you're playing and you go to gameplay, storyteller settings, and modify, there are a lot of things you can change to craft the game how you want. So that'd be the big one for me. Like, you can start out on peaceful and like, okay, I've learned how to keep people fed and they're not dying from the cold or whatever, right? Let's try some rage. You come in here and you can change that in here. So that's like kind of a blanket one. Aside from that, if you run into any problems or whatever, let me know. Even if I'm not playing RimWorld, and there's a lot of people you could ask for sure. But yeah, there's so many tips to give for RimWorld. There's so many that it's hard to name like starter tips, believe it or not. Aside from play whatever way's fun with you for you. Know that you can change those options all the time in the gameplay. Even your storyteller, you change all this. Yeah. The last thing I'll mention is it's not very obvious at all. But in RimWorld, you don't have to worry about this at lower difficulties. But in general, RimWorld, the more wealth you have, the more raid points the game has. And what that means is bigger threats. So that's the main thing that determines how big events are and how bad they are in RimWorld. The more stuff, if you go into this statistics menu here, the higher this colony wealth number, the harder things are going to be. And the higher difficulty, the more so that is. But You could, yeah, I know. I was like, please don't let Randy be gone again. Just checking for Randy again. So. That's one clip where you rip scan the baby. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Fantastic. No, but my big thing in RimWorld is I play in a lot of different ways, but my big thing is like play whatever way is fun for you. Yeah, whatever's fun for you. I play in many different ways because I play so many runs, but Wealth Graph, your old enemy. No wrong way to play RimWorld, yep. Don't let people tell you there are. There really is not. No wrong way to play. Regardless of what people in a YouTube comment or a Reddit thread might tell you, do whatever you find fun in RimWorld. That's all that really matters. And if you have any questions about how something actually works or something like that, yeah, by all means, let me know. I'll try to answer it. Okay, so never harm a child in RimWorld. I think I want to get rid of a little bit of this wealth actually. So we'll send Minoc. He has the Insanity Land still, so yeah, I'm gonna go here. We still want to befriend these. I'll talk about a couple of reasons why we want to befriend those people, but let me get this set up. I don't think we're gonna go with Loose Freedom this time. I'm gonna trade that one unique weapon. One of them I'm probably gonna use. I mean, I have it equipped right now, so let's. Good sign that we're gonna use it. Travel supplies. Okay. So Minoc is going to try to neutralize, and by that I mean, you know, make them no longer an enemy. There's a couple of reasons for that, especially in vanilla RimWorld. So this is a rough outlander, which means they attack basically the same as pirates, basically. So they come with like industrial weapons and, you know, armor and stuff like that. So if we befriend them, that means there are less rolls to hit those really deadly raids like center drops like we had earlier. So what we're going to end up doing is we're going to befriend the rough outlander union, and then we're going to anger the gentle tribe. That way we're more likely to get tribals instead of the outlanders or industrial stuff because they're easier to deal with. And for this run, this is kind of a min-max run because the charity purchaser wanted me to see how the AI reacts against like a standard min-max playthrough. So we're doing no kill box right now. But anyway, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna hedge our bets to have more tribal raiders than outlanders, basically. That is one need to for centipedes to spawn for a caravan. Centipedes can't spawn as a caravan ambush, if that's what you mean. Mechs don't ambush caravan. The only kind of mech ambush you might have seen is if you stay on a map too long, especially like a mining map or like the Odyssey map or whatever. Like a camp, if you stay on a camp too long, the raid can be like a mech. Yeah, a couple mechs, but like a normal caravan ambush, no, mechs won't ambush you, thankfully. Also, another ally we might be able to call. Yep, that's true. We get them allied. I could change the mods, yeah, for sure. Can underwater mech race still happen? Yes. Barracks and bedrooms, from min-max perspective, barracks are still the best, yeah. But you can use bedrooms. You can even use, I should do a 500% no pause soon where we use all bedrooms the entire playthrough. I might do a back to vanilla run after we're done with the charity events. Just have Crash Landed versus Cassandra, literally no DLC. Make bedrooms, use all the old tricks, use an actual kill box, a burn box. Is there any benefit of bedrooms? Bedrooms have a higher mood ceiling, so bedrooms will give overall a little bit more mood, but with quite a bit of downside. Give each person a separate house. Love burn boxes. Does it make it so you can fish a devourer? That'd be awful. Hey, where's that guy that was here yesterday making crazy mods? You still there? Are you back? Only going for 6 IRL months. Fine loss today. You have a bedroom and you were happier, you think? Yeah, well, this is in RimWorld. How close are we? -10. Aw, come on. And slinks back in. That'd be awful. I lost today. How'd you lose, Rin? Seeing raiders collapse and slowly burn to death puts a smile on your face. Maybe be stunned so you have a moment the pawn can run away where it leaps at them. Clones, car-sized insects could burrow through the floor. That's also a good point. Very good point. Oh, I didn't take that. Crap. We could have probably got there. What is this mod? You can actually should run, but the short of it is it's supposed to make the enemies smarter and give them extra strategies. So they can do things like sprint, kite, flank. They'll look for more cover. They'll break through your walls more often. Stuff like that. So I might be sending Minoc out again soon already. Soon again already. Because I didn't... Alright, new recruits. Let's get a name. It's none other than... Enix. Give him an Enix. Finally have someone else that can... I have a 5 in doctoring, so congratulations, you're a doctor for now. I finally have another person that can do construction and actually like it, so hooray for us. Hooray for us. Right. So we're not playing with biotech, so I don't know how it interacts with xenotypes or if it does in a different way. Enix. What a square name. Okay. So, yeah, we're going to send Minoc out, I think, again, almost immediately. I might even harvest these early. There's some more out here, too. Yeah, okay, let's do it. So we're going to harvest the ambrosia a little bit early. We're going to send Minoc back out with some ambrosia. And that gun I didn't take. Hopefully we're going to neutralize those guys. There's another strategy with neutralizing them that I can't show right now, but that is pretty funny to do. So you can have a drop pod just sitting in your base with enough stuff in it to make someone neutral. And when they attack, while they're on your map, you can drop pod the rep increasing thing to them. They'll become neutral while they're on your map. They'll just turn around and leave. So... Come out of shallow water. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get them out of a lot of small rivers. I think there's a restriction where it has to be either X size or connect to a map edge. So, yeah. So, how it works. Hey, it's Spluter. You got a different number over here. So, the water mech attack has to be moving water, basically. That's how I remember it. So, mechs can't come out of lakes or ponds, but they can come out of moving water. Go to 2 simultaneous raids and you ally with them with drop pod and they fight each other. Yeah, that can happen too. Raids can fight each other either way. you get something cool at VIP 2? VIP list is currently backlogged and full, but it's mainly to bypass the emote only mode streams. We have those. I will take that too. All right, we're gonna redo the meals now. We've redone this in a while. Do 12 and 8 for now. It's still a little light on meals, but that's okay. Your thoughts on Dark Souls post Ornstein and Smo? It's hard because Dark Souls is pretty nostalgic. I mean, I like Dark Souls altogether. Are you asking if the game is like better or worse post that? I don't know. VE Mortar is having to use. Yeah, I use EMP Mortar almost every playthrough. Just the thoughts on it. Yeah, I've never really divided the game up in that way, but I like the game as an overall package. I do think there are some zones in the game that were like incomplete or don't feel as great. Definitely some bosses that way too. Ornstein Smo is kind of a highlight of the run. I mean, Gwyn and the run back if you die is also kind of classic as much as it sucks. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to... Yeah, I was thinking of Lost Islip, yeah. With the zone, yeah. But overall, as a whole package, I really like Dark Souls. It's not my favorite FromSoft game, for sure. It's not even my favorite Souls game in the title. 3 is probably my favorite overall. But I'll give you a sub. Yeah, we got a lot of gift subs last night, yeah. Blighttown. I didn't mind Blighttown too much. We're back to Joe in the Tomb of the Giants, probably the worst of the game. I've never had to do that run back. Does look like it sucks though. Sekiro, if you're talking about all FromSoft games or all Souls-like FromSoft games, I was just talking about the 3 Dark Souls. Is it true that RimWorld exists because Tynan loved Prison Architect? I don't know, but I don't think so. Centipede Demon is the worst boss. Yeah. Bed of Chaos isn't bad. Bed of Chaos is pretty annoying. The first time I played through blindly, it was pretty frustrating. Isn't RimWorld older? No. Sylvathon won't last longer than last year. I don't know. Don't know. Maybe. Stuck in that small area on the shore as well. Yeah, my favorite of the 3 Dark Souls is Dark Souls 3. I actually also, so I played them without knowing how I was supposed to feel about them, so to say. So when I played through Dark Souls 2, immediately after Dark Souls 1, I played them all 3 in a row. And I was blind to them. I actually liked Dark Souls 2 on my first blind playthrough. It was different. I actually thought it was still good. I guess that's, so to say, even the worst Dark Souls game is a pretty good game, right? But I know a lot of people crap on Dark Souls 2 still. I had a lot of fun with it on my first blind playthrough. It's the one I've replayed the least. So maybe that also says something. It was a nonsense on AI. I know, that's insane. Just a random Saturday. I still couldn't believe it, yeah. One of my walk last night talking to my wife, I was like, what the crap? Elden Ring overall, in your opinion? Elden Ring is very good, especially with the Erd Tree. Do we know anything about a new DLC? We don't know anything yet. Don't know anything yet. We just know that it's been a year since the last one. And if they keep the same track record as all the previous DLCs, we'll be seeing another one in 3 to 5 months. PS3 boss is a strong point. I will say that out of all the games, Dark Souls 1 still has such an awesome map. It was such a cool experience playing Dark Souls 1 blindly back in the day. And like I had been playing for I don't even know how long, right? I didn't know where I was. I was just playing and exploring, and then all of a sudden I loop back around to Firelink Shrine. And I'm like, whoa, what the crap? I cannot believe this looped around. So it was such a cool feeling, and the shortcuts were good and made sense and were cool feelings as well. But that main loop, when I first looped back through like that sewer area or whatever, back to Firelink, I was like, holy crap, that is crazy. That's one of the reasons why Dark Souls 1 is still your favorite. I will also say they did use a little game cheating to do that. If you go look at the Dark Souls 1 actual map that people have now, you can see that it shouldn't quite loop exactly the way that it feels like it does in the game. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from it. But yeah, that was a really cool feeling that I haven't really got that same feeling exactly with any other of the FromSoft games since. So. They cheat with like the yeah, a little bit, yeah. Because if you look at the actual map, it's like there's some parts that's like really weirdly stretched and turned where you're. It's almost like some of the elevators and places like that feels like you're going in a straight vertical, but when you look at the overall map, it's like stretched in a weird way. Yeah. Some non-Euclidean crap going on in there, yeah. You missed the elevator by accident on your first run. My very first run in Dark Souls 1, like a lot of people, I went straight to the graveyard and I died a couple of times. But I ran around trying to survive long enough that I got the Zweihander, or however you pronounce it. So one of my first weapons in Dark Souls 1 just happened to be the Zweihander. I used it the entire game. It was such a good early find. I didn't know how good I had it, so... What's my favorite boss in Dark Souls 1? Let me do this trade. I'll think about it. Starting a desert tile with limited animals, you seem to starve before plants grow. Desert tile, plant potatoes and all the little yellow squares you can see right away. If you have any agave or anything like that, get it immediately. Keep an eye on predators killing animals for you. Scavenge the corpses. Trade anything you can for other food. And hunt if you can. That's all you can really do in the desert maps for food early, without, especially without DLC. The Elden Ring, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I think we might go ahead and get the barrel. We're gonna need it. Favorite boss? I don't know. Huh. Because there's some bosses that are like cool bosses and memorable. And then there's like the classic like Ornstein and Smo, right? Which is probably the answer. I'm not sure. Artorias, yeah. Well, I guess obviously, yeah. Can I explain the story of Glyn? A little bit, yeah. One sec. I don't think we have enough for a barrel, right? Oh, wait, I have the gold down here. I also need to get the telescope. I kind of want to siege without me having to buy a barrel because we have the Insanity Lance and I want to get a free mortar out of it. I don't have enough to get 2 barrels. I don't want 2. Oh, I need to explain the EMP mortars as well. Sorry. I'll loop back around. I'm going to go ahead and get the telescope. Okay, so are you still there about the EMP mortars? Kids only run. Yeah, so the name Glyn comes from the kids only run. Child only run. If you haven't seen the child only run, there's an edit of it as well. Highly recommend watching it. I think not everyone agrees. In my opinion, the child only run is probably the best edit from like a hilarious standpoint, I guess. That and the same with page only run. But the short of it in that run is there was a kid that was a real problematic kid named Glyn. And she was our trade person, though. So Glyn was always, they were our trade mule. So they were pretty much always on the road going out and getting things, right? And in that run, we were required, if we saw a child, we had to try to get them. We had to try to save them because it was children only kids in that colony. And if we saw any, we had to try to get them. We had to try to save them for whatever was going on. So the problem with that is the game is not used to you having only children. So the game thought we had very low amount of colonists. So that means almost everywhere would have slaves, would have colonists that we could buy. And unfortunately, those can also be children. So Glenn was out on the road all the time, and almost every friggin' stop, it felt like, every time Glenn went out, there would be a child for sale, and usually a pigskin child for some reason. And so Glenn kept bringing home more children, and little pig girls. Glenn had a thing for little pig girls. And so Glenn caused a bunch of other problems in that run that I won't talk about just so I don't spoil the funny moments for you. But that's the story of Glenn and how they got immortalized with On the Road to Glenn, because they were such a problematic pawn. I used to gripe at them. They saved the run multiple times. They won the game for us, and they collected a bunch of other children, whether we wanted them to or not. On the road to Glenn. Can't wait to be on the road to Glenn. What happened to the kids aged up? We had a community person make a mod so that the kids could do rituals. And so when a kid reached 13, we did a chronophage to bring them back down to like 7 or whatever. Brilliant. Mortar thing. Are you still there? Okay, mortar thing. So the question was, are EMP mortars worthwhile? Do they have a use? Yes, a really big one. So if you have royalty DLC comes with mech clusters. Mech clusters have something called a high shield sometimes. The high shield blocks mortar shells from impacting. However, the EMP shells can be shot into that any part of that big dome, and it will disable the high shield for a while. So I don't have it set up right now, but basically what that means is, what I usually do is I have a few different mortars down, right? And I set one of the mortars ammunition to only be an EMP and the other ones to be explosives, right? And so then I have them all on hold fire. I have everyone come over there to get ready to shoot. I wait until it's aimed, and then I turn off hold fire on the EMP first, and then I wait like 2 seconds, turn off hold fire on all the explosive mortars. And then what happens is the EMP one gets shot, it breaks the high shield, and then all the explosive shells land and destroy or trigger the mech cluster. So yeah, having one EMP mortar from mech clusters is incredibly valuable for sure. Does it walk? Does the double wall work differently with advanced AI? So far, not. What is the CAI 5000 Raider? They have additional intelligence. They have different strategies, so they can sprint, they can kite, they search for cover more, they can sprint into flanking. They are more likely to destroy walls, supposedly. Accuracy through volume. So you like young pawns to sacrifice sometimes. Combat for profit, 2-star. Yep, no problem. So I'm gonna trigger happy pawn to the EMP mortar, let you shoot them all at the same time. I don't think so. I haven't tried it, honestly, though. When will the VOD of this live release? It's already up. We're gonna continue to watch. We gotta go. Yeah, so how, Kevin, they are up immediately and they're under the live tab. So on my channel, all the VODs are on this channel, but you have to click the live. That's not just where the live streams are, that's where all the VODs are. So yeah, if you want to come back and watch any of this, yesterday's full episode of this or whatever, of the stream, not the edited version, they're all under the live tab. I have to use the same method, although it's like 2 or 3 EMP mortars, all with 2 or 3 second delay, clearing the shield, starting the pod. Yeah, right. You can do you can expand on it for sure. Yeah, you can add more mortars, doing the explosives as well, EMPs, yeah. But the trick is let your EMP ones shoot first. But I found the raids any more difficult? A little bit, but we've only had kind of small raids because we've been low pawn count for a long time. A little bit, yeah. We had some, we had a melee raider sprint at us earlier. We were trying to kite. We had some raiders with frag grenades go around the corner and then try to kite us while throwing frag grenades. Like a couple things like that have happened so far. Randy's been asleep. Well, apparently Randy was literally not just asleep, he was dead. It's so weird. You've seen that? Did you see the clip too, Dipsy? Someone took a clip when I opened the options to show Randy, and he was just not there. I was like, there it is. Yeah, thank you. Will this be edited? Maybe. It's been a while since my last edited RimWorld video. It hasn't been very long, you know. You gotta remember, the RimWorld playthroughs are usually like 70 to like 150 hours. It takes a lot of time for those to get edited. The Xenotype run just ended last weekend. So, yeah, it hasn't been that long. It's only been like, what, 4 weeks or something? Yeah. It hasn't been that long, but yeah, the next one is going to be the Xenotype run. It's being edited right now, but it just takes time. Do the edits break even? Usually not. Oh, quack. The RimWorld edits, on average, I would say, because some of them pull ahead of others. On average, the RimWorld edits break even, and the non-RimWorld edits make nothing. So, like, I really think the Baby Steps edit is really good. It's really fun. It's really funny. I looked at how much that one's made yesterday, and it was like $49. It costs a lot more to make that. Same profit? No. No, not that direction. There's no Fog of War anymore. Yeah, we had to, the game was too bugged with it, so we had to get rid of it. Fortunately. What caused the streams? Excellent. Hopefully you're enjoying it, Mr. Weller. Yeah, there might be some edits and stuff that you didn't get recommended or something like that. You can check those out if you want. If you go to Expedition Played, it's just a Google document like everything. So you can always check that out. It's very possible that there might be some that you didn't even know existed. So, hey Kip, thank you for the super chat. Support the editors, thank you. I appreciate it. I do use that kind of stuff for the editing. So, there's lots of free and paid ways to support the edits if you ever want to. I finally updated my website now as well. My website has memberships and you get some bonuses for signing up on there. You get in the credits and stuff like that. It's also a way to like help pay for editing. So I'm not saying that for you to sign up, but for those that do want to, that's available on there now. And there's lots of free ways like watching them, obviously, liking, commenting, all that stuff that you hear all the time, subscribing to the channel. Ooh, a triple. Initially put Baby Steps on in the background, ended up watching the whole thing. It was so much fun. I was so surprised by that game. I was expecting some like stupid rage game that I was going to get annoyed with and stuff. And I spent most of my playthrough in Baby Steps. More often in Baby Steps, I was laughing than I was like cursing the game. So if you haven't watched the Baby Steps edit, yeah, check it out sometime. Even if you mainly just watch RimWorld, you might enjoy it surprisingly. You might find it as surprising as I did. Sure, gonna do one every year. No, it's been almost 3 years since the sea ice. I have not been enticed to come back to it so far. Bard 91 on your way to triple digits, man. Made a decision that would alter the course of his very life. Ventured into the domain of a. It doesn't show. Yeah. Fantasy serpent barely legal. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Who later evolved into a bard. 1 month later, the creature ventured into his own domain and never left. Man, I haven't thought about that name in years, actually. completely forgot about that. Yeah, thank you, Bard. They were reminding me of that. Man, why did I even raid you back then with a name like that? I don't remember. Do I have a favorite DLC? I don't know. Biotech and Ideology are probably pretty close for me of favorites. And then Odyssey is just barely under that. But on any given day, those three could swap positions in my head. Oh, God, you're right. That's right. It was Dragon Child. I'm the one that called you that. That's right. I'm the one that called you. I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah. Wow, now that really is all coming back. Hulk Iron Tusk. Give it a 17 months. 17 months. Yeah, this is Darkest Dungeon Day. That's what the days were back then. Darkest Dungeon raid. Yeah, yeah. Any money on Zero Sugar Monster? What kind are you trying, Jared? Did they get in? Yeah, Darkest Dungeon raid. It's all coming back for reals this time. You might have been playing RimWorld. Probably check what you're playing if you remember around when it was. It's not worth it, but... that was my wife, yeah. Aries did not hand me a new GamerSupps drink. What were we talking about? My wife was having some foot pain. Slept the heat. Oh, yeah. We haven't had a heat wave on this map yet. Give up on the fog. It was bugging my game too much. Guacamole Gamer Fire and Goof Juice. Really, those are your two favorites? Those are nowhere near my favorites, so that's interesting. I mean, everyone has their own flavor preference and, you know, palate and whatever. Forced cat labor. Yeah, I would trust the Aries to bring me a drink. Trade all 4 of your limbs for Robo Cyberpunk limbs in a heartbeat. If you guys could, would you have 4 arms like Goro? General, not bionic. I probably would, but it might get be annoying for a while. The run now is only the smarter AI. Yep. Yeah. Have I done Charge Lance only playthrough? Not really, no. I've done some solo pond runs where I use Charge Lance quite a bit in them, but I haven't done one where it's all Charge Lances. The raids have been different. Yeah, the raiders have been kind of interesting, yeah. Oh yeah, 4-armed t-shirts. Just go shirtless from then on. You wouldn't in general, but you would if it was bionic. Aries is capable of dumb labor. It's true. Not a butler cat. Only 6 points still. Is Randy back? Yeah. Yep, Randy's back. We fixed that. What are Aries' RimWorld stats? Slothful. Lazy. Abrasive. Sentient catalyst on Aries? Oh no. Brawler. Vacation. Well, it turns out he might not have just been on vacation. We had a mod bug that I don't know when it started. Maybe late last night, maybe this morning, where it deleted Randy from existence. Like, actually, like literally. He wasn't a selectable storyteller. If you could have 100-year supply for each of them, would you put your cats on Luciferium? Yes. Oh yeah, that's not connected. Whoops. He kind of deserved it. He got raided. We've been joking that saw it that he got taken by the fog of war. He was lost in the fog of war. Real question: if you had that much, would it go to you? Would it go to the cats or the family? Family. Climb on your back like Doc Ock. Alright, we're gonna get the impressives up to impressive. Very impressive instead of somewhat. That'll help with mood a bit. So 100-year supply of cats? No. God. You misread it, yeah. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do charge rifles this time or not. Maybe. Let's go ahead and get a deep drill before I run myself out of components. And we're gonna make it so the raiders hopefully aren't gonna be attacking this right away. Just a little time to save it. I know how much farms food you need for your colony. So by default, the 3 main crops, if they get planted and harvested immediately, and they are on normal soil, and you have year-long growing, you see there's a lot of ifs. You need about 20 plots of any of them on normal soil. Now, I would say overplant a little bit either way. If you're on a colder map, overplant more. If you're supplementing with hunting, maybe you don't need to plant quite as much. But remember that you can always trade the excess food. So excess food does mean excess wealth, which means more raiders, which might be a bonus or a detriment for you, pro or a con. But in general, I would say plant at least 20 plots of food for each of your colonists. If you're, again, planting, harvesting, and using simple meals. Math gets different if any of those things are different, but that's the short of it. I would say just put down a bit, as long as you can have the work capacity to do it, and you can always just trade or gift excess if it starts getting crazy. Now for meals, I usually, a colonist will eat 2 meals a day by default, and meals unrefrigerated last 3 days. So I usually take my pawn count, multiply by 2, and I usually multiply by 2 again, and that's how many meals I kind of keep. But sometimes I'll do ×2 and then ×3. Is 1,000 raw food too much for a solo pawn? I mean, from a min-max perspective, yes. But like, it's going to depend on your difficulties oftentimes, right? All right, what are we at here? So impressive. On a cold map. I guess the real answer is, if you can currently handle, it's 50 days worth of food. If you can currently handle whatever raid point raids you're getting, then don't worry about it. If people aren't starving, and you know you have some way to get more food, and you're not currently getting overwhelmed with how big raids are, then you're fine. That's kind of the shorter answer. Very impressive. It's poor, but it's still gonna impress. It's still gonna add some impressiveness. In bed. Keep you alive. I'll try my best. Yeah. You are the most important. You are tough and you have a legendary assault rifle, as it turns out. I'll play through the food has been messing with your raids a bit, you feel? How many hours do I have in RimWorld? I have like right at 10,000 hours. Especially with this mod, they still shoot raiders, but you can't see them. We're not using the Fog of War anymore, so I don't know how they worked in Fog of War. It says that turrets gave a line of sight, or gave vision in Fog of War, but I didn't get to try it before Fog of War broke in my playthrough. Summing up, it depends, as you officials say. Yeah, it does depend, but I usually will take advantage of how much rich soil I have. And if I notice that I am pulling in more food than I am getting new colonists, I will just reduce the size of that grow area. Then I'll trade or gift the excess. So that should really show that you don't need to min-max to the level of needing the exact number, even on 500%, right? I have had playthroughs where I'm like, okay, I'm on the razor's edge. We only always have like 180 raw food and only enough meals to eat, and then it's coming in right on time. Like, that's really extreme. You do not have to do that at all, even on 500%. And I usually don't do that anymore because I'm better at some of the other parts of the game now than I used to be, so I don't need to compensate even on challenge runs by doing that. Not to say I won't do it again, but yeah, I wouldn't worry about it to that extent. So I did this mainly so that I don't want to run our map out of components completely and steel completely and not be able to make a deep drill and have to go find more steel. So I went ahead and made this. I don't want them using it right now, so we'll turn it off. And the reason I put it in this little room is because if we do have raiders break through the walls, I'd rather them come and meet us and someone not like go off to the side and destroy our drill. Are crops calculated for wealth before they are harvested or after? After. A unharvested crop doesn't count for your wealth at all. So you could have 1,000,000 corn. There's not enough room. You have 1,000,000 corn. You have the entire map playing with corn ready to harvest. It adds 0 wealth. But as soon as you harvest it, it starts adding to wealth. Yeah. So, short answer. Unharvested plants do not count for your wealth. Breach raid. Yeah, that might happen actually. Kind of funny. I think you read Anne Hathaway, Arch and Highway, Manhunter. It's actually been a little while since we had Manhunter. I think we're all buttoned up, but let's just... Yeah, okay. 22 Timberwolves. Boy, it really is crazy how slowly you get more pawns without the DLCs and without, like, Burn Box or Ancient Danger Diving. This is the old experience where the game gets you between, like, 7 and 12, and then you just, like... It feels almost impossible to get more pawns without doing any of that stuff, or shock lance and things like that. Get some shooting practice. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Need one advanced component now. Whereas that anomaly is a natural healer. Yeah. What is the actual percent that it like does something to the brain? It's actually kind of low, but I always feel like it's more the... Isn't it like 70-30? Like 70% it doesn't do anything? Oh, it almost feels like the other direction every time for me. Probably not just for me. 30% brain damage, yeah. Feels more like 70. Play without DLC, the requirement is your biggest problem. Recruitment takes so long. But it feels like a large 30%, yeah. 90% on God Pawns, 10% on slow learners. Oh, corn, yeah, you go through so many shock lances. Yeah, I think we're gonna be buying some more. Rejoiner with the agony outburst downside. Is there a way to stop it forever? I don't think so. Does anyone know if the agony one is removed if you kill and resurrect them? Execute, yeah, but I think if you resurrect him, I think it just comes back. Yeah, I think that's just part of that pawn, but I haven't tried that, like death refuse or something. Wrong words is unbelievable. We never have gotten recruitment from that message. The kombucha chatters. Oh yeah, I forgot about that conversation yesterday. Well, let's go on rune. It's kind of a regular run now, only the AI has the smarter AI stuff, yeah. So regular run. Wait, that's what the charity purchaser wanted. They said they wanted to see a standard min-max playthrough and how the Raider AI worked against it. And they said that they didn't care if I used the Fog of War or not. So it ended up, apparently I should have just not used the Fog of War from the get-go, and we would probably be progressed further and would have ran into all those crazy bugs, but it is what it is. For you, this wealth level, you'll you can handle 5%. Yeah, probably. That's a good way to do it. Trek, give me the 26 months. The Trek 26 already, very much appreciated. You can put them in a crypto sleep casket until you need them. Guess that's true. What's weld? I think we just hit around 50k, which is kind of higher than I really want, but I'm feeling okay about it because we have the shock or the insanity lance, but yeah, we just passed 50. Night Owl Mascus Body Modder. Oh, man. They'll probably auto-join, too. So Body Modder is an easy one to get mood boost on them. We could give them, like, a Denture immediately for a +4, I think it is. And then Masochist, maybe they'll get a... Maybe they'll get a Scar from that. And then that kind of gets rid of Night Owl. This pawn isn't like crazy insane, but having another miner when we're going to do, we're not doing shuttle stuff, will be good. There will always be deep drilling to be done soon. The wolves have already started to go to sleep, so we can make our way there. Yeah, I think I'll try to save them. How long does the name raffle reward last? Until your name is drawn. So it is a raffle system that I never reset. How it works is just like every time you get a name in the raffle, it gives you an increased chance of it being pulled just by the numbers, right? But I don't reset it otherwise. Yeah, I might take this person. We'll see. A long time if you ask some people. How can you ally space traders if you made them into an enemy? So there's a couple of ways to do that. Let me get these back so I don't miss out on this and make sure I save them. And then I'll go over it. You can stack? Yeah, so the yeah, it's a raffle ticket. Yeah, so every time you get a name into the raffle, it increases your odds of getting drawn. But if you do get drawn, it draws all your tickets. It deletes all of them, right? So you can get your name drawn with one. The more that you have in there, the more likely it is. Okay. So the question was, if you anger the Trade Alliance, how do you re-ally them? There's two main ways to do it that I've done. One is if you have ideology and you have fluid ideology, or even if you don't, if you have the ideology where your rituals gives nearby reputation, you can actually go up to like an asteroid or something like that, whatever they're called, meteorite, whatever. You can go up there on the asteroid and you can do your rituals, and the nearby faction is the space traders. You can gain reputation by nearby goodwill rituals from ideology. The other one is if you destroy the base of a permanently hostile place like these guys or these ones, whatever. If it's permanently hostile, if you destroy one of their bases, if you go in there and defeat them, it will give you plus reputation, plus goodwill with all the other factions. So you could just go destroy a couple of those, and that would also re-ally them. You can technically yeah, you can. So that's another point. If you go into quests, make sure in your reward preference that you have goodwill turned on. If you have this is not a mod. If you go into here, if you have this turned on, you can still get a quest where their name will be red, or you might get an option to do something. I don't know how rare it is for the trade alliance in that regard, but you might as well, right? Another thing, oh yeah, that's another point. So if you have a crash pod and it says it's from their faction, you know, saving them and then releasing the prisoner. I don't know how they're going to get back up to the space traders, but doing that also gives you a little bit of rep for them, yeah. How did I get to that menu? Quests, reward preference. You will gain some with them over time, yeah. Let me see what it says. Yeah. So year over year, you'll eventually like again. Action. You guys got in here. Okay, No, there's no reason for me to do that yet. So do you have your pawns on currently? Currently I have them on a very basic schedule. Because we're playing pretty much vanilla, I'll probably eventually put them on biphasic for the extra mood. I should already do that since we have some idle time, but at the moment, just a very basic schedule. I do have a scheduling guide up on RimWorld that goes over how the schedule works in general, so you can kind of choose what's best for you when it's best for you. It also goes over biphasic, which is still very strong. Honestly, if you're newer to the game, I mean, even if you aren't, anything is still a decent schedule. It has its own problems, and it's what I prefer actually on Night Owl and on Quick Sleeper a lot of times, and on Children. But you can just do anything, and it works pretty well. We need 4 turtles, and we'll have an army. Right. New lovers. Phoenix and Highway Tiger. So we get a quality bed out of here. Very impressive. Very impressive. Okay. So we're really looking for excellent or better in the long run. Leave that good one though, just in case that's the best we get. Oh, there we go. Good. So the reason for the excellent bed, for anyone that doesn't know, excellent beds only need 1 attachment to cap out comfort for our mood. And so we're using a barracks this time, most of the time. Having all excellent beds, we can get rid of this. We don't have to use this setup. And then they can all attach to the same dresser. So... maybe after famous artists. Like musical artists. The 4 Turtles. Prince. David Bowie. Ozzy Osbourne. Justin Timberlake. No. What a quattro of artists, music artists. I just knew I was gonna put someone out of left field in the fourth. Works in your book. I feel like a mod wife heard that, she'd be like, do not put him in that same group. Taylor Swift as well, obviously. Launch ship with the least amount of combat. No. Once you're accidentally sitting in Ozzy Osbourne's wheelchair. What, really? Huh. I mean, accidentally. I'm guessing you sat down and what? Wait, I'll let you tell the story. But I was thinking like, you know, you meant to sit down and what? You just didn't know it was his or for him or something. Cool claim to fame. Yeah, I'll let you tell the reasoning behind it. Have fun with the mod? No, not really, because we've ran into so many bugs and stuff. But yeah, not really. Sadly to say. Prison warden. 2 paralytic abasia. So we do have the option that if these prisoners are like friggin' amazing, we could kidnap them. However, this is a 2-star double mech cluster. So if anything happens to the prisoners at all, yeah. Never mind. It doesn't even matter. They'll just be triggered. Yeah, we're not doing it. 2 double-sized mech clusters. No thanks. It was right before he died at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In the stagehand union, you were bored and tired. It was an unused seat. Staff was very angry. This is an interesting story to have, though. Even though it's not much of a story, so to say, but... Spice for Jet. Yeah, right. I don't think the reward for me would be the potential to kidnap some of those pawns, but... Met Drew Breeze in person. That's yours. I've never seen a like real famous person in real life. I don't really I know some people get really excited about it. I don't really care either way. Like I don't think it would I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. There they are. But yeah, I've never seen anyone that's super famous. See yourself every day. Aw. Look in the mirror. Yeah. I am not. Even like, if you take like the 5 biggest streamers of all time, and you go out to like a random person or like, you know, in an Uber or whatever, taxi or something, restaurant, you ask a normal person, so to say, like, do you know this person? You know who this is? Do you know any? They won't know them either. So I'm not even on. I don't even register on the scale of that stuff. I don't want to either. But honestly, the best way to interact with them, true life. Oh yeah, for sure. I think so too. Met Natalie Portman before she was super big time. Their signing is the only one that got you starstruck. Tom Hanks. Used to work with some celebrities here and there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's uncontrollable, right? So, like, if you ask someone that kind of feels like adrenaline when they see these famous people or whatever, it's not like, yeah, they may not understand it either. Like, I don't fault them for it, so to say, unless they're like crazy about it. But you allegedly bumped into Johnny Depp around the time that Pirates 2 was released. Didn't know it. Someone told you afterward? Keith Urban introduced you to Nicole Kidman. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. You say hi and shit. I probably wouldn't say anything to them at all. You think it's interesting? Yeah, I just haven't had it happen. The closest for me, I guess, is when I went to the concert earlier this year And I was front center at a small theater in Indianapolis, and Maynard was singing, and he stepped up right in front of me, and part of the song and like sung down. He had to look somewhere, but we were just like eye contact for like 30 seconds, and the woman next to me was like, "Oh my god, you made eye contact with Maynard." Like, it was pretty cool, but it wasn't like, you know, I wasn't like Beetle fainting over it or something. But still married at the time. Urban all the time. For whatever reason, he's at a lot of the events in Cleveland. He's a super tiny dude with platform boots. Eye contact? Nope. Yeah. Met a couple doing work. It was quite nice to meet. I feel like a lot of them are probably interesting, and they have like interesting stories and stuff. So don't get me wrong, but I don't think like if I was walking somewhere and I saw someone like a famous person like across the street or something, I'd be like, oh, that's kind of cool. I think that's so and so, but I don't think Maynard's a good one. It was cool. Anxiety, you think it would keep you from talking to a celebrity as well? You'd be worried that you'd bother them. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be a bother either. Cross a busy thoroughfare. Up to the guy, exchange apologies. Continued. Your family was like wide-eyed. Like, I think. Have you guys seen the clips of the Pirates of the Caribbean Jack Sparrow actor in Disney or whatever in Florida? And it looks like exactly like Pirates of the Caribbean era Johnny Depp. Like, and people are like, I think that's actually him. I think he just goes there and dresses up. I think being famous would suck. Yeah, probably. Is that a live or the other function of YouTube? Is what? What if Randy made eye contact with you? The dinos from Jurassic Park on the street. Just go there and dress up at Disneyland, yeah. Adam Savage in Jack Sparrow costume. It's pretty funny. You can see him doing that when he's bored. Got an observer, thank you. I feel like that would be fun to do if you were that person, yeah. Europe, welcome in. Was it like a random day? No, I think it's the person that actually, the look-alike, plays that role seriously, but... Tough Undergrounder, 18 by 17. A famous source before, totally forgot about it. Met the voice of Kermit. Oh my god. We had lunch at Jean-Claude Van Damme. Sofia, Bulgaria. Shooting untouchables. Did we get the message this guy might leave? Or will leave? Did you get roundhouse kicked? How do you deal with your animals wandering through an open kill box to get a snack? Some animals are stopped by fencing or sandbags and stuff like that. So you can, if you want, put like a barricade at the end of it. That'll stop some animals, but it won't stop all. The short of it is you can't have where your food is open for the animals to pass to. I accidentally hung out with a Pussycat Dolls when they opened for Britney Spears. Jimmy Henson was on your list for a long time. Observer, they have the 69 bits. The Ink Machine dropped over. Yes, yeah, last night was crazy. We got over 5,000 paid subscribers last night on Twitch. When did he give it? Oh, that was all last night, all of it. Actually, somehow people broke the friggin' hype train record of the channel just on a random Saturday night. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Went on my nightly walk with Mod Wife after the stream after I ate, and we were just like, what the crap has happened? In a good way, of course, but it was like... Ah, crap. I should have kidnapped him. Well, what level was it? I think 28, almost 29. And in fact, like 3 more people gave more gift subs right as it ended, so it could have went even higher. I mean, I don't mind either way, of course, but put the walls around the geothermal to protect from raids. Yeah, so initially this wasn't in our base, so I was protecting it that way, and now it also protects it even if we get people inside the walls. Oh, another one of these. What the crap? My hype for the upcoming games. I'm really looking forward to the Total Warhammer 3 next DLC and update. That one's pretty high on my list of things I'm really looking forward to as far as games go. Then also looking forward to the Total Warhammer 40k game when that comes out. There's a lot of stuff that I want to play that's already out or that's hitting 1.0. So I haven't really, gotten too into looking beyond that, to be honest with you. So yeah, mainly right now it's about catching up, so to say. You can never really catch up. But I don't necessarily mean this in a negative way, but I usually don't get too hyped about games anymore. About new releases. And what I mean by that is like, yeah, I look forward to things coming out. I hope they're good. But there's not a lot of games that are like super like, man, I feel super excited. I cannot wait for this kind of thing. That doesn't happen too often. It's not because of desensitization to it. I think it's because there's so many good things to play all the time anyway. But I can think of a few things that would get like announced at some point where I'd be like, oh my god, it's happening. Even if they might end up eventually not being great. Like, if there was ever a StarCraft 3 announcement, I would probably, like... I probably would feel that adrenaline, that craziness inside. I would be very worried that it would be crap, but if that was announced, yeah, that would be nerd chill time for the first time in a long time. Also, the next time FromSoft's name pops up at the beginning of, like, one of the Game Awards or something like that, that'll probably also get the adrenaline churning, but, yeah, aside from that. Now's my time. Oh man, stuff like that would be. There's a lot of cool things I really would like to be announced and look forward to. Don't get me wrong, like I said, but those are the ones that would be like nerd chill time. Got a little high for GTA 6. The ball past you. Felt high. It was Final Fantasy 7 remake. Make sure that chat is a Twitch extension. Oh, for the Warhammer one. Sure, my campaign run of Wings of Liberty. Are you doing the like that crazy difficulty mod or whatever? Walk save, it's 88. Yeah, it's rough. Feels like 109. Yeah. Time to just walk around the kitchen table. I did that. It wasn't long ago. I need to get like a treadmill again. But back when the heat wave was here, which is probably gonna come back around. But when the heat wave was going on here, I was trying to get my steps in, and I couldn't really go out without dying. I was just walking around the kitchen table, back through the living room, around the kitchen table, while like talking to Mod Wife, having something on the TV. What's the dread? Excitement for the would-be hearing. Welcome back, Commander. Oh yeah, that would be cool too. I think the days of those being great is probably over, unfortunately. Friggin' EA and its graveyard of great companies. Westwood Studios, yeah. That would be cool, though. I'm with you there. From Light Fox. Oh, man, I just thought of another one that kind of hits that list. If they put out a trailer for XCOM 3 and it looked awesome, that's probably another one that I'd be like, oh, man. It's happening. It's happening. But again, I'd be very cautious. I'd be a little worried about it. But that would be awesome to see too. Jump rope. Yeah, jump rope is crazy for cardio. That's true. Now Microsoft's also building one of those graveyards. Yeah. New Fable. New Fable I'm cautiously optimistic about too. I hope it's good. But I didn't have that like nerd chill reaction. I've only had that nerd chill reaction a few times in my life though. Dying to go to heaven for even a crumb of XCOM 3. Will you care to see any of that infested War of the Chosen stuff again? You didn't like War of the Chosen. That's interesting. War of the Chosen is, I feel, one of my favorite DLC, one of my favorite expansions to any game ever, actually. That's interesting. You hope you get the nerd chills for Elder Scrolls 6. You tried to play one of the Fable games that made you on Steam and it made you motion sick. You met 50 Cent because he was going to wear your 3D print for a commercial at a grocery store. Hy-Vee. Met Jason Momoa and Henry Cavill. They played soccer in your town. Jason grew up there. That's interesting. Heating up the... Yeah, I know. Yeah, it has been nice. Yeah, I've been doing... man, on Tuesday... Was it Tuesday? Whatever day it was. That day here in Indianapolis, it was like... Anyway, it was like 61 degrees in the morning when I went out. I ended up going on a 5-mile walk. Oh, man, this is nice. Why can't it be like this always? XCOM's an itch that never goes away. Wings of Minx. Okay. Yeah, I haven't played any of them. Marvel asked for you. Didn't really fit the theme of the game. I can understand it. I think Dishonored has the best DLCs. Dishonored's DLCs are cool. The Witches of... what was it? The Knife of Dunwall. I almost said Dunkirk. And the Witches of something. Yeah, those are good. Again. Welcome in. Knew Kyle Bush's wife in college. Brigmore Witches, that's what it was, thank you. Of Waverly Place. Randy hasn't really attacked recently again. I'm almost afraid to open the... Hey, Randy, please be there. Okay. Arcane. Oh, yeah. That's right. Fall 5 now. No longer being in Bethesda's wretched grass. Sad to see what becomes of that also. Iron-willed psychopath. A doctor. 85! Why are you 85? I gotta start looking at the age. Even after 10,000 hours in this game, when I open a pawn to go shopping to see if I want to kidnap them to join the colony, I just bypass the age at first look, and then I get my hopes up with an awesome pawn, and then I see they're 85 with health issues. You might be like, well, it's Chronophage. We're not playing with those DLCs and stuff. We're playing pretty vanilla, so this is unfortunately a no-go. You do the same thing. Got my hopes up on Riley here. Hermine Riley. Sad times. So, but at least Xbox, given the studios, it's a pretty good deal, I guess. Don't go into the fog, Randy. Randy, please. So... I'm not planning on doing a ship launch with only 6 people, but, it's kind of... I don't know, we're kind of heading that way. There's a chat that was Microsoft's #1 fan. 1,000 Darkest Dungeon DLC announced. I think it's cool, yeah. I think it's a good thing overall. A lot of developers have been going back and updating or adding things to their old games without missing a beat on their new stuff, without taking away from that, so to say. So it's really cool. I'm a Darkest Dungeon fan, of course. I'll probably do a playthrough with the new DLC. If I had to guess, maybe September. I know it comes out like August 17th or something. I'm planning on doing X. Yeah, we'll see. Why build walls around the geothermal? Well, they weren't inside our outer walls at first, so all the raiders would have just come and destroyed them every time we had a raid. And then the purpose of building walls around the geothermal when they're inside your outer walls is that you still, with the no kill box style, we're still going to have raiders. We're going to have breaches come in. We're going to have sappers. We're going to have normal raiders eventually break through the wall. We're going to have drop pod raiders inside. We had drop pod raids earlier, and all those could potentially destroy the geothermal. You always triple wall it just in case. Yeah, I usually double wall it if it's out of the base and single wall it if it's in the base. I think what I'm gonna do, originally wasn't going to, but I think I'm going to. Looks like we're gonna have time to do this, so I haven't played like this in a while. Criminals cause raiders can buy them. Yeah, that's also true. That's also a thing. Use the geyser as a heat box furnace. Yep. Oh, with geothermal on it? No, I don't think so. The infinite heat from the steam vent is still a thing, though. I haven't done that in a really long time either. It proves games back then were better. I don't think so necessarily. You build a roof with a geothermal. I don't have them build one. I leave it open. What's our power looking like? 1325. It's always been good and bad. Yeah, I think so. I think the games oftentimes have that kind of survivorship bias too. There's a lot of crap games that came out in the past that nobody remembers or talks about or plays ever that were just garbage. There are way more games coming out now, so there's more garbage and also more good stuff. But overall, I think there's amazing games coming out all the time, especially from like indie developers. Yeah, I think there's good stuff coming out all the time. There's so much to play. If you like all genres of games, it's really a curse. Like, I like all genres, pretty much. And if no game was ever made again, ever, all games, just no new games the rest of eternity and the rest of my life, I still couldn't finish all the good games I want to play in my lifetime. So, good problem to have, though, I guess. RimWorld is disgustingly fun. Yeah, I do want to play that too. I held out and didn't play early access. My family is currently playing Palworld 1.0. I'll probably try out a Palworld playthrough after I'm on my current Satisfactory run. AA Studios as well. Yeah, now we got quadruple A studios. 6 research benches. That's right. Here's Field has shown developers that their audience has valuable opinions that need to be valued. Just for example, Palworld is another one. Yeah, you run into that a lot on the internet where people are like, oh, there's no good games. There's nothing to play right now. There's nothing good out right now. It's like, man, zoom out. What you talking about? There's too much good stuff to play right now. Holy crap. Those, guns and balls gamers or whatever. I don't know. When's the next FIFA and Call of Duty, man? There's nothing to play right now. Can't wait for GTA 6. I mean, nothing against those games, but I do see that opinion coming from a lot of those people. It's like, there's nothing good to play right now. Playing Palworld also. It has ups and downs. It's always been awesome. And yeah. E.T. There's been odd. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a golden age over in some ways. Hyperbolic time chamber for 10 years. Oops. How do you prevent lancers and pikemen from sitting in the kill box entrance and sniping colonists? So you make your entrance not longer than what you can shoot. And as of 1.6, they changed how the Raider AI works. So there is a new way that isn't 100%, but it works most of the time to make enemies come past that corner. If you want to see it, you can actually see it toward the end of my previous run. So if you go to the Xenotype run, it's not edited, but if you go to my live, if you click on live on YouTube, and you go to the one of each genotype run, and you look at the like last, maybe second to last VOD of that, you can see what the corner. I'm not using a kill box in this one, but you can see what the corner looks like. But now when you use any kind of kill box, your entrance way to the kill box needs to be set up in the way that I have it in that playthrough. Set up for Kinshi 2 if it comes out. So many good smaller games. Yeah, so I'm not in an NDA or anything, so I was about to say I don't know if they want me to say this, but they probably don't mind. Listen, if you go and look for this game right now, after I talk about it, just make sure you go to my links about it if I work with them as a sponsor at some point, okay? Don't be like, hey, I already knew about this, I already looked at it. You just got, that's all I ask. Mostly kidding. But anyway, the developers of Prison Architect, the OG Prison Architect developers, are working on a new game that is very different from that. They've been emailing me over the last 2 months, and that's where their game is currently on. I haven't played anything there, but itch.io, that's what their current builds are on, yeah. Half terabyte of backlog on the machine. Still waiting on Pong 2. Do a challenge to get like 100 pawns. We tried that back in the day and it lagged too much, but now with all the changes to how the game works, yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it again now. Snake 2, Mrs. Snake. Yeah, the reason I got to like whatever it was, 70 something pawns. The game was like crawling. This was back in like 1.3 or 1.4, 1.3 I think. And so I was like, all right, we're just launching the ship. Screw it, I'm not going to 100. This is barely working, barely moving. But now with all the changes, it would be interesting to see what it would be like. Rocket League is Pong 2. Randy gave your brother chickenpox. Modded chickenpox. Make a working co-op mod for Kinshi. Alright, well, Randy's just gonna let us do this, so alright. Gotta snatch them all. Palmons. People spawn colonies running pretty well. Slows a massive raid still though. It locks the outer wall. Is there any pro con to not having a roof if you floor it? If it's dark in there, it'll slow them down slightly, but it's a single tile, so it probably doesn't really matter very much. Playing Palworld now? Yeah, Palworld, did it get over 1 million concurrent players this past weekend or something like that? Crazy. Crazy. Phoenix and Highway. Think so, yeah. That's a lot of people. Digital marketplace where you can upload just about anything. There's a lot of fun games on there. Game dev, resource packs, tabletop games and stuff. I did go to the website after the Prison Architect people reached out. And they were like, hey, you want to try out our alpha build on this game we're working on? We know you play RimWorld, and we're the devs for the OG Prison Architect. We're working on something different. And I was like, yeah, sure. Send me the Steam key and the branch thing or whatever. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. They're like, it's not on Steam. It's on itch.io. And then so I went to the website, but I haven't really like screwed around on there very much. Just looked at it. Prelude Dark Pain comes out tomorrow. That was a cool game. No Nero. Literally never. Hey, do you want to play a RimWorld mod that you can't play on stream, so you have to play this vulgar mod off stream? No, I'm good. I'm not doing a lot of RimWorld playing off stream in general, to be honest with you. Stealing well-treated or well-trained Pokemon would even work. And murk you. How is not having ideology impact your gameplay? We have 6 pawns instead of 25. That's the big part of it. If I had ideology, we'd have like 20-something pawns right now at least. Massive Kinshi roleplay server would be cool. Other than that, I've had to make sure that we're like taking drugs on schedule and stuff to keep happy. But mainly just lower pawn count because no ideology. A medieval mod gameplay without modern weapons. Are you memeing on me right now? Are you asking legitimately? Let me see. Most recent edited run. Check this out. See what that is. So, are you going to do it again soon? No. There was no modern weapons in that run, though. It was, the entire world was medieval. Wasn't my favorite challenge I ever did. So there's a couple different answers to that. I'll answer it as in my proudest playthroughs. So from a challenge perspective, I was really happy the first time I did a no kill box 500% run. So I probably wasn't the first one to do it, but the consensus was everywhere that you went that you could not beat 500% difficulty without a kill box. So like you would go somewhere and people were like, oh, people use kill boxes, and people were like, yeah, well, you can't beat the game without them. You can't beat 500%. I was like, I'm going to try it. So my very first no kill box run ever, where I didn't use a trap tunnel or anything, just literally no kill box the whole time. That's, I was really proud about that the first time doing that. And I learned a lot from that playthrough. The second one that I was most fond of from a challenge perspective is I did a no walls, no doors, no rooms, build outside flat map in the open. And I thought it was going to be impossible. And we did it on the first try. So it ended up not being as hard as I would have thought. We definitely used DLCs, like Ideology made it a lot easier, of course. But yeah, I was pretty proud of that one as well. I would say my proudest playthrough, and it's a couple years back now, is that first no kill box run. No kill box the whole way on 5% no pause, yeah. First melee only? Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. That was brutal, too. Balls, even the 32 months. Thanks again to Iggy Machine with insane donation. Your free hoodie. Yeah, man. It's crazy. But you like the hoodie. Just saw a short about no walls in containment. Yeah, that was kind of funny too. Well, that was the second no walls. Interested in rating standard Storyteller mod? It's like a great challenge since they work separately. I know that a few of them exist, yeah. At the moment, I'm going through the charity. So we had a charity event where people purchased runs. So I'm going to catch up on those where I've played any others. But yeah, I'm not opposed to it, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've done no walls twice now. Once before Anomaly and once after. Also, rivers are overpowered. Rivers, very strong, yeah. Get on the other side of a deep river and shoot everything that's coming across. Hey, maybe our next melee gods would be no walls. Melee gods, no walls. That'd be kind of fun. If you're talking about my favorite from a story perspective, it's probably Children Only and the original single phase only. Not the single phase, not the Vampires in Space, but the original single phase only and the Children Only run are my top two of like story, silly, just unhinged runs. Yeah. No walls grab ship. I have talked about that. Did you do the no walls anomaly ending? I did. Yep. Lava flow map. Get that obsidian. Some of the Xenotype runs I feel are underappreciated, and that almost seems like I'm like, my runs are so good, but that's not what I mean. I just mean like when I look at the views on the Xenotype, the specific Xenotype runs, some of them have way less views than others, and like the pigskin only run ended up being very fun. I was surprised, and there was a lot of cool moments. The Starjack only run is probably the least watched out of them, And we made a friggin' turret defense game basically out of RimWorld in space. Like there's some cool stuff in those too, but I just don't think people search for that kind of thing very often, and the algorithm doesn't really push those because it's not something that people look for. So, but yeah, there's some crazy, and those are all edits too. 4-limb amputee only. Probably not. Still Children of the Void. Yeah, I think that's probably my favorite story one. New game with RimWorld. Would I do it again if the Stargate changes? I don't have any plans to. That, if I were to do that, it's pretty low on my list, if ever. My first ever anomaly run, also one of my favorites, yeah. Original Biotech was an experiment in Mortar Baby, yeah. Mortar Baby. You wish Aussie was out for some of the Xenotype runs. Wasters in the Scarlands, Imp in the Volcano. Yeah, that would be cool. God, that Imp run. If you done a Blindness Cult run, the Cheese run, everyone was blind, but that's a really old one. Clown Car Tribals from the No Walls run. Have I ever done a geriatric run? Not to completion. Sounds weird. So when Ideology first came out, I actually didn't do a full playthrough of Ideology first. What I did is every stream, we tried one of the major ideologies and we did a themed stream for each of them to see how they were. And one of the first ones I did was geriatric cannibal playthrough. So we could only have 60 plus year old pawns, and anyone younger than that had to be enslaved or killed. And we tried to have the old people only eat cannibal feasts and human meat, but it was only a single stream. I never came back and did a full run of it. Eat the flesh of the young to stay alive. Stay young. Giants or small children's. We have a Real Tribute Collector. So many stories taking only old people. Can't believe we only have these 6 pawns. But I think I'm gonna work on changing that pretty soon. Marriage is on. But I think there will be the next RimWorld DLC. It's impossible to guess, but I still think that they should expand on relationships and factions. So interpersonal relationships and faction relationship. But Void Run, like I said, I'm not planning any run. Not that I'm not gonna do anymore, but I'm not planning any runs past the charity runs right now. No, Alexander has an elder ideology. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. Yeah, Randy went to sleep again. But I mean, he's there at least. I wonder how long I'm gonna do that for, even with other like not modded playthroughs now. Anytime Randy's asleep, I'll be like, is Randy here? Has he been deleted? Still holding out for a Stellark lunch speedrun. I want to do that too. I have to get these. I don't want to get 2 years behind on charity RimWorld runs again. So I really do like that Randy emote. The punch one. He's just getting ready. Okay, so another Randy hit, but it's an off-map problem causer. So we'll send Minoc for that. The punch in the face, the groin. You hope for the face, but it's usually the groin. Okra, 17 months. Thank you, Okra. Welcome back. Thank you for watching. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for using that here, Okra. He was busy setting up that off-map problem causer by hand. He lovingly placed every pixel of it. You'd buy packs of more Xenotypes ideologies. Yeah, I would too. I don't think they will do that sort of thing, but we were talking about that the other day. It's like, there would be an absolute outrage from people. But I'd buy it. Like, Here's 6 new xenotypes for $9.99. I'd be first in line. Maybe I'm part of the problem. I don't know, but hostile faction bases could activate off-map threats. That'd be scary. Winston Waves was a lot of fun too. Man, that was difficult as well. I usually don't include modded runs when I talk about like what runs were difficult and whatnot. But yeah, that's that was a crazy set of runs. Oh yeah, we can't claim it anymore, that's right. Keep them in the walls over here so I don't over. Run time with the medieval mods. Wow, man. Easiest way to make RimWorld harder. I'll have Storyteller because we see pattern. Yeah, so again, I know maybe it's like beating a dead horse a little bit, but when it comes to RimWorlds, we have to assume, based on what the developers have been saying, that they still view the game as a story generator, and it's more geared for people to play around like 100% difficulty or lower. Quality management, you know, small scale, stuff like that, right? So if they still say that that's the core experience of RimWorld and that's the vision they have for the game, which there was an interview on something. Tynan was on something not long ago. Someone shared with me. He mentioned the storytelling aspect. Like, if we keep that in mind, are they likely or not likely to add one of the things that you're saying, right? Or that anyone says. Oh, did you beat a horse that's dead? Sway was the best. Gotta clean requires a convention meeting with friends. Your battery died. You got work to be able to go there and not despair for car repairs. Yeah, I don't know like how close you are to something. I was gonna say battery replacement isn't like might be dead. It missed 3 times? Whoa, the luck on that is crazy, but we did lose Glenn. What? He missed 3 times? Might die still. We gotta get him home. What am I doing here? What am I looking for? And it hit him in the torso instead of something that would have downed him. He's bleeding though. We gotta get him home. There's nothing else we can do about it. We don't have another donkey. What can I do? Arch. That means he doesn't have food either. Yeah, I don't know. He might still die. I can't believe the Scyther missed 3 times. Come on, Arch, hurry up. Yeah, we're doing it. Don't get an infection. Don't fall down, don't fall down, don't fall down. Good. This is what I was looking for. Case patched. Camps was added in 1.6. Get back under chaos. Yeah, what? 1.6 added camping, yep. Man, I cannot believe that Scyther missed 3 times. I was 100% sure Minoc was dead. Wow. Oh no. I was like, is he nimble? Not nimble. If you want to find ancient dangers, do you settle a camp? Camps cannot have ancient dangers. Camps don't have resources. Other than like plants. Man, I cannot believe Minoc's alive. Not only alive, barely injured. The Scyther got 1 low damage hit to the torso right before Minoc left the map and missed all 3 prior swipes. Yeah, they do have wood, yeah. Plants, berries, agave, stuff like that, yeah. But they don't have like components or anything. Camping ideology meme. And now I gotta look out for a new Glyn. 4 hours, okay. Too dangerous to enter. I sold the second one yet. Now we have 0. Trying to see it's gone. It was caught. Yeah, it was so buggy. It literally broke my game this morning. Not hyperbole. Not exaggerating. It broke my game in weird ways. So. They rebuilt the door. So it maintains the damage. Oh, look, we found a bug. Oh man, I want to try something. I don't know how to do it though. If someone wants to test something, like if you want to test bug, you want to test this as a bug with developer mode, spawn an off-map problem causer with mechs. Go on the map, wake them up, leave the map, wait on the cooldown, go back in, see if they don't wake up anymore. That's what just happened. That's not supposed to happen. See if it routinely happens, I guess, would be the check. Yeah, that's actually pretty good because now... Yeah, now you could do that yeah, you could just do that very easy to make it how it used to be, yeah. They were tired for rebuilding that one piece of wall. They didn't repair the droner at all either. I'm gonna risk it, it's fine. Is it a bug that they wake up and don't attack you? I don't know. That's how it's always been, that they won't attack you unless they see you. Wake up. Yeah, the bug I'm talking about now is they didn't wake up. That was fixed. But they patrol nearby. They don't attack you unless they see you. Yeah, if we have it happen again, we might contest it ourselves. New cheese discovered. Yep, maybe. Fuck this way. Okay, let me be clear. I know how the problem causers work. The bug portion was them not waking back up even when attacking if you came back in after a reset. That's the bug portion. The level of respect expect in here. Even if you attack them, they don't attack you. The mechs. Wait, like you're attacking a scyther and it doesn't come attack you? That didn't happen to me. Yeah, that sounds weird. Yeah, that's not happening to me. Have any mods in my... Yeah, any mods maybe? Yeah, that's weird. Are in the Fog of War mod? No, we just got rid of Fog of War. It was causing game-breaking bugs, but we still have the CAI 5000, which is the same mod. So if we go into mod options, we just don't have the beta Fog of War thing on anymore. We still have the Death Wish CAI on. PB Spark Speed, all DLC. Yeah, that's really weird. Are you on Unstable branch, or are you just on the normal game? So apparently there's a couple of things bugs on the Unstable at the moment, but I don't know if that's related. No, Dig Dug is saying what they are using, not what I'm using yet. So the last two rainy events have all been off-map problem causers. He hasn't dropped a single on-map mech cluster. Definitely have enough raid points for it. I need to get a barrel. Chat plays the raiders. That would be interesting. Yeah, how would you play it through chat? I don't know. Because the other problem is you would still be a raider. Like, you would still have low quality gear and like an awful LMG. And I'd have like 10 people with legendary assault rifles. So it's not even about... Not even very much about strategy at that stage. 2 players would be pretty sick. 20 to 50, 4608. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Upon each started kiting. That'd be pretty fun. Open all the doors and block the bodies for all your friends. A true intelligent raider, yeah. No, we fixed it. It took us about an hour to fix it, but Fog of War, I'm not touching that again with this mod, because that's the only thing that looks like it could have caused something. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna use the shuttle. Let's do it. What are you doing on the phone? Did start watching shorts? So the short, you were confused. My shorts, obviously. Going Dakun, welcome back. Moment, we are knocking out the last of the research while we wait on raids or traders. What I'm thinking I will do is once the research is done, we're going to put down some scanners and I'm going to mass produce drugs. We're going to get some drop pods going and we'll start shopping for pawns. Pawns have little speech bubbles. You can tell your pawns what to think and speak. It was dangerous. Oh, the pit gate short? Oh, man, yeah. The no walls pit gate was crazy. God. So the pit gate, yeah. That was crazy. For everyone that didn't know, I have been posting really like short clips on YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels, and TikToks. I guess that's all they're called in there. I guess we're done here. What do you need that? I'm gonna be using any of that. All right. Well, we've researched everything unless we get cataphract. It's a wild place. I'm gonna keep this around in case we do get the cataphract tech print. Now I need to get advanced. Oh man, I no longer have a mount, so to say. So do this a little bit dangerous, but that's what we're gonna do. You need like 6 more. I think we're out of research. Tickletons. You're really old. It's just all the other platforms calls their like short form videos something other than the name of the site, right? So I'm used to saying like YouTube Shorts, Instagram Reels. On TikTok is just TikToks. Have you ever done a all Burning Passion 0 start stats run? The solo only run was all not Burning Passion, but all 1 Passion and 0. Yeah. Solo only from late last year. TikToks. Causers are called, yeah, but, no, I don't know. I just know them as off-map problem causer. Because that's what the scenario calls them, but I don't know. Off-map threat, maybe? Yeah, I don't know. Alright, Epic Rider. There we go. Pre-shelter or anything like that. They got tended, hand tended, unfortunately. More hand stuff. People here for Satisfactory will be like, what? You only use Reddit. It's highly curated what we see. If they do a new DLC this year, it'll be the latest DLC they ever had. That's not true. In multiple reasons. There was another DLC that came out in October. So far, RimWorld DLCs, on average, are 15 months. We're at 12 months now, and it's July. So there's plenty of months left in the year, and I don't think they don't seem to care when it comes out in the year, but like there has already been a DLC before in like October, like late October, and then they announce DLCs 1 month before the DLC comes out, roughly speaking. So there's plenty of time for them to announce and release DLC. I don't think they're going to like, if they're going to do it, I don't think they're just going to hold it back so it hits a new year. Yeah. One of them might have hit December as well. Yeah, I can't remember. I know for sure October because it screwed with my stream schedule. Time, yeah. I mean, it'll, yeah, whatever. Either way. So Highway Tiger. Restrict temporarily. Pretending like I'm not a tester under NDA. I'm not, yeah. I wouldn't be able to tell if I was, obviously, but that's Yeah, I don't think so. I think the only people that ever test anything this early with RimWorld or patches are like friends and family, and I'm neither. So, you think if there's no DLC announced by Halloween, there won't be one this year? To avoid patching during the holidays? Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Let's look here, because I can't remember the exact. Let's see. Royalty came out in February. Ideology came out in July. Biotech was the October one. Anomaly was April. And Odyssey was July. So, last time there was a July release, Ideology, the next DLC was October the next year. So the latest into a year they've ever released a DLC is late October so far. But again, it doesn't have to follow a pattern. That's just like so far. Not friend, why friend shaped? That was the release, yep. There were all aside from Royalty was announced like 4 to 5 weeks before it released. Royalty just came out. For those of you that weren't around for Royalty, it was kind of crazy. So RimWorld had been in beta for a long time, then it had been in 1.0 for a while. And like people were like, oh, it hasn't had a big patch, hasn't had a patch in a while. I think they're probably done with it. They haven't said anything. Even like a lot of modders for the game were like, okay, this is my final version of the mod. It's been great. I'm gonna go mod on some other stuff. And then Ludian had said something, or one of the developers were they were like, we're working on something, but it's not RimWorld. We're working on something, but it's not RimWorld. And then just one random day, it felt like they were like, we have an announcement. You know how we haven't? We said we weren't working on RimWorld. Well, guess what? We weren't. We were working on RimWorld's first DLC or RimWorld expansion. It's called RimWorld Royalty, and it'll be out tomorrow or something like that. It's like, what the crap? Just out of nowhere. Which was cool, yeah, but it was very unexpected. Now, to piggyback on that, there was a RimWorld marketing post-mortem that I have a video out about as well. You can find it on YouTube. It was like Anomaly post-mortem, and in that, they say, like, turns out releasing a DLC like that was not a good idea. So I don't think they're ever going to do that again. So I had a post-mortem of the post-mortem, that's right. That's an interesting question. Since Chris Nolan put out the Odyssey, and Odyssey was the last DLC, if we pretend that the new DLC is a title of another Nolan film, which Nolan film, aside from the Odyssey, would we like to see as the next RimWorld DLC? Interstellar is gonna answer. Inception, The Prestige. I mean, The Dark Knight. I want to see Batman. Batman Begins. That's a funny question. I don't really have a good answer. Interstellar is probably what a lot of people would say, though. Tenet. Interstellar is probably what a lot of people would say. Oppenheimer. Hey, you know what? That's a good answer. Dunkirk. Just the name, though. RimWorld. Batman Begins. No, RimWorld. Interstellar. RimWorld Interstellar. That's got a nice ring to it. I don't think that would be coming, but yeah, that'd be pretty cool. RimWorld Oppenheimer. Yeah, I don't think that one's... If we're going name only, I don't think that one's going to line up, yeah. Ribaoid. Oh, God. The Men in Black Begins. Do any of his movies start with an R? Oh, not that I remember. I don't. Yeah, I'm not like an encyclopedia for him, but. So we are currently grabbing animals to go trade for advanced components. Makes sense though. So last DLC they released had Geospace. No, it wouldn't. But we're talking about which names. Logically, none of those would line up. I mean, the question is a silly question in general, but that's why it's kind of fun. Yeah, silly question, but it's you know, a funny hypothetical. Yeah, but the child is biologically older than the parent. Oh yeah, cryo sleep. Yeah. Event Horizon. I think that's a Nolan movie. I was serious. A serious hypothetical. You about that? For Fog of War, yeah, it sucked. Trust me, that was the part I was really liking about it. But you know, broke my game. How do you feel about Randy Random? Because the mod deleted him from existence. We had to spend an hour recreating Randy from scratch. Kinda. RimWorld, Black Ops 8. Come across some glitter rolls, you need a certain rank to enter. RimWorld Orphanage. This might be enough to get us a our first advanced component. I think it will be. Rimception. The Smarter Raiders and harder or even challenging. They've been cool. Yeah, I don't know that it's been super challenging yet, but we'll see as the raids get bigger. But it has been a cool thing. The alpaca has had a heart attack. Wow. Okay, what are you guys doing there? The ancient danger of the Muffalo. Free medical XP, yeah. Ocean tiles, you have Water World. I get the feeling that there was some water stuff cut from Odyssey, right? There was some already added, but the reason I get that feeling is that random gene they added. So we got the phalanges gene, right? Yeah. And then there's also, of course, fishing and seals and stuff like that. But I almost feel, and I think that could be a sign that there won't be a big water expansion, at least not soon. Because it's weird to have fishing with Odyssey and then have another water expansion that doesn't. I mean, I guess they could have fishing added with either or, but yeah. Added swimming, yeah. Buffalo-filled ancient danger crack you up. No, the alpaca, yeah. Family of yours? Whale hunting trips? How would you guys feel? There's a lot of games that do this. How would you guys feel if there's some away quests where it's text-based? So, like, let's think, even like an Anno game, like Anno 1800 had it, like when you were going to the New World, you'd have a pop-up and it'd be like, this is a situation you're faced with. Choose one. And that like moves what's going to happen in the next one. Like a choose your own adventure quest, but it's through the pop-ups and that pawn is gone. You feel like that's not interactive enough in a game setting like this? Or would you like some additional cool quests like that you could decide to go on or not? Some adventures that you don't see. Think you would like that? Really brings you out of the game, Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, I'm more A than I. It's really challenging. It hasn't been yet, not really. And alpaca was your wife. Alright, Minok. Good luck. That's a lot of caravan wealth you're going with there, actually. But you'll probably be okay. No, this is nothing like Combat Extended. Those expeditions is like in other games and they come back with the rewards. Yeah, right, yeah. Exactly. Something like that, and after some point you just start clicking through because they get repetitive. Yeah, that's the problem with some of that stuff, right? Or then you know what the optimal path is, but I guess that can happen with anything. The high mate run. Oh, you watch the high. Yeah, glitch. The ending, glitch rate. The ending of the high mate run is crazy. Jill had good text quests like that. Been chat for a while and to say hi. Hey, Steph Lynn, welcome in. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, I gotta fix that. We have to have the advanced component first. So, pass fail is often a chance it changed with how your crew and ship was set up. Mentioned how people hyped it up and then it turned out to just be easier. Oh, yeah, so, yeah. I still stand by that Combat Extended made the game overall way easier. The only harder thing in Combat Extended, I guess, was the centipede or the mechs, but I was already prepared for them when we got them. Like I stayed low wealth and I got EMP rounds and whatever, charge EMP rounds or something, and it was just like, all right. Have you ever done a run starring yourself? Yeah, yeah, we have several runs where I started. The solo only pawn run that we did late last year. It took 3 tries. I was the insert in that one, yeah. What water content would there be? Well, like I said, if we look at before Odyssey, what water content would there be? Fishing, swimming, water-based animals, a water-based xenotype that may be stronger in the rain or on wetness or something like that. As far as in-game itself, more watery maps and stuff. A lot of that stuff was added with the Odyssey, though, so that's what we're saying now. We're not so sure. Yeah, we got mechs from River already. Yeah. You can have boat arrivals, water-based trade, make there be more rivers and things like that, make there be reasons to live on the coast aside from just defensive. I mean, there's endless other stuff that could have been done too. Again, we're talking about like now that Odyssey has a lot of this random stuff, maybe they won't do that anymore, but a lot of people ask for water stuff. I don't really mind either way, but as far as like what maybe they would have done or could have done, I think those are all plausible answers. A lot of people want like underwater bases and stuff. I don't think they would do that, but again, I mean, with some of the systems of Odyssey, it'd be easier maybe to implement that sort of stuff. So I mean, the ability to do the stuff or the ideas for them to implement, they could come up with something if that's what they wanted to do. All that sounds actually pretty sick. Underwater maps. A 13 by 13 tile monster head emerging from the water and screaming. If they didn't plan for that kind of thing, you kind of don't think they do a great job. Choose your adventure. Yeah, I don't know. Not sure. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, no one was really expecting like Anomaly at all. And like the space maps and stuff like that, right? Like, so at the end of the day, it's really hard to guess a DLC overall topic, I feel, because they can do anything. Like one of the reasons why there's so many mods for RimWorld is like RimWorld is kind of not a blank canvas in a negative way, but it's just such an expandable thing that I feel like they could use RimWorld as a canvas for so many different directions. It's really hard to guess what the next big thing would be. They go all kinds of directions. I really need to get this 867. Oh, that sucks. Okay, we'll get that. It's only one. And we got the donkey. That's 4. So the tech level for the world. I don't know how much. Yeah, I've talked about that a lot as well. Even yesterday, I was talking about how it'd be cool if there was a way without mods to stretch out the eras and like other factions have their own eras. Yeah. RimWorld ages. RimWorld eras. RimWorld antiquity. Dive is so dangerous to cross. It's a real obstacle. Part of the defense. Drawbridges and stuff. You recreated the bug. Seems to be a bug with base game. Hey, nice. We found a cheese. Thank you for doing that. At first, I thought you were going to tell me you recreated the bug with Randy disappearing. I was like, what? How? Let me know. That one is very weird, but also like oddly interesting. Like, I don't understand those kind of things. You think they will explore the ocean next? Yeah, we'll see. I think a changing world would be pretty cool too. Actual like world weather events, factions, expanding places and falling and attacking each other, building new roads and stuff. Yes, there are mods. I know. I usually have to preface this with like, because there's going to be people who are like, there's already mods for that. But we're talking about non-modded. Yeah, what can be done. So you were able to make some UI bug issues in game performance, but you haven't figured out how it nuked Randy. April Fool's theme park map. Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. Somehow I forgot about that. The off app problem. Yeah, how did you find out how to spawn it with dev mode? Someone on YouTube was asking, in case they want to do it as well. Map town, and they could do change the world. Yeah, I meant more like weather systems moving across the world. Yeah, but they did add some of that, like torrential rain and stuff to the map itself. Yeah, for sure. Well, it's been a long time since I did a ground penetrating scanner. Look at that. Let's see. Might be time to finally expand this to its maximum size. As well. It was incidents problem causer. Okay, incidents problem causer in dev mode. All right, nice. I like to play with Fog Warrior. It was cool until it broke my game, and so we have it disabled now. Server, thank you for the 150 bits. Stream. Sell the machine stuff. Oh man, yeah. Like I said, a lot of people jumped in on it too. I mean, obviously his was crazy, yeah, massive. But there's a lot of like single gift subs and 5 and 50, like multiple people with 50. Like there's so many gift subs, lots of bits and stuff. I went through the whole incident tab and yeah, apparently that's it. Yeah. How's the Raider so far? It's been interesting the few times they've actually done something different. Why do you leave a space between the door and the wall? So if a trader or someone, if someone, oh god, please no. Hang on. I just got that internet pop-up thing. Okay, I think we're fine. Okay. So the question was, why is there a gap between these outer door areas? So the short of it is, when you're using this double wall or anything really, let's say there's like a trader, a visitor, whatever, even one of your own pawns, and they go here and they try to take cover, or even a raider or something, right? That whatever. If something's down, they will drop what they're holding. And sometimes if you have these doors side by side, it will hold open the other door and then all the other stuff runs in. All the other raiders, all the other animals, whatever. The door will be held open. However, if you have this gap here, that means if something falls down the door, like a visitor, and they'll drop like their food and their weapon or whatever, it'll drop on each side and it won't hold the door open. So this is safer. There's also another interesting thing that can happen occasionally when you are running from a melee attacker. If you go through this door, sometimes the melee attacker will miss their attack, and they will kind of be self-stunned while they're on their warm-up cooldown time, and your pawn wasn't really impacted, so they'll actually be able to get through this gap, and that door will shut behind them before it matters. So the double door is very good defensively, and the reason why you don't want to put them just literally side by side is because of the held open reason. Doors work in this bi-directional way, this multi-directional way. If you don't like how it looks, you can put a wall there to turn it. The extra wall doesn't actually do anything, so it's up to you if you want to use the extra blocks to make it look a little bit better. Nvidia ads again? No, that was it was the internet thing saying that it was trying to connect to something else, or to the Wi-Fi instead. Anything really surprising with the AI? It was surprising when they sprinted. Yeah, we fought some melee tribals earlier, and a couple of them used the sprint thing to close the gap really quickly. We also had some interesting moments where an explosive raid, the frag grenade carriers were trying to kite and throw grenades while kiting. Plus hours in the room, only played World 2 DLC so far. No mods at all. What DLC you guys think you should get next? Biotech or Odyssey? If you can only get one more DLC right now, only one, I would probably go with Biotech. That's what I usually suggest for people. One fight if you want, but it should be automatically praying your LAN. Might mean there's an issue with the LAN connection. Yeah, I'll see. Like I said earlier, it happened when Ares went up there and like walked through the cables. So I don't know if he was over there this time or not. I didn't see him, but why do you feel like Biotech is the most impactful? Biotech feels like the most core expansion to RimWorld in general, I think. So if you really like the core RimWorld, I like Ideology a lot, but yeah, I think Biotech for core RimWorld fans is gonna be the biggest bang for your buck probably. Ask what passenger type runs do you think would be impossible now? Pigskin. Patches. Well, I don't know if Pigskin would be impossible now, but it would be much harder. The other ones I think would be easier. So if we take all the past Xenotype runs and we now give them Odyssey, which ones become easier, which ones become harder? I think the shuttle itself makes most of them easier. Now the Pigskin one is a little bit different because they changed how Raider's AI reacts to that like explosive setup. So I would have to use other explosive setups, and I would probably have to invent some. Like I kind of had to invent one for that run already. But we could use the hunter drones, right? That would have been really cool. But in general, I think the Pigskin run gets much harder with 1.6, and most of the other runs get easier. Asar way easier, yeah. Children just feel, yeah, that's what I mean by like the ones that feel natural. Yeah, the core experience. Yeah, marriage, people are about to get happier again. Hooray. Utilize the hunters a ton. They are cool. The downside with the hunter drones is that raiders will prioritize shooting and blowing them up if they're not already distracted. Makes sense, but would impids be easier with Odyssey? I mean, if we're using the grab ship, they could run away from a lot of crap. Also, we'd have the beam weapons potentially if we wanted to use them. Rerun of each xenotype in space? Probably not. Yeah, impids would probably be just as hard as it was. Maybe. Yeah, probably just as hard as it was. I think all the other ones get easier aside from Pigskin, and Impids probably stays about the same. Are charge rifles better than assault rifles? If you're doing anything other than kiting and you don't care about wealth, then charge rifles are better, yeah. If you're just like standing your ground and shooting enemies that are coming at you, then charge rifles are kind of king, yeah. I mean, assault rifles are still really good in that situation as well, but the charge rifles are going to do way more damage, yeah. Throwing them in groups of enemies or longer range grenades. Yeah, if they're already distracted, if you're already fighting them and you throw them down, they can be pretty potent. So how dedicated they were to their respective themes. I am considering, after we get through the charity runs, of doing some, because the Xenotype runs were so fun to do thematically, that I might do some modded Xenotype specific runs, yeah. Driver's better for ruins exploration as well, yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't really notice the Steam Workshop UI until this playthrough, the new one, because I haven't, I mean, you know, haven't really been doing anything in there lately, but if the craftable Doomsday mod for the pigskin, that would have been pretty funny. Lycanthropes and Saurids. And Randy, where's the music? Like, Randy's in charge of that now, too. Just doesn't always play music. Revia run? What is that? Modded Xenotypes, never seen modded Xenos. Always thought more could be done. A Catgirl run, finally. With laser eyes, that's right. At long last. Raiders lay an egg on your map? What? Was I doing? Oh, right. You were joking. Asar expanded was OP. Asar with wings. Oh, yeah. Asar, yeah, I got it. All right. Music's back. They lay eggs instead of having pregnancies. Am I streaming on just YouTube? No. My primary stream is on Twitch. Watch whatever is best for you. Fun, because I read that. LOL to the mods types. There's so many of them. Apparently, because raiders sometimes are pregnant when they come in, the Saurids, since they don't get pregnant in normal way, that's why they leave the eggs. Yeah, YouTube has more latency, but better video quality. That's right. The spiel has stuck. Streaming through RimWorld also. Yeah. Does that count as another view? I haven't really looked at modded Xenotypes, yeah, so I don't know. Like I said, I really haven't been planning future runs because I have these to finish. Is premium? Offer him. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed it. I mean, I don't think you would have spent that long if you didn't, but you know. Steadfast 50 times. Okay. Doo-doo-doo. I do this a little bit differently than I usually do. One for now. 10,000 hours of hate gaming. How am feeling today? I'm alright. A little tired. I was pretty annoyed earlier though. I mean, you know. First half of the day was just one of those days where everything was going wrong. But, you know, everyone has those days. It was like super crazy stuff. Had the internet problem, the weird modded issue, Aries causing issues. My daughter had something she, again, was having something she needed help with. It's not like I'm upset she needed help or something. It was I don't want to go into the details, but it was just the thing. Yeah, I'm just assuming like that. It's fine. Can they still open the door if they leave the table there? Yeah, tables and things are pathable. Yep. People don't like that sort of thing, but they're pathable. What well if you reach raid cap on standard, losing is fun. So it's going to depend on how many pawns and stuff you have. But at 100% difficulty, you reach raid cap. You're supposed to reach raid cap around 1 million wealth. But pawns give raid points, raw raid points, not just wealth. Combat animals, combat mechs. There's quite a few things that add raw raid points and wealth, so they kind of double dip. But if you're talking about like kind of standard, the game on 100% difficulty, you are supposed to reach raid cap around 1 million wealth. Yeah. Hey, Bossy, welcome back. 26 months. Thank you, Bossy. They were watching. So for 220%, losing is fun. It's usually, yeah, about 500,000, a little bit less. Yep. What's been your favorite pawn in a previous run? I don't know. I don't know about favorite. I have a lot of memorable pawns. Glenn, obviously, is very memorable. For instance, Jimbo the Kid from the Sandwich Run, very memorable. Pond Scum, the mining extraordinaire, moving through mountains in the 20-year run. Sure. Pond Scum. Rambaldi, don't you put Rambaldi in that list. Friggin' Rambaldi. Unfortunately, I won't be forgetting Rambaldi anytime soon. Kid Jimbo, yeah. You liked Chub Nuts in the Kids Run? The Kids Run has a lot of memorable characters in it. Chub Nuts, Dragon Mom, Baron, even Frozen Meals, Glenn, Lyle, friggin' Lyle. We'll start with 10 for now. Viper, friggin' Viper. Roland, oh yeah. That Roland one's one of my favorite shorts. Masari made that short. Poor Baron. Happy Templar from the, yeah, Happy Templar. For the medieval run, yeah. I changed my mind where that's gonna go. Sacrifice. Versus 2. Oh, they got crushed by the roof. Yeah, it was versus 2, yeah. The millions of kids. Oh, yeah, that's right. Snoo. That's right. Boy, you don't scan as much without ideology either. That's how we used to play the game. It's crazy. Are you complaining about children not being able to execute someone? Yeah, the one that was like, why can the children grab assault rifles and gather around someone on the ground and shoot them to death, but they can't lead an execution? Why is this okay? Yeah. So what are we not strong against right now? Mech cluster. So I need to get one more mortar and EMP shells for that, and then we'll be feeling pretty good. I think it's time to expand our drugs. I might just still make Psychite tea for now. It doesn't sell for as much, but it's safer to have around. So I think I'm gonna do that. That probably means I will actually change the kitchen. It hasn't really been a kitchen. Why is there a single stack fabricated in the corner of the room? There's no reason. That's just an extra. Yeah, that's just a storage spot right now. So it's just kind of random what they threw there. It isn't. I don't have it set for them to put it there. Just so happens to be there. Psychite does have fertility sensitivity still a little bit, but it isn't as much as it used to be once biotech came out. It got rebalanced, but it'll help it grow a little bit faster. Imagine on YouTube getting the transcripts. Post any of them. The only YouTube shorts where YouTube flagged it that it wouldn't show to people unless they specifically went to it and it wouldn't get any ad revenue was the Donkey Dong clip from Baby Steps. There was something going on. Nah, yeah, nothing specific. Quarter piles of food at your house. Yeah. That was just, there was an empty spot there, so I just threw. Actually, I don't even think it was initially an empty spot. I think I moved or I made the butcher table there when this whole thing was a zone. I just cut it. I think. Maybe. Either way, it's just a zone. Yeah. Or why? Yeah, that's what I thought too. I was like, all right, that's probably fair. I wonder why the donkey dongs were restricted. What do you use which food crops? So someone on YouTube asked when to use each of the food crops, like normally, right? So basically, rice and corn have a lot of fertility sensitivity and potatoes don't. On normal soil, it takes like 20 of each crop to feed someone off simple meals, but usually you're not only growing on a normal soil. But really, what you're going to think of when you're making those, aside from the soil type, is the work efficiency. So rice is very safe because it grows quickly. You can get more rice soon. If your rice crop burns down, it's not very long until another one. But rice grows very quickly, especially in rich soil, but it takes a lot of work. You don't get as much out of it. So because it grows so quickly, people are having to harvest and plant more often. Whereas corn is way more work efficient, but takes a long time. So corn is more susceptible to those events. It doesn't mean that they have those events more often. What that means is if one of the events hits corn, it's going to be a lot longer before you get corn again. So the trade-off, corn, very work efficient, but you might be more susceptible to getting hit with some bad times, right? Also, corn comes in bulk, so you get a big wealth jump. That could be important if you're playing on something like 500%. But really, corn is the most work efficient. Rice is the safest and quickest, and potatoes are kind of the middle ground, and the potatoes grow about the same speed no matter where you plant them because they don't have a lot of fertility sensitivity. These things change a little bit if we're talking about hydroponics. As far as like straight in the ground, that's basically it. So I recommend if it's yellow soil, plant potatoes. If it's normal soil, decide between the three. And if it's rich soil, decide between rice and corn, depending on if you want work efficiency or safety. Is there a plant XP? I mean, min-maxing to that extent probably doesn't matter on any difficulty. However, you could say because it's so long between harvesting and planting corn that you have more skill decay, skill degradation without them gaining more skill if you wait on corn rather than rice. But I don't think at the end of the day it's really going to matter. But I mean, probably your planters will get higher level by planting and harvesting rice all the time and stay at a higher level compared to planting corn. Probably. Every yellow soil, half a year. Run if you finish your second Odyssey game. Excellent. There's a lot of shocking quotes, yeah. Too hard, probably. Doggy Dog short for YouTube, yeah. Feel free, I don't mind. You can post any of my shorts that you want, yeah. Daily is a rose swap to train planters. Ever played a run where you didn't lose an entire harvest to blight? Yeah. That does happen sometimes. I mean, I understand people forget that something is a mod or whatever, but it has happened more than once where I was telling people what's good in hydroponic and why, and people were like, someone was like, well, that's really stupid. Why would you plant anything other than corn in your hydroponics? It's like, that's a mod. If you're using the mod, yeah, you're right. Go for it. They're like, what? You can't plant corn in hydroponics normally? I don't think that's true. I don't have a mod that changes that. It's like, yeah, you do. How far do you need to space out crops for fire not spread? More than 3. Fire can jump 3. I don't worry about it, as you can see, but if you want to worry about it, yeah, more than 3. What's the first run that I actually said on the road to Glen? I don't know, yeah. It was in reference to the kid run, but I'm not sure when I started singing it or humming it or whatever. It might have been the very next run, but I don't remember. And we are, yeah, Randy was hitting us a lot early into the stream today, and then he's just like chilled out again. Just say, come out on a guy slowly and carefully tailored to the subject. Yeah, man, I get the comment on guides all the time where people are like, this is stupid because such and such mod changes this behavior. Why would you make this guide? It's like, maybe because not everyone uses the friggin' mod you're talking about. Breach. Tribal breach. Okay, well, tribal breaches don't act any different on this mod. So, for anyone that doesn't know, if you have a breach and you kill the units carrying breach items, the rest of the raid will kind of screw around out here and come in single file. Don't need a kill box or anything like that. They'll just kind of easier to pick off. Unwavering. Unwavering. Slow learner. Yeah, so apparently the CAI thing still sends the breaching units ahead of the rest of the team, which is fortunate. Well, hey, look, Randy woke up. That's another major event. Luckily, it didn't happen while we were out there. You're sad you missed the original streams of Baby Steps. So it was so good. Had a lot of fun with that. Hey, Aries. Why don't you go on the chair instead? Don't go up there with the... Okay. All right, guys. If the stream starts going in and out, or the chat, we got the culprit right here. Aries, don't delete Randy. What are you doing? You have an hour and 38 minutes. I see you. Raider getting addicted to Wake Up now. Kind of wish he would a little bit. Let's go crowned one. We're just find the first video where you went on the road to Glen. Oh yeah, if you find out, let me know. You're the breach team, dude. Yeah, spread them out, yeah. His execution will punish you for it. Oh no, body mods breakout. 12 tries people. Wonder what kind of pawn body mod is. It's a mystery. Jade. Running in the Ichiki and Good Guy run. Grow up Charity Pawn at 13. Send them off to die of hypothermia because you forgot to give them clothes. Oh yeah, that's right. Good guys, by the way. I mean, that doesn't sound like me at all. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Off for today. Thank you for hanging out, Hearn. Operation tomorrow morning. You were gardening today? Oh my goodness. Hearn. Have a good one. See you on the other side of it. Should you always keep an animal pulser handy? Yeah, animal pulsers are really good. It's going to depend on your map a little bit, though. Like, animal pulsers are really good in the jungle, but they're almost useless on, like, sea ice, you know? Or extreme desert, or even desert. But overall, it's better to have one on hand, you know? Have one in the bank than not. If you do your first sub in the channel, Guarding Dove, you couldn't do it. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Hopefully everything goes all right. I'm sure it will. But definitely want to get some rest, I would imagine. Yeah. Have a good night. Makes the game just plainly harder to manage in terms of colonist mood. Yeah. They're really happy right now because of marriages. But ideology does make mood a bigger issue if you don't like. You can play ideology and make mood worse, right? But as far as like the min-max options from ideology, yeah, there's no denying that makes it easier. Yeah, ideology with all the min-max ideologies definitely makes things easier. Did you buy chickens in game? No. Chickens are fine. Just, you're gonna have explosions of chickens. So many. Always turns into chicken apocalypse, yeah. Are you a chicken? What's the matter? Are you yellow? Yellow belly? Pulsar is better because good odds it'll attract the sieges as well. Yeah, there is a trick to using the pulsar too. If you enclose yourself in a room, no doors, like put everyone in there and you hit the pulsar in there, the animals will only go to enemies instead of trying to get into toward you. Nobody calls me yellow. Food binge. Oh yeah, they're a gourmand, huh? Yeah. Probably the best. They'll always be the music for you. Music's good. P music's good too. My favorite RimWorld tracks are P music tracks, I believe. And then Anomaly and Odyssey tracks too, actually. Inspired Surgery. Did we get anything in these walls yet? Nope. Well, how much power excess do we have? 1260. If you rescue a non-affiliated transport pod, crash pond, does their mood or anything affect the chance they join the colony? I don't think so. Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, what it impacts the so-and-so has decided to leave. I don't think it impacts it. Amazing dead mode, how the CAI pawns would react. I don't know what they would do to a burn box, to be honest. Maybe we should have made one of those. Got a real tough time getting pawns, and I'm tempted to go looking for Ancient Dangerous. How's the last 7 hours been? Well, the first couple hours are kind of miserable because I was having internet problems, and then we are having really big mod issues. But it adds a lot of cool content. Anomaly. I think I think Anomaly is maybe one of my favorite first playthroughs. Hey, they were the streak. Fog Wars, yeah, even more buggy today, so. But the DLC is really better than the core. I get the feeling the core game is better. Well, it's not just one or the other, right? So each DLC expands on the core experience in different ways. So, like, Children and Biotech is a really big expansion to the core of RimWorld. Having ideology for themed runs, having religious stuff is a really big expansion to that core, right? Odyssey adding, additional maps, additional quests, making the world more alive and, worth going out into and exploring, going to other maps, and adding, like I said, additional tile sets and shuttle, of course, is very good. It feels like it fits in RimWorld really well. I mean, there's a lot of cool things in royalty and strong things in royalty. Anomaly as a giant horror event pack, but so as far as like better than the core, You can't have one. It seems like it just feels like a weird question to me. I'm not defending it, but it's just like you can't play one without the other. So it's kind of I don't know how to answer it, honestly. False dichotomy. Yeah, it's like I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how, because you can play one standalone and not the other. I don't know how you compare them. I mean, if you just don't like the idea of them, that's your own opinion or prerogative. You know, you don't have to play them. I use vehicle mods. I do not. I play don't have Odyssey yet. No, I haven't used any. I've heard some of them are good, but I haven't used them. What's the run I want to forget? There's a lot of runs I want to forget, but definitely the single phase run. The original single phase run, the child only run, original melee only run. A lot of the Xenotype runs are familiar, or will stick with me for a long time. A lot of runs. The first no kill box run, the first no walls run. Friends tell you you're missing a lot, but not trying mods DLCs. You like the original game and don't think the DLCs are better, at least from watching stream. Okay. I don't. Yeah, it just still doesn't make sense to me. Yeah. I don't know. You can't. So like, if you play the core game, you can't play Biotech without the core and compare it as a 1-to-1. Which one is better to play? You can say it doesn't feel like it makes the game better for me, but one of them being better than the other. It's easier to compare DLCs being better than the other. But either way, whatever. If you don't like them or it doesn't look interesting to you, it whatever. It's a single player sandbox game. Do whatever. If you're still having fun in it, then whatever. I have I'm right at 10,000 hours in the game. I couldn't imagine playing 10,000 hours of vanilla, zero anything else. And that I play very like I usually don't use mods really, right? So I would not have played RimWorld as long as I have without like themed runs and DLCs and no pause. But again, if you don't like it, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But it is hard to say is a DLC better than the core game because it's kind of a weird comparison because you can't. One of them you can play by itself. One of them you can't. Scan steel. Which runs I add for my own for fun runs? No pause and P music. I don't usually use mods really. Yeah. I do a couple of like overhaul mods a year, and then we do the charity event, and people oftentimes will pick like a modded run for their charity purchase. But outside of that, yeah, I usually play relatively vanilla plus DLC. Making your own genes, having your own mechs, the shuttle. Couldn't imagine going back. Just the shuttle alone, not even the grav ship, just the shuttle alone is such a huge game changer. Feels really nice. Having children in the game, right? Is the game better with children in it? Yeah, I think so. Overall. They add a lot of problems and, you know, good parts as well, right? Just like real life. Shooting rays feels nice. Because your own pawn, see how good they are. Right. Yeah. And like to go to the people that don't like min-max anything or just playing for like a colony builder and story and stuff, like having biotech allows for like multi-generational type things. You can actually go into your you can make a custom scenario where your pawns like age faster, right? You can do stuff like that. And then you can have children grow up in the colony and continue the colony on. You should do all of us. Do just a shuttle. Shuttle's so nice. Don't exist in the base game is enough for you to never disable biotech. I'm actually not the biggest fan of the xenotypes. I don't get me wrong, I play with them and I like them overall, but I feel like xenotypes for me are one of the not genes specifically, but I know that's the same thing. I think it's one of the like weaker pulls for me. That's one of the reasons why oftentimes I'll say I like ideology just as much, but it does add flavor to the game though. An Adam and Eve run. Not exactly, but we've had runs where it was like the Dwarf run, for instance, like the whole colony. We had like 30 pawns or something. They all ended up being children or grandchildren of the starting pawns. OP pawns for min-maxer, generation of family for story players, playing chaos and fun experience stories, yeah. So if your question is, do I think the game is better with DLCs than without? For me it is, for you it might not be. I can't compare is a DLC better than the core game. I don't know. This game is a variety of things you do. Don't let children in your colony. Who are you going to torture? Hey, we've got steel coming in there now. Good. Randy, I need some attacks that are like on map and that actually don't have unwavering. That'd be nice. Down some enemies without unwavering. Who will mine without children? This feels more fun with impids burning you alive. All right, Enix, we might be going and looking for ancient dangers with you, but I don't know. Does this impact... we have not had a mech raid, I just realized. I don't know, guys. I'm still on the fence about really continuing this run. There's just a lot of weird stuff, and a lot of it comes back to the mod. I think I'm gonna contact the mod, or not the mod, the charity purchaser this week and see what they say. Try dev moding a mech raid to make sure it can happen. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's almost end of stream time. I will do that on the other save file when we get to the end, yeah. Win with no pawns or get random drop pods and stuff. Man, that would take so long. Also make those. Yeah, you would still need a pawn to click over, to click the Arca Nexus, but yeah, that would take so long. Well, I'm not even talking about speeding it up with my pawn joins. I'm just talking about, like, the mod has been so problematic this whole time. Being attacked by unnatural darkness? No. Cluster? No. Only your pawns. Even enemy raiders won't. If you somehow manage to have enemies on the map when unnatural darkness is there, even they won't get attacked by it. Do we abandon Fog of War? Fog of War abandoned us. It broke my game, so. Hey there. Yeah, we had a huge bug. It took us like an hour to fix that deleted Randy from my game. And I don't mean he stopped working. I mean he was gone. His portrait wasn't in the game. You couldn't select him as a storyteller. You couldn't select him as in a new run. Like, it was like, what the crap? Like, what? There's a clip. I don't know if someone has it handy. But I didn't even notice. I mean, how would I? We started playing today after messing with that Fog of War. And then someone asked for advice. I was going to show them game options, and I went in here and I clicked this, and Randy just wasn't here. It was just blank. There was nothing here. The other two were there, but he wasn't. Like, okay. There's the clip. Yeah, you can check that out. You have to reinstall. I had to, so what we did is I uninstalled the mods. I deleted the mod folder or the mod settings file. And then I did a verify integrity of game files, and then I reinstalled the mods, and then I didn't touch any of the beta crap after that. Like the Fog of War beta. So far, it seems to be mostly working I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about modding or like coding or anything like that. But we had some people on stream like look through the error and stuff, and they were saying what they thought happened with it. But I was about to say, hey, this isn't our fault, but I literally did this. Why are you getting mad at me? I just share these thrombos to kill you guys so we can get your stuff. I'm innocent. I like that drum ritual because it doesn't require anything like the Lantern Festival with the wood. Sure it does. It requires a fire. Holy crap. This is why I let them split up usually. Like when I raise the middle of the burn box, you're friendly with all the hits, yeah. So as far as the rituals, dance party and drums are technically the best for buffs that you get from it. But what I like about the Sky Lantern isn't just that it's easy to get high quality and use like, just wood to do it. But Sky Lanterns have a chance to have pilgrims show up, whereas like the drums don't. And pilgrims with Odyssey can leave you unique weapons. We got a 81 damage per burst unique chain shotgun from an early pilgrim in the previous run. Crazy. So yeah, pilgrims have just like crapping out unique weapons with Odyssey is pretty nice. So I usually go, we're not using the ideology this time. That's another reason I've been going with the Sky Lantern Festival for a while now. What is the dance party buff? Dance party and drums give you a work speed buff if they go well. Pilgrims leave you yeah, they can leave a lot of good stuff. I've had them leave components, an advanced component, medicine, weapons. You've only gotten one unique weapon from pirates, pilgrims. What was the run? Oh, where we had the, I don't remember which one that was. Where we had the forced weather and so no rain ever came. Yeah, I don't remember which one. Yeah, a meteor land on people seeing medicine yesterday. You got the mood buffs for it. Well, that's not what you had a meteor hit them. They're like, this that surprised me. How could you do this to me? Okay. That one was already pretty damaged, though. So we need to get the wealthies off the map right away. What is the Epic Riders? We mainly have it for the EMP rounds. So it has EMP rounds, and they changed it in a recent patch that EMP rounds on unique weapons now pop shields. So they weren't popping shields before, but it can pop shield belt, low shield, mech low shield. That was in the OG melee run? Oh, was it? I didn't remember that part. How lethal is the Obelisk Labyrinth? You have a pawn with Cataphract and Charge Rifle in there, but are they gonna be... No, you're good. My only advice, Vanish, would be check the inventory on corpses that you find down there, but you'll be good, yeah. Is there any weapons that are underrated? Auto pistols can be pretty decent. Not like something to build around. If you get like an early auto pistol, they can be, yeah. I wouldn't really build around them, but yeah, I think auto pistols are pretty decent. Clubs. Wooden log. I don't know how many times I've seen where someone will start naked brutality and they'll get attacked by something and they'll die just trying to punch it with their fists. If you pick up a log can deal 10 damage. So a log as a weapon is definitely underrated. It's not something you build around or use normally. Like if you're starting naked brutality, you cut down a tree, equip that first log, and you're more likely to survive against the first early manhunter like a rabbit or something than beating it to death with your fist and then getting 50 bleeds, right? So maybe that one. Log only weapon run. You loved the Neanderthal run. That's a crazy run. I still think it's absurd how the ship launch went with that. And the only thing I can say really is like, I suppose when like you play 10,000 hours of RimWorld and you've done hundreds of ship launches, eventually you're going to run into a ship launch like that. Eventually. But yeah, the odds of that happening are pretty crazy. 1 or 2? I would prefer 2. What are we having with it? I would prefer 2. We having potatoes with it? Yeah, 2. I'll do it. I did get 5,000 gift subs last night, so I think I can spring for 1 extra piece of fish tonight. You like the father-son duo, the 18 run? I was just thinking, man, I don't know. That's the salmon that we got from Costco is kind of expensive. I think it's like $3.80 per fillet that Mod Wife wanted. Maybe I shouldn't eat more than 1. I could probably swing it now, yeah. At least for now. 1.5. Tuna. Two salmon fillets for me in celebration of 1 icky machine. Vampire Daycare is still your favorite. Lack of siege? Yeah, that is insane. Yeah, I've never had a ship launch without a siege. I think that's the only one I've ever had without a siege. But that whole run, like, yeah, I don't believe in, you know, Ghost in the Machine type, especially with RimWorld stuff. But out of all the runs, for there to be like a cow named God that showed the correct way to go to the ship, and then the ship never getting a siege and allowing the Neanderthal to finish it with not a single siege in the entire end of the ship launch. Like, all the stuff in the Neanderthal only run coming together like that was pretty crazy. It felt almost scripted. Observe everything with the 334 bits. You think I can get this? You think I can spring with the second fillet? All right. Yeah, I do like the rolling part of that, yeah. I also have another short from the Itikeen run that Masari made where we were releasing people, and one of them came back to raid us, and he showed up still with our ideology, and he was wearing a cowboy hat. Yeah, that's a good short. That might be one of my favorites that Masari's made. If you want to find that short specifically, if you go to my shorts page on YouTube and you scroll through it, you'll see the thumbnail is me in a cowboy hat. There was a cow named God. There was a cow named God, and it abandoned the colony and left in its own direction. RimWorld gods were with the Neanderthal that day. Getting pregnant for the Twitch game, well, even in... Oh, yeah, that too. You like the cowboy hat short? Remember the cow god. Yep. So, yeah, the god cow abandoned us, roamed off the map when we weren't able to go stop it from roaming. Yep. In that run. Yeah, that's another one. The Neanderthal run is a pretty crazy one now that I think about it. We're talking about memorable runs. I don't really think of that one usually, but yeah, it's got a lot of craziness. One of my favorite parts of the Neanderthal only run is when I forced what was the pawn's name? We had one pawn that was the big bodied pawn, and it just happened to be that I kept having him eat things, and and we needed to get rid of wealth, and I was like, I know just the guy, and I forced him to eat like 200 insect jelly one at a time. Oh man, forgot about that. God leaving was a sign. Oh crap, I never heard that. Steve, yeah, that's right. Steve. Steve, yeah. The Matilda's cake scene. Yeah, I was trying to get rid of wealth. So, like, we were trying to stay really low wealth in that run for many reasons. So, like, when we would get lavish meals dropped or something, it's like, Steve, go eat all those. Are the anomaly serums any good? The anomaly serums are very good, especially if you're using inhuman ideology. Yeah, there's a lot of really good ones, actually. And inhuman ideology basically gets rid of most of the downsides, yeah. There's one other Fat Body Pawn. He was the one named Giant. Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah. It's interesting how some of those playthroughs are memorable, but didn't have like super memorable pawns. I guess that happens though. Not everyone can be Glenn or friggin' Rambaldi. And Human is very strong, yeah. So you're not trying to recruit prisoners? Steve. I need another barrel, that's right. Juno. It's a monster chair that looks at historic wealth as well as current. Oh, we slow that Thrumbo. Tame few. Still gonna send a big wave? Yeah, maybe. Oh yeah, that was before they fixed the baby thing too. God, that was annoying. Yeah, we would caravan and they just kept leaving their babies at the edge of the map and leaving. Like, all right. I'm supposed to take this with me, but yep. Say what crap are you doing? We were saying how the children have added a lot to RimWorld with biotech, but some of the craziest bugs have been with children as well. Like, there's been so many. There's like those anchor babies, so you'd have a trader show up and they would just give birth and then they would just leave. leave the baby there, and you're like, hang on a minute, this isn't mine. I'm supposed to take care of this. And then there was the other bug when Odyssey first came out. So if you started Odyssey with the grav ship scenario, and you started with a baby as one of the colonists, like a family, right? There's no baby vac helmet. So you would get in and the baby would immediately die of vacuum exposure. And so you just start with a dead baby, basically. So many crazy bugs and oversights and stuff with babies over the course of RimWorld. And like the one we were talking about, where used to on a caravan, they would oftentimes carry the baby to the edge like they were going to go in the caravan. And then it would be almost like they thought the baby could walk. So they'd just dump it at the edge and they'd leave the map. And the baby just be at the edge of the map. So... give them all the thrumbo meats. Okay. Let's see what else we can hold. 77. We still have the horns though, right? Does a halo party sound, his head pops off signal. It's the start of the run. They say there's a mod for everything. I don't think there was a mod made for that particular scenario before that was fixed. So I was kind of stupid that you can get both 100% research and dark study speed at the same time. Yeah, it's really strong. You can hold a chain shotgun. You're not dealing with diapers. Solar pinhole, man, I really do like that. I think I might get that and go have them go to the tree for a tier 1. The bot wrote that down. Boy, the bot's sentient. Babies on the butcher table. Really use growth vats. The pawns you get from them comparable to random pawns. So if you do the growth vat the entire time, they are going to end up not being very good usually. They'll have a chance to have like one high stat. Typically, wow, look how much smaller that is with that wealth gone. They can come out with like 20 melee or 20 shooting or something like that. And I think social used to be able to hit it. But in general, they'll have basically no stats, no passions. They won't have any passions. And the traits they get is just complete RNG. You're gonna have 3 traits. In one of the runs that, like, I think the Hussar run where we were doing, like, vat-grown babies, I got really lucky and had quite a few, like, really good trait pawns from it. But normally speaking, yeah, it's the crapshoot. They're not gonna have passions. They're gonna be bad at almost everything. And, yeah, the traits, anyone's guess. Bow run had a bunch of just vat babies. Yeah, that one had a lot, too. I've done it a couple times. You like to use with gene stuff. What I usually do is vat until 3, take them out and raise them to 13, and then maybe put them back in the vat till 18. What are the odds of rolling no trait every time? I'm not sure. It's gonna be pretty rare though, right? Growth fast so the orphans will join. Better because it means no parental labor for feeding, no crying, mood debuff. Yeah, the parents will have my child's in a growth vat or whatever, which is a very low mood hit. It shouldn't really matter too much. And then there's also a precept and ideology where you can turn that off too if you really wanted, from what I remember. So here's another little tip if you're not aware of this one. So basically, if you have a caravan and it is moving over your like a friendly tile and you rest before they leave it, they can't get ambushed while resting. Normally you get ambushed while resting. So Minoc, we can't bring him home right now because there is a manhunter here that would kill him if he entered right now, and we don't want him to sit out here and get ambushed. So we just move over this place instead of to it, and then before he leaves the tile, we hit rest, and now he's just going to chill out there and he can't get ambushed, which is really nice. Eat everything. I think Minoc can make it. Try to fly without cheating because they should not fall out of the lead. I don't know what that means. Fall out of the lead. He needs to run at a brisk pace. What's the chance of getting ambushed? It's based on a lot of factors. So, it's based on visibility. It's based on which zone you're in. So each biome has a different chance to get ambushed. So the chance, from what I understand, is zone, visibility, and there's a very, very tiny cooldown on it. Like a fraction of a day. But that's what determines if you're ambushed. Why can't babies get high? Wait, are you saying if you put a baby next to an auto bong, does the baby not get high? What a question. Here's a question I never thought to ask. Get ideology. Put the auto bong next to the crib. Click on the crib. Click on the baby in the crib. Check its health. Is it 420 blazing it? That baby? Is it getting hotboxed? I'm not sure. Someone test this out. Let me know the results. God, it's awful. I would say yourselves about ambushes. Ambushes are just all risk for basically no reward, right? So the biggest ambush problem I ever had was in the 20-year run. We were moving for some reason, and we had 20 pawns on a caravan, and we got ambushed. Used to caravan maps were about this size, maybe a little bit bigger. We got ambushed by like 70 explosive pirates. It was awful. It was brutal. We entered the map. They immediately attacked us. And I had to throw down low shields and use pre-nerf Neuroquake to survive the ambush. Since then, I usually don't go on caravans with more than one person. Very seldom. Occasionally a couple more, but usually not. Push like that. Yeah, you can get a max raid point ambush, but we basically had max raid points on our caravans. It was pretty crazy. What did the nerf to Neuroquake do? Oh man, Neuroquake got nerfed like 3 or 4 different ways at the same time. So how Neuroquake for anyone that doesn't know, is a sidecast from Royalty. Neuroquake used to work in that the pawn that did Neuroquake, there was a little safe area around them. And then the entire rest of the map, regardless of map size, got berserked. And the hit to neighboring factions, the goodwill hit, was like negligible. It was like -6. Not only that, but you could put a like a tinfoil hat, which is a vanilla item. It's rare, but you could put a foil hat on the person casting the Neuroquake, or you could have them cyclically dull or deaf and put them with L-Tex. And what that did is Neuroquake would put them into a coma, right? But with any of those type things, Neuroquake's coma was like in game, like 30 minutes in game. So they would basically do Neuroquake. It would beat any event in the entire game on your map instantly. And then the pawn would fall over for a couple seconds, then stand back up and go back inside. It was super crazy. So they nerfed the range of it. They made it so you can't screw with like the coma. And they also made it so that it angers the other factions much more. Which, I mean, fair enough. You know, it was so crazy when Neuroquake first came out. Yeah. Anything scary happened this run? Randy went into hiding, but aside from that, no. Action. Take him with you. The only scary thing is massive mod bugs. I say into witness protection, yeah, something like that. Something like that. It went from an I win anything button to it might be useful. Yeah, I've used Neuroquake a few times since then, but it used to just be a, yeah, beat anything. If you had Go Juice and someone with Neuroquake back then and that tinfoil hat, you could Neuroquake. We did a run where we chained like 2 Neuroquakes together on people and we beat the whole like ship launch or something. Was that 20-year one? I don't think so. We did. We might have done some of that on Winston Waves, actually. Now that I remember. Maybe. Winston Waves, that must have been it, yeah. And that was, yeah, I think that was right around when they were nerfing it, too. Second run in a row with bugs. Yeah, this one is a mod bug, though. The shuttle thing is not a mod bug. That one's just, yeah. Unfortunately broken thing. I want to go too full in on this. Can I inform you that babies can get high from an autobong? Thanks. Hey, do they get a mood increase? Follow-up question to the baby autobong. The answer apparently is yes, but do they get a mood increase as well? A scientific breakthrough of our generation. Stop your infant crying with this one tip. Get them super high. In RimWorld. High on smoke leaf, plus 13. The baby got plus 13 mood. Wow, that's crazy. Pediatricians hate this one simple trick. You're going high life from now on. All your pawns are prolific. You have an auto bong in the nursery. Good lord. Be a good Randy replacement. He's basically Randy, but eventually you get events every day randomly. I played Parry Persistent. That's not how he works. Unless they've changed him recently. Parry Persistent is Cassandra, but with consistent minor events. So he's literally Cassandra, but with more minor events. He doesn't actually send more raids. 110. Okay. But yeah, I have a parry persist. I thought the same thing until I played him, and I was like, huh, this doesn't seem to be working how I thought. And I looked it up on the mod page. But yeah, I have a parry persistent playthrough up on YouTube. Double check. I don't think so. Toasted with smoke leaf, ambrosia, and tea. There are psychic drones. Maybe that. Yeah. Much of a leap to auto bong. Typical interest on the baby as a trait. Should force it. Vanilla expanded, nutri-paste paste strippers. Babies are happy, automatically fed. Wow. Well, you know, if there's one positive that comes out of this run, if we end up not being able to do it because of the bugs, it's these breakthroughs, these conversations that we've had. We've learned a lot. He's friendlier to twice as much of the population. Yeah. Rumor says, what? What? Oh, Dan? And we're just talking about 420s. Last one play who gave one of their ducks a joint. That one joint got it lung cancer. Wow. I have a similar-ish story. So back when I was newer to the game, I guess, I don't know, it was early on in my playthroughs either way. But the point is, I got a pawn that I was trying to save a visitor or something, I don't remember. But they were unconscious for a different reason. And I was looking in their information, and they were addicted to smoke leaf, and they needed smoke leaf. This is before they actually, you know, before genes where it was required. But I was like, oh, okay, I'll help them. I'll do that. And so I found out I could do the surgery to give them smoke leaf, and it killed them. Imagine my surprise. So they were at like 10% consciousness, laying in a hospital bed, and I queued up a surgery to give them smoke leaf, and it dropped the consciousness low enough to kill them. So I'm just imagining the doctor coming up to the bed and being like, here you go, man. Just take a breath. Just breathe in deep, man. It's like Cheech and Chong or something. One of them's a doctor, one of them's a nurse trying to apply. Anyway, it did kill them. Yeah, I learned my lesson from that. Literally stoned to death. Do something new about what not to do. On oxygen, struggling to breathe. Here, man, take your medical weed. Smoke leaf shells, there is a mod for that. Yeah. I joked about smoke leaf shells and smoke leaf like IEDs and stuff, and someone was like, Adam, there's a mod for that, and sure enough there is. Yeah. Luciferium shells. Weaponized auto bongs, that's right. Know that one. Smoke leaf euthanasia. Let's see, Highway Tiger. They actually don't need a recreation after this, but maybe I'll do this just in case. That way they don't miss time doing stuff for people. Nutrient-based expanded. Bunch of people releasing prisoners after giving them Luciferium, so that, yeah, so they come back with a few, yeah. Still have PTSD from this. 2 minutes. 2 minutes till fish. Tanks, auto feeders for blood bags, outpost station for them. Doe-eyed elk. You have no reason not to get the smoke leaf shell mod now. Royalty added to animatry, yes. Part of side casting. Interestingly enough, the animatry part of the side casting and stuff was a post royalty major royalty patch, the rehaul to it all. So like royalty came out 1.1 and then 1.2 updated a lot of royalty animatry. It added it changed the difficulty names. It added 500% difficulty. It added the custom difficulty settings. You don't remember the era of legal sidecasting? Oh, that's right. Yeah, when royalty first came out, the Empire would get mad at you if you use sidecasting. Yeah, without being a royal. Yeah, that's right. Sounds interesting. Yeah, that's how it was at 1.1 when royalty first came out. When you're starting founders, get up from surgery and immediately smoke and die. That's your introduction. The same kind of introduction, yeah. Okay, we finally had one of those. I was talking earlier how it's crazy we hadn't had one of those. You know what? We have extra wood. I'll just do it that way. Talking make you unable to tame animals? Good question. You gotta whisper to them. You gotta teach you to avoid tragedies before you can actually learn via experience. Why are there no raiders of sidecasting? It's probably because it would be too strong. I think actually part of it is the most frustrating parts are like combat in RimWorld, or some of them, is loss of control of your character. Like some of the deadliest parts of RimWorld are breakdowns during raids, right? So having enemies that can sidecast and make you lose control of your colony, probably not fun. You playing on commitment mode? Yep. Yeah. I always play on commitment mode. Personal preference. Gormon, Pyro, yeah. You can fire ammo gun for the first time. Just lost control of your units. Every time they got shot, yeah, that's frustrating. Alpha Genes as a Mind Devourer xenotype that can make a pawn go berserk instantly. Yeah, that sucks. You have a raid, but there's someone invisible in the raid that berserk pulses and you just lose. Yeah. Now they could make it so they only use certain things. They could make it so they use like focus or something. But Psychic Span is extremely strong. Don't need weapons. The Storyteller that sends casters after you. Focus, the new go juice. More like farter readers. But Hygog. Green shells get put in a wall to my one space. You gotta use combo side cells. I mean, there's so many sidecasting things that would be even like call it vomit skip. But like yeah, any of the pulses would be very strong against you. What about yourself? Just have a lot of experience. All right. My dinner is right about done, so I guess I'll wrap this up. I'm about 20 minutes over anyway, so about time to wrap this up. I'm on the fence about this run. I don't know. It's been so buggy. I don't know what is and isn't a bug because of it. We've had a really huge, crazy bug, like game-breaking bug that we had to fix. It's been kind of lackluster outside of that as well. So I'm on the fence. I could try to just knock it out, but I think I'm just going to test the mech. I'll test the mech really quick. But like, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna contact the charity purchaser of this run and if they haven't seen this already, I haven't seen them in the chat, and see what they say about it. See if they want to choose something else, because yeah, this one's been really screwy. I feel bad for the people that got names in the run, like Arch, if that happens, but you know, sometimes you get a name in there, you die instantly anyway, so. Not a great run. Yeah, it's just been soured by all that stuff, right? So. So we're gonna see if mechs are bugged, just out of curiosity. Cool idea, but I guess I should have played this mod back when it was, you know, actually made by the original person and working with that patch. I'm gonna eat now. I want to put food aside. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Incident. It's incident with specific, right? You raid with specific. Mechive. It made an error. Yeah. So I don't know what this stuff means. There's another one. Lord Toil update duties. What does that mean? System null reference. I don't know what that means. They spawned, but it was an error, so I wonder if that means they wouldn't spawn without dev mode or something. I have no idea. But we haven't had a single mech raid, which is weird. We're 5 years into the run. We're at like 3,000 raid points, and we haven't had a mech run, and then all the other problems too. So, all right. Make sure I don't eat with that table. Got it. Null pointer exception could be anything at all or nothing at all. Those Chinese fishers in 2 weeks. I don't think I'm gonna have time to see anything. I haven't even had time. I have not forgotten, by the way. I have it written down. I haven't even had time to listen to what you posted in there. Things have been like a whirlwind here. Back to school time. Well, kind of preparing for things. We got doctor's appointments. My wife still not well. My daughter has another doctor's appointment this week. 2 doctor's appointments next week. I'll try to at least listen to some of that in the Discord, but I don't think I'll be able to go and do anything. Yeah. So. All right. Well, that might be the end of this run. Like I said, I'll contact the person that paid for this, the charity donation, and see if I can get a hold of them, because I haven't seen them in the chat in a little bit, and see what they want. If they want me to just try to knock out the last little bit of this, just to do it, or what. But it's been just an utter mess with bugs and this mod not working right, and it's been crazy. So I'll let you guys know. Let you know in the Discord. Either way, RimWorld will be back on Saturday. So I'll be back playing other stuff during the weekdays, off the next 2 days at least. RimWorld back on Saturday, and I'll let you guys know in Discord what they say. Poor Masari. I will tell her not to start on this edit. She's still working on the previous edit, so just in case, I'll tell her not to start on this one, even if she finishes the other one. You can let me know your opinion. It seems like everyone else is kind of the same opinion, that yeah, this has been marred with some unfortunate stuff. Maybe I can get some shorts out of it or something, you know. And it wasn't a waste, because it was we had some fun in the chat. I mean, yesterday with the friggin' gift subs and stuff, we had a lot of conversation. As far as the actual RimWorld playing, it was Yeah, this was just not good, and kind of sick of the big mod bug. So, your satisfactory belt starting to look like luggage scene from Toy Story 2. All right, guys. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for a fun stream week. Thank you for providing conversation during these trying times of dealing with this, trying to get this mod to work the correct way. Have a good night. I will be back later this week. We'll work on our satisfactory challenge. I might be doing a couple hours of some other stuff on stream as well. We'll see. But either way, thank you guys for hanging out. Have a good night.